Hello guys, welcome back to my channel. Today's topic is super exciting. As you saw in the title, what if Deku unlocked an Abyss Quirk that even All For One feared? So before we begin, make sure to hit that subscribe button, smash the like button, and comment your thoughts down below. Now let's jump straight into this epic fanfiction. Chapter 1, The Boy in the Rain. Rain fell on Musutafu. It wasn't the gentle kind. It was a heavy, cold rain that turned the city into a smeared watercolor of grays and neon blues. It drummed against rooftops, gushed through gutters, and made the world feel small and terribly loud. Izuku Midoriya stood under the awning of a convenience store, his yellow backpack soaked through one shoulder. He watched the rain, but he wasn't really seeing it. His vision was turned inward, replaying the afternoon on a shattered loop. Even if you were born without a quirk, you can still become a hero. Asterisk. The words, spoken by his idol just hours ago, should have been a supernova in his chest. They were the words he'd waited his whole life to hear. And for a moment, standing on that sun-drenched rooftop after the slime villain attack, they had been. The light had been so bright it burned. Then came the walk home. Then came the silence of his apartment, his mother working a late shift. Then came the thinking. The words didn't change the statistics. They didn't mend his broken bones after Kaken's lessons. They didn't fill the cavernous, aching lack inside him where a quirk should have lived. All Might's offer was a seed, but it had fallen onto concrete. Izuku's mind, trained over a decade of analysis, began to pick it apart. The training plan was Herculean, impossible for a body like his. The entrance exam was designed for power, for destruction. The world wasn't a sunny rooftop. It was this rain, cold, relentless, and indifferent. A flicker of green caught his eye down the alleyway across the street. A trash bag, probably, but it moved against the wind. Something about it felt wrong. Izuku blinked, his analyst's mind clicking on despite the gloom. The green wasn't bright. It was sickly, phosphorescent. It pulsed faintly, like a dying heartbeat. He knew he should go home. He knew he was just a quirkless kid, and the number one hero's impossible dream wasn't a shield. But his feet were moving before he could stop them, pulling him out from under the awning and into the downpour. The rain soaked his hair instantly, plastering his curls to his forehead. The alley was a narrow canyon between two office buildings. The only light came from the distant street lamp, creating long, distorted shadows. The smell of wet garbage and stale urine was sharp. There, behind our overflowing dumpster, was the source of the light. It wasn't trash. It was a man, or what was left of one. He was curled on the ground, his clothes ripped and smoldering. The green light seeped from cracks in his skin, like faulty wiring under the surface. It wasn't a healing light. It was corrosive. Izuku could see the wet pavement beneath him sizzling faintly where the drips fell. The man's head turned. His eyes were wide with a terror so profound it froze Izuku's blood. They weren't looking at Izuku. They were looking through him, at some horror only he could see. Please, the man rasped, his voice the sound of grinding glass. It's eating me. From the inside. Can't control it. Izuku dropped his bag, falling to his knees beside the man, the cold water soaking through his pants. Hey, it's okay. I'll call an ambulance. Just hold on. He fumbled for his phone. His hands were shaking. No time, the man choked out. A violent shudder racked his body. The green light flared, and Izuku saw, with horrific clarity, a patch of the man's jacket dissolve into nothing. Not burn, not tear, simply cease to exist, leaving a perfect, empty hole. Took it from a villain. Didn't know. It's hungry. Izuku's mind raced. A stolen quirk. That was impossible. Only one being in history could. His blood ran colder than the rain. All for one. The man's hand shot out, gripping Izuku's wrist with a strength that was desperate and final. His skin was furnace hot. Not a quirk, a curse. He called it Abyss. The word hung in the air, heavier than the rain. The man's eyes finally focused on Izuku's face. You're just a kid. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. For what? Izuku whispered. The man didn't answer with words. The green light beneath his skin convulsed, verging on the point where his hand gripped Izuku. It wasn't a transfer. It was an eruption, a dam breaking, agony. It was a white-hot spear driving up Izuku's arm, into his shoulder, exploding in his brain. It wasn't the clean, shattering pain of a broken bone. This was deeper. It was in his cells, in his DNA, in the very core of what he was. He tried to scream, but no sound came out. His visio, fragmented into a kaleidoscope of impossible colors and deepest black. He felt it, the hunger, a vast, silent, screaming void. An emptiness that wanted to be filled. It saw the world, the rain, the alley, the man. Izuku himself, not as objects, but as substance. Potential nothingness. It's eating me. Asterisk. The man's grip went slack. The corrosive light vanished from his body, leaving him pale, empty, and still. The last flicker of life faded from his eyes, replaced by a profound peace. The curse was gone. It was now inside Izuku. He collapsed onto his back in the filthy puddle, gasping. The physical pain receded, leaving a strange, hollow chill. He stared up at the slit of rainy night sky between the buildings. He felt different. The world felt different. The steady drum of the rain on the dumpster lid wasn't just sound. He could feel the space it occupied, the tiny vibrations in the air. He could sense the solidity of the walls, not as visual shapes, but as dense pockets of matter in a field of empty potential. And beneath his own panic, a new sense slumbered. A dark, placid lake of power, waiting. He pushed himself up on trembling arms. He looked at his right hand, the one the man had grabbed. It looked the same, freckled, slightly scraped. Hesitantly, driven by a terror and curiosity he couldn't name, he focused on a soda can lying near the dumpster. Nothing. Asterisk. He let out a shuddering breath. Maybe it was over. Maybe the man was just delirious, and Izuku had imagined it all, the shock and the rain playing tricks. The can twitched. A tiny speck, a single atom on its rim, winked out of existence. It wasn't destroyed. It was unmade. A sensation, faint but unmistakable, echoed in Izuku's core. A sip of water for a man dying of thirst. A minuscule, satisfying click. Revulsion and a terrifying, electrifying understanding washed over him. He scrambled backward, slipping on the wet ground, until his back hit the opposite wall. He hugged his knees to his chest, staring at the dead man and the perfectly normal, yet utterly transformed, soda can. He had a quirk. It wasn't a gentle telekinesis or a spark of electricity. It was the power to erase things from reality, to feed a void inside himself. All Might's voice echoed in his memory, full of sunshine and certainty. You can become a hero. Asterisk. Izuku looked from his own hands to the RPSE of the man who had borne this curse. The rain washed the sickly green light from the pavement, but it couldn't wash the truth from Izuku's soul. He had the power to be a hero now. But what if the price of that power was becoming a monster? And in the shadows high above, on a rooftop neither boy nor corpse could see, a man in a fine suit watched through the rain. A smile played on his lips, devoid of all warmth. He had sensed the transfer. The failed vessel had jettisoned the troublesome quirk into a random bystander. A minor setback. He raised a phone to his ear. The Abyss has a new host. A child. Locate him. He listened for a moment, his smile never fading. No, do not engage. Observe. This could be more interesting than I anticipated. Let us see if this little rabbit can bear the shadow. He vanished into the rainy night, leaving Izuku alone in the alley with his terrible gift. The sirens of approaching heroes finally wailing in the distance, their sound swallowed by the endless, hungry dark now living in his chest. ... The rain kept falling. It always did. Chapter 2. The Hollowed Boy. The sirens grew louder, slicing through the drumming rain. Red and blue lights painted the alley walls in frantic, swirling streaks. Izuku didn't move from where he'd pressed himself against the cold brick. His body was a statue, but his mind was a scream trapped behind his teeth. Dead. He's dead. And I. He looked at his hands again in the strobing light. They were just hands. No eerie glow, no visible mark. Yet he could still feel it. That silent, deep reservoir where the world's noise didn't reach. The abyss. It didn't feel like a part of him. It felt like a tenant. One that had moved in without asking and now slept in the room where his quirklessness used to live. Boots splashed through puddles. Two heroes in waterproof gear rounded the dumpster, their postures tense, ready for a fight. Their eyes swept the scene. The body, the empty alley, the sodden, trembling boy. Kid, one of them barked, a hero called Water Hose, his focus sharpening on Izuku. Are you hurt? Did you see what happened? Izuku's mouth opened. Nothing came out. His throat had sealed shut. He tried to point, to explain, but his arm felt like it weighed 1,000 pounds. His gaze was stuck on the dead man's peaceful face. I'm so sorry asterisk, he'd said. He'd known what he was passing on. The other hero, a woman with stone-like skin, knelt by the body, checking for a pulse she wouldn't find. Her expression was grim. No signs of external trauma. Quirk-related, likely internal. She glanced at Izuku, her eyes softer. It's okay, son. You're safe now. Can you tell us your name? Midoriya Izuku. I'm quirkless. I was walking home. I saw a light. Asterisk. The words formed in his head. Clear and logical. But the truth was a tangled, poisonous vine. He gave me his quirk. It's a cursed thing that eats people. I think I unmade a piece of a soda can. Asterisk. If he said that, they wouldn't believe him. They'd think he was in shock. Or worse, they'd think he was involved. A quirkless kid, a dead body with a mysterious power. It was a story that ended with him in a police interrogation room. His dream of UA dissolving before it even began. All Might's dream. The thought was a spark in the dark. Izuku, he finally croaked, his voice raw. My name is Midoriya Izuku. I was sheltering from the rain. I heard a noise. I found him like this. The half-trash tasted like ash on his tongue. He was lying to heroes. The sin of it burned. Water Hose put a heavy hand on his shoulder. You did the right thing staying put. An ambulance is on the way for you. Just a checkup. All right. The paramedics arrived, their movements efficient and calm. They wrapped a shock blanket around his shoulders. Its crinkly material absurdly loud. They asked him questions, shone lights in his eyes, took his vitals. He answered in monotones, his body on autopilot. All the while, he practiced breathing. In, out. He focused on the feeling of the air entering his lungs, the solidity of the ground under him. He carefully, so carefully, did not think about the quiet lake of power inside. He built a wall in his mind between Izuku and the abyss. If he didn't look at it, maybe it wouldn't be real. They took him to the hospital. His mother arrived in a whirlwind of tears and frantic worry, her face pale with fear. He had to lie to her, too. The same story. He found a man, he was scared, he was fine. You're not fine, Izuku, she whispered, clutching his hand in the sterile white exam room. You're freezing, you're shaking. He was, but not from the cold. The doctors found nothing wrong. Physically, he was perfect. A miracle of health for someone who'd just witnessed a traumatic death. They called it shock, prescribed rest, and released him into the quiet, rain-washed night. The walk home with his mother was silent. The apartment felt smaller, the walls closer. The cheerful All Might posters on his walls seemed to watch him with accusing eyes. Try to sleep, sweetie, his mother said, her smile strained. Tomorrow will be better. He nodded, unable to meet her gaze. Alone in his room, the silence was deafening. It wasn't empty silence. It was a listening silence. He sat on his bed, staring at his All Might figurine on the desk. You can become a hero. Asterisk. With this, he held up a pencil from his notebook. A normal, yellow number 2 pencil. He stared at it, his heart hammering against his ribs. He had to know. He had to understand T. He lined between reality and the nightmare in the alley. He remembered the feeling, not of active power, but of perception. He'd felt asterisk the space the rain occupied. He tried to relax, to let his awareness sink inward, past the fear. To that dark, placid lake. There, it was like tuning a radio to a frequency only he could hear. The world shifted. The pencil in his hand wasn't just an object. It was a collection of points. A structure of matter holding a specific shape. He could sense its integrity. Like the tension on a spiderweb. He focused on the very tip, the tiny cone of graphite. Unmake. Asterisk. Nothing happened at first. Then, a sensation. A tiny, deliberate pull from the center of his being. A sip from the lake. The very point of the graphite ceased to exist. Not snapped off. Not dust. It was just gone. A perfect, microscopic hemisphere erased from reality. The sensation echoed back. A faint, cool satisfaction, a hunger momentarily acknowledged and placated. Izuku dropped the pencil as if it had burned him. It clattered on the desk, now slightly, irrevocably blunted. He scrambled for his analysis notebook, hands trembling. He flipped to a blank page, his pen flying. Asterisk quirk. Abyss, provisional name, asterisk asterisk. Asterisk manifestation. Non-visual, so far. No energy glow, no physical change in user. Asterisk. Asterisk mechanism. Not destruction, but erasure. Selective deletion of matter at a spatial point. Range. Currently touch. Sodakan was a few feet away. Possible emotional activation. Requires conscious intent and focus. Asterisk. Asterisk secondary effect. Enhanced spatial awareness. Perception of material density and boundaries of objects. Asterisk. Asterisk drawback. User experiences a feedback sensation. A temporary satisfaction of a hunger. Psychological impact unknown. Source of hunger unknown. Upper limits of erasure unknown. Asterisk. Asterisk critical question. Is the erased matter converted to energy? If so, where does the energy go? Is it stored? Asterisk. He wrote until his hand cramped. The sea. Clinical analysis a lifeline in a sea of terror. This was his process. This was how he dealt with quirks. By understanding them. But this wasn't Kaken's explosions or Uraraka's gravity. This was something out of a cosmic horror story. He looked at the words, psychological impact. The man in the alley had been terrified of the quirk itself. It's eating me. Asterisk. Would it eat Izuku, too? Not his body, but his mind. Would the hunger grow? A hero's power was meant to save. To create smiles. What did this power create? Nothing. Literally nothing. It was the antithesis of creation. He thought of the entrance exam. Of the massive robots. A single touch from him, a focused thought, and a critical gear, a structural beam, could vanish. They would fall apart, harmless. He could pass. He could get into UA. The fantasy was seductive and sickening. He could also, with a thought, erase a villain's support item, their weapon, the ground beneath their feet. He could be effective, powerful, but where did it stop? A weapon, a limb, a person. The hunger inside him gave a soft, silent pulse. Izuku slammed the notebook shut, shoving it into his backpack. He couldn't use this. It was a curse, a villain's power. All for one had feared it enough to discard it. What did that say? He threw himself into bed, pulling the covers over his head, trying to block out the world and the new, horrifying layer of reality he could now perceive. Sleep didn't come. He lay in the dark, hearing every creak of the building, feeling the presence of every pipe in the walls, every nail in the floorboards. The world was too loud, too full of things he could theoretically unmake. The sun was a grey smear in the sky when exhaustion finally pulled him under. His dreams were not of heroics. They were of a vast, dark expanse. And in the distance, a single, tiny soda can, dissolving atom by atom into the endless, hungry void. The next week was a ghost life. He went to school. He took notes. He avoided Kaken and his friends with a skill born of long practice. But everything was different. The constant, low-grade anxiety of being quirkless was now replaced by a towering, secret dread. He carried a cosmic secret, a live grenade in his soul. He practiced, in controlled, terrified increments. In the privacy of his room, with the door locked. A scrap of paper, a single strand of his own hair, a drop of water suspended in the air. Each time, the same process, focus, perception, the gentle pull, the silent erasure, the cool sip of satisfaction. The hunger didn't grow. It remained a constant, low presence. It was satiated by the tiny erasures, like feeding a furnace with matchsticks. It was patient. His control improved. He could erase a specific leaf on a houseplant without affecting the others. He could remove a single link from a cheap chain, leaving the rest intact. The precision was terrifying in its potential. He found the limit of his focus, about the size of a baseball at once. Range was still touch-based. Trying to affect the Sodakan again from across the room resulted only in a headache. He filled another notebook with data, graphs, hypotheses. It was the only thing that kept him sane. If he could understand it, he could control it. He could cage it. One afternoon, walking home from the library, he took a different route. A quieter street. He needed the silence. He didn't notice the two men until they stepped out of a narrow service lane, blocking the sidewalk. They weren't flashy villains. They were ordinary looking, dressed in plain clothes. But their eyes were wrong. Flat, professional. One had faint, scale-like texture on his neck. A quirk. Midoriya Izuku? The scaled man asked, his voice polite. Izuku's blood turned to ice. He took a step back. Who are you? We're admirers, the other man said, smiling. His teeth were very white. We heard you came into possession of something interesting recently. In an alley. In the rain. They know. Asterisk. The thought was pure lightning. All for one's people. They'd found him. I don't know what you're talking about, Izuku said, his voice thin. He backed up further, his heel hitting the wall of the building behind him. Dead end. Don't be difficult, Scaled Neck said, his politeness evaporating. The master is curious. He doesn't like loose ends. But he's willing to be generous. Come with us. We can help you understand your new gift. I don't want your help. Izuku's hand tightened on the strap of his backpack. The lake inside him stirred, not with hunger, but with a cold, protective tension. It sensed threat. The second man sighed. Wrong answer, kid. He moved. Fast. Not a telegraphed punch, but a grab for Izuku's arm. A kidnapper's move. Time didn't slow down. It crystallized. Izuku saw the hand coming. He felt the space around it, the intention in the muscles. His own body moved without conscious command. A dodge born of a lifetime of avoiding blows. He sidestepped, the man's fingers grazing his sleeve. But Scaled Neck was already there, flanking him. A hand clamped down on Izuku's right shoulder, fingers digging in. Enough games. Panic exploded in Izuku's chest, hot and blinding. The wall in his mind, the careful barrier between him and the abyss, shattered. Get off, asterisk. The power didn't roar. It whispered. A circle of the man's shirt sleeve, the fabric directly under his palm on Izuku's shoulder, vanished. Not a tear. A perfect, coin-shaped hole. The man's calloused palm met the bare skin of Izuku's school jacket. The man yelped, snatching his hand back as if burned. He stared at the hole in his sleeve, at the pristine, untouched jacket beneath. His eyes widened in genuine, unprofessional confusion. What the? It was the opening Izuku needed. He didn't think. He ran. He ducked under the second man's grab, his legs pumping, fear lending them speed he never knew he had. He didn't look back. He heard a curse, the sound of pursuit, but he was already around the corner, into a busier street, vanishing into the crowd of evening commuters. He didn't stop running until his lungs were fire and his knees threatened to buckle. He slumped in the doorway of a closed shop, gasping, sweat and tears mixing on his face. He'd used it, not on an object, in a fight, to protect himself. He looked at his shoulder where the man had grabbed him. His jacket was fine, but the memory of that silent, effortless erasure played on a loop. He had removed something from the world. To save himself. The cool satisfaction in his gut felt warmer this time. More substantial. The hunger purred. He hugged his arms around himself, shaking in the dying light. They knew his name. They knew where he lived. They would be back. All Mig. Haunt's training plan was still in his notebook. A path to strength through sweat and broken bones. A sunlit path. But the men in the shadows weren't on that path. They were in the darkness he now carried inside. He couldn't just train his body anymore. The game had changed. The stakes were mortal. He had to learn to control the darkness. Not to become a hero, but simply to survive. Across the city, in a sleek, modern office, the Scaled Neck man spoke into a phone, his voice hushed. The boy has manifest control. Minimal, but instinctive. Defensive. A rich, amused voice flowed from the speaker. Excellent. The rabbit has teeth. Continue observation. Let him run. Let him practice. Let him grow accustomed to his new nature. A flower forced in a hothouse is fragile. One that grows in the wild, fighting for sunlight, that has thorns. Understood, master. The line went dead. The man looked at the perfect hole in his sleeve, the edges so clean they looked laser cut. A shiver, one he would never admit to, traced his spine. He had seen many quirks in the master's service. He had never seen one that simply said asterisk. No, asterisk to existence itself. Chapter 3. The first threshold. The world had edges now. That was the thought that wouldn't leave Izuku as he lay on his bedroom floor, staring at the ceiling. A week had passed since the encounter with the men on the street. A week of jumping at shadows. Of taking wildly different routes to and from school. Of watching his mother's kind face and feeling the lie between them grow heavier than a mountain. He wasn't just hiding a quirk. He was hiding a target on his back. But the world had edges. Since the alley, since he'd let his awareness brush against the abyss, he couldn't turn it off completely. It was like a filter laid over his vision. He saw a desk, but he also perceived its structural points, where the joints were weakest, where a single, precise erasure could make the whole thing collapse into a heap of planks. He saw a wall, and he knew, with a certainty that was almost tactile, exactly how much matter he'd need to remove to make a hole big enough to crawl through. It was a horrifying, intoxicating knowledge. The power to unbuild the world. And it was useless. No, worse than useless. It was a temptation. Every time he saw a problem, his new instinct whispered a terrible, efficient solution. A locked door. Don't pick it. Unmake the lock's core. A fallen tree blocking a path. Don't go around. Erase a section just wide enough to pass. He'd spent the week fighting that instinct, clinging to his old, quirkless self like a life raft. He'd thrown himself into All Might's training regimen with a desperate fury. He ran until his lungs screamed. He lifted broken appliances and scrap metal in a vacant lot until his muscles trembled and his bones ached. He was trying to build a body worthy of one for all the old-fashioned way, as if sweat and pain could somehow cleanse him of the other power. The one that required nothing but a thought. It wasn't working. He was on his back now because his legs had given out during a run. The cool laminate floor felt good against his overheated skin. The familiar burn of lactic acid was a clean, honest pain. It was his pain, earned through effort, not stolen through some cursed inheritance. His phone buzzed on the carpet beside him. The screen lit up with a news notification. Breaking. Hero backdraft contains Inferno villain in Koto district. Multiple structures threatened. Izuku sat up, his analyst's brain clicking on. Koto district. That was across the city. But the news chopper footage would be up soon. He could study backdraft's water manipulation, the villain's likely combustion-based quirk. He stopped. His gaze drifted from the phone to his own hands, resting on his knees. They were scratched from a fall during his run, smudged with dirt. What could I do? The thought slithered in, cold and clear. Against a fire villain, backdraft's water was perfect. But what if the villain was like that sludge monster? A fluid, semi-solid entity. What if they were a giant, like that monster from the news years ago? What if they were protected by something impervious? A single, precise erasure. A microscopic hole in a fuel line. A tiny gap in a protective shell. A minuscule void in the center of a mass, disrupting its structural integrity. It would be so efficient. A wave of nausea rolled through him. He clenched his fists, the scratches stinging. He wasn't thinking like a hero. He was thinking like an assassin. Like a problem solver who saw people and things as arrangements of matter to be edited. The door to his room opened softly. Izuku, dinner's almost. Oh, honey, are you alright? Izuku Midoriya stood in the doorway, her face etched with concern. She saw the dirt, the sweat, the exhaustion. I'm fine, Mom, he said, forcing a smile that felt brittle. Just training hard. Her worry didn't fade. It deepened. She'd seen a change in him since the night in the rain. He was quieter, more distant. He jumped at loud noises. He spent hours in his room with the door locked. She thought it was trauma from finding the dead man. She thought his new, frantic exercise was a coping mechanism. She was right. She just didn't know what he was coping with. You're pushing yourself too hard, she said gently, stepping into the room. This dream of you, I support you, you know I do. But you don't have to tear yourself apart to reach it. The love in her voice was a physical ache in his chest. He wanted to tell her. The words were a pressure behind his teeth. Mom, I have a quirk now, but it's a terrible thing and dangerous men are after me and I'm so scared. He swallowed them down. To tell her would be to pull her into the darkness. To make her a target. I know, Mom, he said, looking at the floor. I have to be strong. Stronger than I've ever been. She sighed, a sound of pure helpless love. Well, come eat. Strength needs fuel. Dinner was a quiet affair. He ate mechanically, tasting nothing. His mind was elsewhere, in a dark alley with green light, on a quiet street with grabbing hands. After helping with the dishes, he retreated to his room again. He couldn't run any more tonight. His body was spent, but his mind was a raging storm. He pulled out the notebook labeled ***, quirk analysis number 13 for personal use only. He flipped past the clinical entries on Abyss and turned to a fresh page. At the top, he wrote, **hero application, theoretical. **. He began to list scenarios, forcing himself to think like a hero, not a wielder of void. Scenario 1. Hostage situation. Villain has a knife to a civilian's throat. Standard hero response. Distraction. Disarming via speed or indirect quirk use. Capture. Abyss application. Erase a segment of the knife blade near the hilt. Blade tip falls away, harmlessly. Risk. Precision must be absolute. Millimeter error could erase part of civilian's skin or villain's hand. Unacceptable margin. He drew a heavy line through it. Too dangerous. Scenario 2. Collapsed building. Civilians trapped under rubble. Standard hero response. Careful excavation, support braces, sensory quirks to locate survivors. Abyss application. Erase specific rubble pieces to create airways or extraction tunnels. Risk. Unseen structural load. Removing the wrong piece could cause further collapse. Requires profound understanding of architecture and pressure points. Possible, but it required more than power. It required wisdom, knowledge he didn't have. Scenario 3. Rampaging giant villain, non-humanoid, e.g., beast type. Standard hero response. Overwhelming force, containment, non-lethal takedown. Abyss application. Erase key connective tissue, tendon anchors, ligament points. Induce controlled, non-lethal collapse. Risk. Biology is complex. Misjudgment c. Old cause lethal internal bleeding or permanent crippling. Requires extensive anatomical knowledge. Again, the power was a scalpel of infinite sharpness, but to use it without killing required the knowledge of a master surgeon. He leaned back, the pen dropping from his fingers. The truth was a cold stone in his gut. The Abyss wasn't a blunt instrument. It wasn't like Kaken's explosions, where you could dial back the force. It was absolute, on or off, existence, or nothing. To be a hero with it, he wouldn't just need to control the power. He would need to become an expert in everything. Mechanics, architecture, biology, structural engineering. He would need to know the world so intimately that he could unravel it without causing harm. The weight of it crushed him. It was impossible. He was just a kid. A quirkless kid who'd been handed a god's tool and told to fix a watch. A soft, dry sob escaped him. He put his head in his hands, pressing his palms against his eyes until he saw stars. The darkness behind his eyelids felt inviting. The quiet hum of the abyss within was a constant, patient presence. It didn't judge. It didn't demand he be a hero. It just was. His phone buzzed again. Another news alert. Update. Koto District fire contained. Backdraft successful. Minor injuries reported. He looked at the screen, then at his notebook. At the impossible task he'd outlined. All Might's voice echoed, but it was faint now, distant, like a radio signal fading into static. You can become a hero. Maybe, but not like this. Not with this power as his only tool. He needed one for all. He needed the shining, straightforward strength that saved people with a smile. The abyss could never smile. It could only consume. A new resolve, fragile and desperate, hardened within him. He would master his body. He would inherit one for all. He would become the hero of his dreams. And he would bury the abyss. He would never use it again. He would lock it away, treat it like a missing limb. A piece of himself that never was. It was the only way. He closed the notebook with a definitive snap. He would tell All Might everything. At the next meeting, the symbol of peace would know what to do. He would help him contain it, control it, or better yet, find a way to remove it. The decision brought a sliver of peace. A path forward. He changed into clean clothes. Needing to get out of the room that felt like a prison. He told his mother he was going for a walk to clear his head. The night air was cool, a relief after the stagnant anxiety of his room. He walked without direction, letting his feet carry him through familiar neighborhoods. He found himself nearing Takoba Municipal Beach, or what was left of it. A sprawling, tragic monument to society's carelessness. A mountain range of discarded trash. He stood at the edge of the junk, looking out at the dark water beyond. The smell of salt and rust was strong. This was where he was supposed to train. All Might's plan was to clear this beach, to build his body and restore a piece of the city. A symbol within a symbol. He took a step onto the sand, littered with plastic shards. He could start now. He didn't have to wait for All Might's official guidance. He could begin the work. Prove his dedication. Lose himself in honest labor. He spotted a half-buried refrigerator, its door hanging open like a silent scream. He walked over, gripped the rusted handle, and pulled. It didn't budge. He planted his feet, strained with all his might, his back screaming in protest. Nothing. It was wedged in deep, a ton of dead metal and insulation. Frustration, hot and sudden, boiled up in him. A week of fear, of lies, of impossible choices, condensed into this one immovable object. This stupid, useless piece of trash that wouldn't let him do the one good, simple thing he'd set out to do. Just move. He didn't mean to activate it. It was a spark from his anger, a shortcut his exhausted mind offered. His awareness brushed the abyss. He felt the refrigerator, not as a whole, but as a collection of stresses. The points where it was wedged against an engine block. The rust-weakened strut near its base. A single, focused thought. A silent pop. A fist-sized section of the engine block, the key point of pressure holding the refrigerator fast, vanished. The refrigerator lurched, with a shriek of tearing metal. It came free so suddenly that Izuku, still pulling, fell backward onto the sand. The massive appliance toppled over with a ground-shaking crunch *, missing him by inches. He lay there, gasping, his heart hammering against his ribs. Sand trickled into his hair. He stared up at the night sky, then at the toppled refrigerator, then at the perfect, spherical hollow now present in the solid engine block beside it. The edges were smooth, as if machined by gods. He hadn't even touched it. His range, it had extended. Fueled by emotion, by need. The cool satisfaction in his gut was stronger this time. Not a sip, a gulp, the hunger side, content. And something else. A faint, almost imperceptible warmth spread from his core, down his tired limbs. The ache in his muscles from his earlier run, it lessened. Just a fraction, as if some of the fatigue had been erased. Oh, no. The realization hit him with the force of a physical blow. It wasn't just matter. The quirk erased things, physical things. But what was fatigue, if not a build-up of metabolic things in his muscles? What was a lock, but a configuration of matter? What was a wall, but an arrangement of material? The applications, the horrifying, universe-bending applications, spiraled in his mind. He could erase poison from a bloodstream. He could erase a disease. He sat up slowly, wiping sand from his mouth. His hands were shaking again, but not from fear this time. From a terrible, dawning awe. He looked at his own hand, turning it over in the dim light. He could erase a quirk. Not suppress it, not nullify it, but find its biological mechanism, its unique cellular structure, and unmake it. He could make someone quirkless. Just like him. The breath left his body in a rush. The moral abyss that opened before him was deeper and darker than any power he held. He'd resolved to never use it, to lock it away, but the world kept giving him reasons. Solutions to impossible problems. Shortcuts. Temptations. The refrigerator lay on its side, free. The beach could be cleared not in 10 months, but in 10 days, if he used his power. He could build the body All Might wanted in a fraction of the time. By erasing his own fatigue, bypassing the need for rest, he could be ready. He stood up, brushing the sand from his clothes. He looked at the hollow in the engine block, a perfect monument to his failure. His promise to himself, made just an hour ago in his safe, bright room, was already ash. He hadn't crossed a line tonight. He'd simply realized the line was an illusion. The power was part of him now. It would come out when he was stressed, angry, desperate. It would whisper solutions, and the more he used it, the more the hunger would be fed, and the scent. Wronger the feedback, the rewards of eased pain, of cleared obstacles, would become. He was standing at the first true threshold, not of power, but of self. Could he walk the longer, harder path? Or would he take the shortcuts the abyss offered? A figure moved at the edge of his vision, near the street lamp at the entrance to the beach. Tall, impossibly broad, backlit by the yellow light. Izuku's blood went cold. They'd found him again, but the figure didn't move with predatory grace. It stood, hands on hips, a familiar silhouette cutting a heroic profile against the urban glow. Then it deflated, with a sound like a releasing steam valve, shrinking into a gaunt, skeletal form. All Might stood there, in his shabby clothes, looking from the toppled refrigerator to the boy covered in sand. His expression unreadable in the shadows. "Young Midoriya," he said, his voice quiet but carrying across the silent beach. "Care to explain what exactly is going on?" The night held its breath. And deep within Izuku, the abyss held its silence, waiting to see what the symbol of peace would do with its wretched, chosen vessel. Chapter 4. The Burden of Truth. The silence that followed All Might's question was absolute, broken only by the distant rush of traffic and the gentle lap of waves against the trash-strewn shore. Izuku's mind blanked. All possible explanations, lies, half-truths, they evaporated like mist. The symbol of peace was here, seeing the evidence of his failure painted in absurd, violent detail, a fallen appliance, a perfectly spherical hole in solid metal. And a boy who looked like he'd just lost a war with a sand dune. The word was a dry rasp. He couldn't form another. All Might walked forward, his steps slow, deliberate. He didn't look like the booming hero now. He looked tired, concerned, and utterly serious. His sunken eyes took in the scene, the hole, the lack of tool marks, the way the refrigerator had fallen cleanly away. This wasn't the work of strength. It was the work of something surgical. He stopped a few feet away, his gaze finally settling on Izuku's face. "I came to check on the training site, to visualize the task ahead." His voice was low, devoid of its usual bravado. "I did not expect to find you here. Or to find this." He gestured at the engine block. "This is not the result of physical training, young Midoriya. Explain." The command was gentle, but it was a command nonetheless. From his hero, from the man who had offered him a dream. The dam broke. It started haltingly, a stammering mess about rain and an alley and a dying man. Then the words began to tumble out faster, a flood of fear and guilt and confusion. He spoke of the green, corrosive light, the man's apology, the agony of the transfer, the hollow feeling afterward, the soda can, the men on the street and the hole in the sleeve, his analysis, his terror, his resolution to never use it, and finally, his frustrated, angry lapse here on the beach. He called it abyss. Izuku finished, his voice trembling. He said it was a curse, that it was hungry, and he was afraid. All for one was afraid of it. At the name, All Might went very still. The night air seemed to grow colder. All for one, All Might repeated. The words were soft, but they carried a weight that pressed down on Izuku's shoulders. He was the one who possessed this quirk before. The man said he took it from a villain. He didn't know what it was. All for one must have discarded it into him. And then it came to me. All Might was silent for a long moment. He walked over to the engine block, running a thin finger over the impossibly smooth interior of the void. "Erase," he murmured. "Not destroy. Erase. A power that uncreates." He looked back at Izuku, his expression grave. "You understand the magnitude of this, my boy?" Izuku nodded, a jerky, desperate motion. "I do. That's why I can't use it. I want one for all. I want to earn my power through training, through your gift. This isn't a hero's power. Is that so?" All Might's question was not a challenge. It was an invitation to think deeper. He sat down on a rusted car door with a sigh, gesturing for Izuku to join him on a nearby, less hazardous chunk of concrete. Izuku sat, the cold of the concrete seeping through his clothes. "A hero's power," All Might began, staring out at the dark ocean, "is not defined by its aesthetics. It is defined by the heart of the one who wields it. I have fought villains with powers of light and healing. I have fought heroes whose abilities were born from darkness and pain. The tool does not make the craftsman. But this tool, it only takes away," Izuku whispered. "It doesn't save. It doesn't protect. It just makes things not exist." doesn't it? All Might turned his head. You used it to free this refrigerator, yes. A trivial thing, but the principle. Imagine a villain trapped under rubble after a battle, suffocating. Cool. Do you erase just enough debris to create an air pocket? Imagine a catastrophic machine, its reactor about to go critical. Could you erase the core mechanism, safely neutralizing it? Imagine a poison in a victim's veins. Izuku flinched. He'd had the same thoughts. I think so. But the risk, one mistake, one moment of lost focus, and I erase a part of the person instead of the poison. Or I collapse the whole building. It's too precise. It requires too much knowledge. I'm not smart enough. Aren't you? All Might's eyes glinted in the low light. Your analysis notebooks. Your mind that dissects quirks and strategies. That is not the mind of someone who is not smart enough. That is the mind of someone who, with time and training, could learn to wield a scalpel instead of a broadsword. He leaned forward, his skeletal frame imposing in its intensity. You see this power as a curse because it was given in horror. Because it frightens you. Good. It should frighten you. And why power worth having should come with fear. Fear is the check on arrogance. The man who gave it to you feared it because it was forced upon him, a parasite from his enemy. You have a choice. A choice. To master it, All Might said simply, or to be mastered by it. To let it fester in the dark, unused until desperation forces it out in a wild, uncontrolled burst. Or to bring it into the light. To study it. To understand its limits, its costs, its true nature. To make it yours. He placed a hand on Izuku's shoulder. It was light, but it felt like an anchor. One for All is a legacy of passing on power to face a great evil. This, Abyss, it is a weapon that fell from that evil's own armory. Who better to wield it than the one who stands against him? The idea was so monumental it stole Izuku's breath. Wield All for one's own discarded weapon against him. It felt poetic, it felt right, and it felt utterly terrifying. You're not telling me to get rid of it? Izuku asked, his voice small. Could you? All Might countered. From your description, it is not a separate entity you can excise. It has integrated with you. To try and remove it might be to unmake a part of yourself. No, he shook his head. This is your quirk now, young Midoriya. A second, unexpected inheritance. And a hero must know all the tools at his disposal. But one for all, Izuku's dream shimmered, feeling suddenly distant. Can I still? All Might's smile was thin but genuine. The offer stands. Your determination in the face of this, your honesty tonight, it only proves your mettle further. But understand this, the path is now infinitely more complex. You must train your body to receive one for all. And you must train your mind and spirit to command this abyss. You will be walking two roads at once. Few could bear it. Izuku looked down at his hands, clenched in his lap. The weight hadn't lifted. It had changed. It was no longer the crushing burden of a secret shame. It was the deliberate, back-breaking weight of a duty accepted. He could say no. He could refuse this dual path. He could beg All Might to find another successor for one for all and try to live a quiet life, hiding his curse. He thought of the men who had come for him. They wouldn't let him live quietly. He thought of the future villains, the disasters, the people he could save with a power that could edit reality itself. He thought of the hunger inside, patient and waiting. If he didn't learn to feed it responsibly, what would it consume instead? He took a deep, shuddering breath, filling his lungs with the salty, rusty air. He lifted his head and met All Might's eyes. I'll do it, he said. The tremor was gone from his voice. It was quiet, but it was solid. I'll walk both roads. I'll master my body, and I'll master this. All Might's smile widened, a flicker of his brilliant, heroic self. Then we begin now. Your first lesson in quirk control. Do not use it. Izuku blinked. What? You rely on it as a shortcut. You used it here out of frustration. That is the path to being mastered by it. From this moment, you will not use the abyss for any purpose unless I explicitly instruct you to, or in a direct life or death situation with no other option. Your physical training will be just that, physical. You will clear this beach with your own sweat and sinew. You will build the foundation on for one for all with your own two hands. Do you understand? It was the discipline he'd been lacking. The external command he needed to build his own internal walls. Izuku nodded firmly. Yes, sir. Good. All Might stood. Now, show me your analysis. This notebook of yours. Izuku fumbled for his backpack, pulling out the notebook. He handed it over, a strange mix of pride and vulnerability churning in his gut. All Might flipped through it under the dim light, his eyes scanning the dense notes, the hypotheses, the fear laid bare in clinical terms. Remarkable, he murmured. You've already begun the work of understanding. This is a better start than most heroes have with their own quirks. He closed the book and handed it back. We will use this. We will design control exercises. But first, the foundation. He pointed a bony finger at the mountain of trash. The beach, your primary training ground. It will teach you stamina, strength, patience. And it will keep you too tired to be tempted by easy solutions. His eyes softened. It will also be good for your soul, young Midoriya. To create, rather than unmake. To restore. The words settled in Izuku's heart. To create, rather than unmake. That was the core of it. That was the antidote. Now, go home, All Might said. Get rest. Meet me here at dawn tomorrow. We begin your true journey. Izuku stood, shouldering his backpack. He felt different. The secret was shared. The path, though harder, was clear. He took a few steps toward the street, then paused, looking back. All Might was still standing there, a gaunt sentinel before the sea of junk. His gaze fixed on the void in the engine block. The hero's posture was no longer just concerned. It was solemn, thoughtful, and etched with a deep, familiar vigilance. He wasn't just training a successor now. He was assessing a new, unpredictable variable in the ancient war against his greatest enemy. And the variable was a scared, determined boy with a hole in his heart where the universe could leak out. ... The walk home was a blur. The night felt less threatening, but more real. The weight was shared, but the responsibility was now doubly his. He let himself into the quiet apartment. His mother had left a note on the table, left some cold soba in the fridge. I have an early shift. Sleep well, my hero. Love, Mom. The word, hero, punched him in the gut. He wasn't a hero. He was a boy with a stolen, frightening power and a monumental task. But he was going to try. For her, for All Might, for the man in the rain who had been sorry. He ate the soba without tasting it, washed his bowl, and went to his room. He didn't open his analysis notebook. He simply lay in bed, staring at the ceiling. He focused inward, not to touch the abyss, but to acknowledge it. To map its presence, as one would map a dormant volcano. It was there, a stillness, a potential. I will learn your rules, he thought at it, not with anger or fear, but with a resolute calm. I will not let you control me. I will use you to protect, to create. The abyss did not answer. It had no voice, it only was. But for the first time since the rain, Izuku felt a semblance of peace. Not safety, not comfort, but purpose. His phone buzzed on the nightstand. A message from an unknown number. No words, just a single image, crystal clear. It was a photograph, taken from a distance with a long lens. It showed him, earlier that evening, sitting on the concrete with All Might in his skeletal form. Their postures were clear, intimate. A mentor and his student. The sage beneath the image was only 2 words, sent 15 minutes ago. We see you. The piece shattered. Ice flooded his veins. They'd been there. They'd been watching the whole time. His confession to All Might's mentorship. They had seen it all. He shot out of bed, locking his bedroom door on instinct, his breath coming in short, sharp gasps. He stared at the image. All Might's secret, his most vulnerable state, captured in a single frame. This wasn't a threat against him. Not directly. It was a threat against everything. They were showing him their reach, their patience, that his choices, his alliances, were all known, that he was living in a cage whose bars he couldn't even see. The abyss within him stirred, not with hunger, but with something colder. A reactive chill, a mirror of his own terror. It felt like the void itself was looking back at the watchers. Izuku slid down the back of his door to the floor, pulling his knees to his chest, the phone clutched in his trembling hand. He was caught between 2 titans, the symbol of peace and the symbol of fear, and he was just a boy standing on the beach between them, with a power that both of them, for very different reasons, now had their eyes on. Dawn felt like a lifetime away, and when it came, It would not bring a simple sunrise. It would bring the first day of a war he never asked to fight. On a rooftop a mile away, the man with the scaled neck lowered his camera. He sent the image, then powered off the device. His companion, the one with the white smile, leaned on the ledge. The symbol of peace himself, White Smile mused. This is more than interesting. This is a gift. The master will be pleased, Scaled Neck said, his voice flat. Pleased, White Smile chuckled. He'll be delighted. The boy is being woven directly into the tapestry of his oldest enemy. The tool is being sharpened by the very anvil it is meant to break. He looked out over the sleeping city, his smile widening. Let them train. Let them bond. Let the boy grow strong and hopeful. The deeper the roots, the more devastating the blight. They melted back into the shadows, leaving the rooftop empty. The stage was set, the players unaware of just how carefully the drama was being orchestrated from the wings. Chapter 5. Roots and Blight. Dawn at Takoba Beach was not a gentle awakening. It was a slow bleed of pale light over a landscape of metal teeth and plastic bones. The air was cold, smelling of salt, decay, and diesel. Izuku stood at the edge of the trash, a worn notebook in one hand and a pair of heavy work gloves in the other. He hadn't slept. The image on his phone was burned onto the back of his eyelids. We see you. It wasn't just a message. It was a hook in his skin, a constant, unseen drag. But he was here, because All Might said to be. Because the path was forward, or it was nothing. He heard the scrape of a boot on concrete. All Might approached in his true form, shoulders slumped, face drawn. He carried 2 large metal water bottles. His eyes, shadowed and serious, met Izuku's. No booming greeting, just a silent, heavy understanding. He'd seen the photo, too. Izuku had forwarded it immediately last night, his fingers clumsy with panic. The response had been a single line. * do not acknowledge. Do not respond. We begin at dawn. *. Good, All Might said, his voice a gravelly whisper. Punctuality is the first discipline. He set down the water bottles. The rules are simple. You will clear this section of the beach. He gestured to a marked out area, a relatively small but dense patch of debris. You will do so using only your body, simple tools, and your own ingenuity. The abyss remains sheathed. This is not a test of your new power. It is a test of your will against the temptation of it. Understood? Yes, sir. Second, All Might's gaze sharpened. You will be vigilant. You will note any unusual observation. But you will not act on it. You will report anything to me. And me alone. We are being watched to provoke a reaction. We will give them none. We will give them only sweat, and hard work, and the tedious, boring sight of a boy building himself from the ground up. The game requires drama. We will deny it to them. Izuku nodded, the knot of fear in his chest loosening a fraction. All Might had a plan. Even for this. Then we begin. The first day was a special kind of hell. The work was back-breaking, menial, and frustrating. A rusted washing machine, filled with wet sand, was an immovable monolith. A tangle of fishing N. A and steel cable was a puzzle with no solution but brute force and stubborn patience. Izuku pulled, lifted, dragged, and shoved. His muscles, already sore from his self-imposed regimen, screamed in protest. His gloves tore, his hands grew raw, and constantly, the whisper. Every time he faced an immovable object, his new sense mapped its weak points. There, a single rusted weld. Unmake it, and the whole panel comes free. Every time his body screamed for rest, he felt the cool potential of the abyss. Erase the fatigue. Just a little. Just enough to keep going. He didn't. He clenched his jaw, dug his heels into the sand, and pulled until he saw stars. All Might did not help. He sat on a discarded refrigerator, a silent overseer. He offered no encouragement, no pep talks. He only watched, his eyes missing nothing. Izuku's strain, his glances toward the city skyline, the way his hands sometimes twitched at a particularly tough snag. By midday, Izuku's world had narrowed to the burn in his lungs and the ache in his back. He had cleared a pathetic 3 square meters. The scale of the task was a laughing, gargantuan joke. He slumped onto a tire, gulping water, his whole body trembling with exhaustion. Your analysis, All Might said suddenly, his voice cutting through the haze of fatigue. On the abyss. You theorize it feeds on the erasure, that it provides a feedback of satisfaction, even physical rejuvenation. Quote, Izuku nodded, wiping his mouth. Yes, sir, a small amount. It's addictive. Describe the sensation. Precisely. Izuku closed his eyes, trying to separate the memory from the fear. It's cool, like a drink of cold water in a desert. It starts in my center and spreads out. The feeling of fatigue, it doesn't vanish, but it lessens. Like a weight has been removed. The hunger, it goes quiet. For a while, All Might was silent for a long moment. And the range, the control, it extended last night. With my frustration, maybe 5 meters. But it's unreliable. It's tied to my focus. And my emotions make that focus volatile. Then your first true lesson with your quirk begins now, All Might said. Not in its use, in its management. Your emotions are the throttle. Your focus is the steering wheel. You must learn to control both, separate from the power itself. Starting with the most basic emotion of all, frustration. He pointed to a concrete block half buried in the sand, wrapped in rebar. That is your next task. You will not touch it with your quirk. You will move it using only the tools at hand and your own body. And you will do so without a single grimace of anger. Your face will be calm. Your breath will be steady. You will treat it as a math problem, not an obstacle. It was a bizarre, psychological torture. The block was monstrously heavy. The rebar snagged on everything. Izuku's body begged for mercy. His new instincts shouted shortcuts. He began. He focused on his breathing. In, out. He analyzed the block. The bar hooks could be used as leverage points. He found a long pipe to use as a fulcrum. He worked with slow, deliberate movements, ignoring the fire in his muscles. When a strap snapped, sending him stumbling, he didn't curse. He stopped, examined the broken strap, tied it in a new knot, and continued. Sweat dripped into his eyes. His calm was a thin veneer over an ocean of exhaustion and simmering panic. But he held it. From his perch, All Might watched. A small, approving nod. It took an hour. The block moved a single, grueling meter. But it moved. And Izuku had not lost his composure. Enough for today, All Might said as the sun began to dip, painting the trash heap in oranges and long, distorted shadows. You have made a start. More importantly, you have held the line. Go home. Eat. Rest. Your body needs to recover the honest way. Tomorrow, we add to the regimen. Izuku's legs felt like rubber. He was filthy, aching, and utterly spent. But beneath the exhaustion, something else flickered, a tiny, stubborn ember of pride. He had done it, without the abyss. As he gathered his things, All Might spoke again, his voice lower. They are still watching. From the northeast, the construction site. Do not look. Izuku froze. The hook in his skin tugged hard. He wanted to look, to stare back at the unseen eyes, to scream his defiance. He didn't. He bent to tie his shoe, his heart hammering against his ribs. How many? He murmured, barely moving his lips. 2. The same, I would guess. They are professionals. This is a shift change. They have been here all day, bored out of their minds. A hint of dry humor touched All Might's voice. Let them be bored. Their report will be dull. The boy lifted trash. The man watched. Nothing of note. This is our victory today, young Midoriya. A boring one. Izuku stood, shouldering his bag. He gave a slight, almost imperceptible nod. He walked away from the beach, up toward the street, feeling the gaze on his back like a physical pressure. He didn't turn around. ... The pattern repeated. Dawn to dusk, day after day. The section of beach slowly, agonizingly, began to clear. A patch of actual sand appeared, pale and smooth. It was the most rewarding sight Izuku had ever seen. The training evolved. All Might incorporated basic combat maneuvers, footwork, dodges, rolls, using the uneven terrain of the junk as an obstacle course. Your quirk may be ranged, but you cannot rely on it exclusively. You must be harder to hit than your target is to erase. Izuku's body changed, not dramatically, but steadily. The softness melted away, replaced by wiry, resilient muscle. His stamina grew. He could work for hours before the trembling set in. The hunger of the abyss became a constant, low-grade hum, a background noise he was learning to ignore. All Might also began his own, peculiar lessons. He would place a complex piece of machinery, A lawnmower engine, a bicycle gear assembly, in front of Izuku. Explain its function. Identify its critical load-bearing points. Tell me, if you were to use your quirk to disable it non-destructively, where and how much would you erase? It was a mental exercise, a safe outlet for the analytical part of the power. Izuku would lose himself in it, drawing diagrams in the sand, explaining torque and stress points. All Might would listen, then ask harder questions. What if it was under load? What if the material was a polymer instead of metal? What if a person's hand was on this lever? It was training his mind to think with the precision the abyss demanded, without ever activating it. The surveillance continued. Izuku felt it some days, a prickling on his neck. Other days, nothing. He followed the rule, never acknowledge, never react. He was a boy cleaning a beach. Nothing more. One overcast afternoon, about 3 weeks in, the equilibrium broke. Izuku was wrestling with a waterlogged sofa, a beast of sodden fabric and rusted springs. He'd almost got it onto Hi's makeshift cart when a rotten leg snapped. The sofa lurched, pinning his foot against a buried car bumper. Pain, sharp and sudden, lanced up his ankle. He bit back a cry, trying to shift his weight. He was stuck. All Might was on the other side of the cleared zone, inspecting a pile of sorted metal. He hadn't seen. Izuku took a steadying breath, pushing down the flare of panic. Assess. His foot wasn't broken, but the pressure was intense, cutting off circulation. He needed leverage. Then he saw them. 2 figures, not in the usual distant perch. They were walking down the beach access ramp, about 50 meters away. Casual, like afternoon strollers. The scaled neck man and his partner. They were making no attempt to hide today. They stopped, looking out at the ocean, then slowly turned the gazes toward him. Their expressions were bland, but their intent was a palpable wave. A test, a direct confrontation. Izuku's heart slammed against his ribs. The hook was no longer in his skin. It was pulling him toward them. The abyss within him stirred, not with hunger, but with a reactive, cold clarity. It perceived the threat. It mapped the distance. 53 meters. The sand between them. The air. Unmake the ground at their feet. A pit. A stumble. A warning. Asterisk. The temptation was a physical ache, worse than the pain in his foot. They were here to provoke him. To make him break the rules. To give them something interesting to report. He looked away. He focused on his trapped foot. He braced his hands on the sofa and the bumper, gritting his teeth. With a grunt of pure effort, he pushed and twisted. Fabric tore. Springs shrieked. His foot came free, throbbing, but functional. He didn't look at the men. He picked up a broken oar he used as a lever and went back to work on the sofa. His movements deliberate, his face a mask of concentration. His entire being was screaming, but outwardly, he was just a boy, struggling with a piece of trash. In his peripheral vision, he saw the 2 men exchange a glance. A long, silent moment passed. Then they turned and walked back up the ramp, disappearing into the city. Only when they were gone did the tremors hit. Izuku dropped the oar, his hands shaking violently. He sank onto the damp sand, clutching his injured ankle, breathing in ragged gasps. A shadow fell over him. All Might stood there, his face grim. He'd seen the end of it. You held, All Might said quietly. There was a profound respect in his tone. That was the hardest test yet. And you passed. The getting closer, Izuku managed to say. Yes, the pressure increases. They grow impatient for the drama. All Might knelt, his knees popping, and examined Izuku's ankle with gentle, surprisingly skilled fingers. A bad bruise. No break. Good. He looked up, meeting Izuku's eyes. They wanted you to use your power. To see its nature, its range, your emotional state when you do. You denied them. That is a greater show of strength than any quirk. He helped Izuku to his feet, supporting him as they hobbled toward the street. We are adapting our schedule. The beach will remain your primary training, but we must accelerate other aspects. We cannot assume they will remain observers forever. What other aspects? Izuku asked, wincing as he put weight on his foot. One for All Might said, his voice dropping even lower. The body you are building, it is not yet ready. But the world, and our watchers, may not grant us the luxury of ready. We must begin the process of integration. Soon. The words should have been electric, the fulfillment of his deepest dream. But now, they felt like a step onto an even narrower ledge. He wasn't just going to receive an awesome power. He was going to try and bind two cosmic forces within his fragile human frame, the legendary power of passing on, and the cursed power of absolute negation. Could one vessel hold both creation and uncreation? That night, in his room, Izuku didn't analyze his quirk. He sat on his bed, looking at the small, clean patch of beach in a photo he'd taken that morning. His creation. He thought of the men's bland, watching faces, of All Might's grim resolve, of the hollow, patient hunger inside himself. He was no longer just cleaning a beach. He was building a fortress of will, of muscle, of mundane, boring effort. And outside the walls, the shadows were gathering, waiting for the first crack in the foundation. He touched the photo, his finger over the clean sand. This is mine, he thought, with a fierceness that surprised him. I made this, not with erasure, with my hands. You can watch all you want, but you can't take this. The abyss, for the first time, didn't feel like a separate tenant. In that moment of defiant, quiet pride, it felt like a part of the fortress's foundation, a deep, dark well at its center, not to be used, but to be known, to be guarded. The roots were digging in, deep into the sand and the struggle. And somewhere in the city's heart, a man who loved blights listened to a report of a boring day at the beach, and his smile was a slow, creeping thing. Patience, he murmured to his bored subordinates. Even the most carefully tended garden has weeds. And when they sprout, that is when we apply the herbicide. The roots held, for now, but the blight was patient, and it loved nothing more than a struggling, hopeful thing to corrupt. Chapter 6. 2 sparks, 1 tinderbox. The bruise on Izuku's ankle was a deep, ugly purple, a map of pain that forced him into a limping rhythm. It was a constant, grounding reminder of the pressure on the beach. For 3 days, he worked through it, the ache a companion to the burn in his muscles. The surveillance felt different now, closer, more intrusive, like a held breath waiting for an exhale. All Might's lessons grew more intense. The combat drills shifted from simple footwork to controlled takedowns using leverage and momentum. Your quirk is a scalpel, All Might grunted, easily deflecting Izuku's clumsy charge and guiding him into the sand. But a surgeon must still know how to wrestle if the patient gets unruly. You cannot always operate from a distance. The mental exercises grew more complex, more dire. Now, the scenarios involved people. A villain with a hardening quirk has a civilian in a bear hug. The pressure will crush them in 60 seconds. Your erasure cannot affect the villain's skin directly. It's part of his biology, too integrated. What do you do? Izuku, sweaty and sandy, closed his eyes. He visualized it, not as a hero fantasy, but as a physics and biology problem. The ground beneath him, he said, his voice calm with focus. Not to drop him into a pit that could injure the civilian. I erase a shallow, angled section just under his heels. It disrupts his balance, forces him to shift his stance, loosening his grip for a critical second. A distraction for another hero to strike, or for the civilian to twist free. All Might nodded, a glint of approval in his sunken eyes. Good, non-lethal, indirect, tactical. Now, harder, the same villain, but he is standing on a narrow ledge over a drop. The same tactic could kill them both. Quote, Izuku's brow furrowed. He was learning to think in layers, in consequences. The abyss demanded a chess master's foresight. It was during one of these mental marathons, 4 days after the confrontation, that the world shifted again. They were taking a water break near the growing pile of sorted scrap. The late afternoon sun was a hazy gold, glinting off the sea. All Might was in his skeletal form, sipping water, his gaze distant. Your body is approaching the baseline, he said abruptly. Not ready, but the foundation is laid. The time has come to discuss the next step. Izuku's breath hitched. One for all. The dream was a whisper now, tangled in thorns, but still there. The power is a living thing, All Might continued, his voice low and solemn. A legacy of wills, passed from holder to holder. To receive it is to have your very DNA rewritten. It is a violent, glorious transformation. Your body must be a strong vessel to contain it without shattering. He looked at Izuku, his eyes grave. With the addition of your other inheritance, the process is unprecedented. We must be meticulous. He reached into his pocket and pulled out not a glowing hair, but a small, sealed plastic bag. Inside was a single, coarse strand of golden hair. This contains my DNA, the catalyst for the transfer, All Might said. But you will not ingest it yet. First, we must perform a test. A compatibility probe, of sorts. A test. Izuku's mouth was dry. One for all is accumulation, multiplication, positive energy. Your abyss is negation, void, negative space. We must see how they react to one another on the smallest possible scale before we attempt a full merger. He held out the bag. You will take this hair. You will hold it in your hand. And you will, very carefully, attempt to erase a single, microscopic portion of it. Not to destroy it, but to see if your power can even interact with it. To see if one for all rejects the void. The air left Izuku's lungs. This was it. The moment the two roads he was walking converged. He stared at the hair, a simple thing that contained a universe of hope. What if I erase it all? He whispered. Then we have our answer. All Might said, his face unreadable. And we must forge a new path. But I do not believe it will be so simple. One for all has survived centuries. It is stubborn. Hands trembling, Izuku took the bag. He opened it, the plastic rustling loudly in the quiet. He pinched the single golden hair between his thumb and forefinger. It felt ordinary, but his new sense screamed otherwise. To his abyss-enhanced perception, the hair was a torrent of contained energy, a coiled star. It was the densest, most alive thing he had ever perceived. He took a shuddering breath, finding his center. He built the wall in his mind, separating his fear from his focus. He was a scientist. This was an experiment. He focused on the very tip of the hair, a segment no longer than a single cell. Unmake. Asterisk. The command was a whisper in the cathedral of his mind. The abyss stirred. It reached for the designated point. And met resistance. It wasn't a wall. It was a pressure. A vibrant, thrumming force that pushed back against the negation. Izuku felt it. A contest on a microscopic scale. His void tried to cancel. One for all's energy simply was asterisk. Too potent, too fundamental to be easily unmade. It was like trying to erase a law of physics. Sweat beaded on Izuku's forehead. He increased his focus, the pull from his center growing stronger. The hunger within him leaned in, interested. The tip of the hair began to fray, not vanish, but to glow, to dissipate into motes of golden light that winked out one by one. It was being overcome, but not cleanly. It was a struggle, an unraveling. A jolt, like a static shock, traveled up Izuku's arm. A feedback not of cool satisfaction, but of raw, buzzing power. It was sweet and burning at once. The hair in his fingers grew warm. Enough. All Might's voice was sharp. Izuku severed the connection, gasping. He looked at the hair. The very tip was gone, but not erased into nothing. It had been transformed, dissipated into energy that now tingled in his own hand. The strand was slightly shorter, its end glowing faintly before the light faded. He stared, panting. It resisted. It fought back. All Might's eyes were wide, not with alarm, but with intense fascination. He took the hair, examining it. Not a rejection, an interaction. A conversion. He looked at Izuku. How do you feel? Izuku assessed himself. The usual cool satisfaction was there, but layered with that strange, buzzing aftertaste. His fatigue from the day's work was gone, replaced by a jittery, hyper-alert energy. Strange. Energized. But not right. Like I drank lightning. The energies are not incompatible. All Might mused, a slow smile spreading across his gaunt face. It was the smile of a man seeing a puzzle piece click into place. They are opposites, and opposites can coexist. They can even balance. His gaze hardened. But this means the transfer will not be passive. It will be a confrontation. Your body will be the battleground for creation and uncreation. It will be excruciating. Izuku clenched his fist, feeling the foreign energy crackle under his skin. I can take it. I believe you can, All Might said, his voice softening. But not today. Now we know. We proceed with caution. We continue to build your body, stronger than ever. And we will choose the moment carefully. He placed the shortened hair back in the bag. This changes everything, young Midoriya. You may not just inherit one for all. You may filter it, shape it. The potential is beyond anything I imagined. The weight of that potential was a new gravity, pulling at him. He wasn't just a successor. He was an experiment, a fusion. The moment was shattered by the sound of an explosion. Not a large one, not nearby, but it was distinct, sharp, a familiar, percussive crack that echoed from a few blocks away, followed by the faint sound of screams. Izuku and All Might both snapped their heads toward the sound. It came from the direction of a commercial street, not far from Izuku's usual route home. Another explosion, closer this time. Then another, a villain attack, All Might muttered, already straightening, his body tensing to transform. But Izuku was already moving, driven by an instinct older than his new powers. His analyst's mind supplied the location, the probable cause, a robbery gone loud, a temperamental quirk. His legs, forgetting their limp, carried him toward the beach access ramp. Young Midoriya, wait. Izuku didn't wait. Civilians were in danger. That was the first rule. He hit the street, his heart hammering a new rhythm. The jittery energy from the hair test still buzzed in his veins, mingling with adrenaline. He rounded a corner onto the main street. Chaos. A bank's front windows were blown out. Smoke billowed from the interior. People were running, screaming. In the center of the street, standing amidst debris, was a figure Izuku knew better than his own reflection. Katsuki Bakugo. He was in his school uniform, his hands smoking, his face a mask of furious contempt. He was squared off against three men in crude masks, their quirks manifesting, one with elongated, bladed fingers, another with skin like pumice stone, a third whose body shimmered with heat haze. You extras think you can just walk in and take what you want. Bakugo roared, letting off a warning blast at their feet that made them flinch. I was in line to make a damn deposit. You ruined my afternoon. One of the villains, bladed fingers, lunged. Bakugo didn't dodge. He exploded forward, meeting T. He lunged with a devastating right hook that was more blast than punch. The villain was thrown back, his blades snapping. It was brutal, efficient, and reckless. Debris from the explosion peppered the street, forcing fleeing civilians to duck. Bakugo wasn't trying to contain the fight. He was trying to win it, spectacularly and immediately. Izuku skidded to a halt behind the cover of her overturned newsstand. His mind raced. 3 villains. 1 bladed, close range. 1 tank-like, likely shock absorption. 1 heat-based, probable ranged. Kaken is engaging the bladed one, ignoring the others. The heat villain is flanking. As if on cue, the heat haze villain raised a hand. The air above Bakugo shimmered, then ignited in a wave of concussive flame. Bakugo saw it at the last second, using an explosion to propel himself sideways. He avoided the full blast, but the edge of it caught his uniform jacket, searing it, and sent him spinning into the side of a car with a sickening thud. He was up instantly, snarling, but his movements were off balance. The pumice-skinned villain charged, aiming to crush him against the wreckage. Izuku didn't think. He moved, not with the abyss, with his feet. He sprinted from cover, not toward Bakugo, but on an intercept course with the charging tank. Kaken, down. Bakugo's head whipped around. His eyes, wide with fury, found Izuku's for a split second. Sheer surprise made him comply, ducking low. The pumice villain, confused by the new target, hesitated. Izuku didn't attack. He slid the last few feet, grabbing a fallen metal signpost. He jammed it into the ground just in front of the villain's leading foot, not to trip him, but as a lever. The villain's own momentum, combined with the unexpected obstacle, made him stumble. Not a fall, just a disruption, a half-second of bought time. It was enough. Bakugo was already recovering. He planted a hand on the car hood and kicked out with both feet, a twin explosion erupting from his soles. It caught the stumbling villain square in the chest, launching him back into the heat villain, tangling them both. Deku! Bakugo screamed, his voice a mixture of rage and something else, utter, profound disbelief. What the hell are you doing? The heat won. He needs a second to focus. Izuku yelled back, scrambling to his feet. Don't let him. Bladed Fingers was up, ignoring Izuku, going for Bakugo's exposed back. Izuku saw it. The calculation was instant, visceral. No time for tactics. No time for the careful, surgical use of power All Might was teaching him. This was life, and death, and Kaken. His hand shot out, not in a fist, but fingers spread. His focus narrowed to the villain's leading foot, specifically, the sole of his boot where it was about to make contact with the asphalt for a push-off. Unmake, asterisk, a disc of rubber and pavement, the size of a coin, vanished. The villain's foot slipped on the suddenly smooth, slightly concave surface he'd created. His charge faltered, his balance gone. Bakugo, sensing the movement behind him, spun and unleashed a point-blank explosion into the villain's stomach, ending the fight for him. Silence, for a heartbeat, except for the crackle of fire and distant sirens. The two remaining villains, untangling themselves, saw their leader down, saw the fierce, smoking Bakugo, and saw the strange, green-haired boy with a hand still outstretched. They hesitated. That's when a massive shadow fell over the street. Fear not, All Might, in all his muscular, golden-haired glory, landed between the villains and the BOYS with a shockwave that rattled the remaining windows. For I am here. The fight was over in 2 gentle taps. The villains were subdued, cowering before the symbol of peace. But Izuku wasn't looking at All Might. He was looking at his own hand, then at the perfect, small hole in the street where the villain's foot had been. He'd used it, in combat, not perfectly, not surgically, but he'd used it to protect. The cool satisfaction washed through him, laced with the leftover buzz from One for All. It felt powerful, righteous. Then he looked up and met Bakugo's eyes. The blonde was staring at him, his chest heaving, his expression unreadable. He'd seen it, the outstretched hand, the villain's inexplicable slip, the hole that hadn't been there before. His gaze traveled from Izuku's face to his hand, to the hole, then back. The fury was still there, but it was frozen, confused. The bedrock of their reality, Izuku the quirkless, Bakugo the powerful, had just developed a crack. You. Bakugo breathed, the word barely audible over the sirens. All Might finished securing the villains, then turned, his brilliant smile in place for the cameras that were now arriving. But his eyes found Izuku, and in them was no smile. There was a warning, and a question. Izuku had broken the rule. He'd used the abyss. He'd revealed it, however subtly, to the person who knew him best in the world. And he'd done it to save the person who'd made his life hell. The irony was a bitter taste in his mouth. The buzzing energy in his veins turned cold. He had stepped over a line. Not for glory, not for a shortcut, but for Kaken. And now, as the heroes and police swarmed the scene, as Bakugo continued to stare at him with dawning, explosive suspicion, Izuku knew the quiet, boring battle on the beach was over. The real war had just found its first, most personal front. In a dark room, a screen played the news footage of All Might's capture, focusing briefly on the 2 boys at the edge of the frame, one glaring, one looking shell-shocked. The man with the white smile leaned forward, his teeth gleaming in the monitor's light. There, he whispered, the first weed sprouts. He reached for the phone. The herbicide, he said, his voice sweet with malice, may now be applied. Chapter 7. The Garden of Thorned Roses. The silence in the police station's small IEW room was thicker than the smoke from the bank. It smelled of stale coffee and industrial cleaner. Izuku sat on a hard plastic chair, his mother hovering protectively beside him, her hand a trembling weight on his shoulder. All Might, in his skeletal form, introduced as Yagi Toshinori, a concerned bystander and friend of the family, sat opposite a tired-looking detective. Bakugo and his parents were in another room down the hall. The detective, Tsukauchi, had a kind but weary face. He'd taken their statements separately. Izuku's had been a masterpiece of omission. He'd seen the fight, he'd run to help. He'd used a piece of debris to trip a villain. He said nothing about a hole in the street, about a focused thought, about a cool satisfaction in his gut. He was just a brave, reckless kid who'd gotten lucky. You understand, Midoriya-kun, Tsukauchi said, not unkindly, that what you did was incredibly dangerous. You're lucky to be unhurt. I understand, sir, Izuku murmured, staring at the scuffed table. He could feel All Might's gaze on him, a silent pressure. And you're certain, Tsukauchi continued, flipping a page in his notebook, that you have no quirk that could have altered the environment, created that particular hole in the asphalt. Izuku's heart was a trapped bird. He'd prepared for this. He'd seen the forensics team examining the spot. The hole was too perfect, too clean. It looked manufactured, not explosive. No, sir, he said, forcing his voice level. I'm quirkless. It must have been from the earlier explosions. Or maybe the villain's quirk did something weird to the ground. Tsukauchi's eyes lingered on him for a moment longer. He knew Izuku was lying. A good detective always knew. But the lie was harmless on its face, and the boy was a victim of circumstance. Pushing him would serve no purpose but to terrify a traumatized child. Very well, Tsukauchi said, closing his notebook with a soft snap. That's all for now. You're free to go. But please, leave heroics to the heroes, young man. Inko bowed deeply, her voice choked with relief and residual fear. Thank you, detective. Thank you. As they left the station, the night air was a cold shock. Inko fussed over Izuku, checking for injuries he didn't have. All Might walked a few steps behind, a silent, gaunt shadow. They were almost to the corner when a voice, low and seething, cut through the night. Deku. Izuku froze. Bakugo stood under a street lamp, his parents already walking ahead, giving him a moment. His arms were crossed, his posture rigid. The usual explosive anger was banked, replaced by something colder, more analytical. It was a look Izuku knew well. Bakugo assessing a rival's quirk. Kaken, Izuku said, the name tasting like ash. Bakugo took a step forward, ignoring Inko's protective flinch and All Might's watchful presence. His eyes were narrowed to crimson slits. That hole, he said, each word precise and sharp as a scalpel. Wasn't there. Then it was, right where that extra's foot was going to be. He took another step, closing the distance. You tripped him. Not with junk, with something else. Izuku's mouth was dry. He could lie again, but Bakugo had seen. He'd seen Izuku's focus, his outstretched hand. The lie would be transparent, and it would only feed Bakugo's contempt. I just wanted to help, Izuku whispered, which was the truest thing he could say. Bakugo's jaw tightened. He looked from Izuku to the tall, skeletal man standing behind him, a man whose presence here was inexplicable. His sharp mind connected dots Izuku wished he wouldn't. You've been different, Bakugo stated. Quieter, sneaking off, and now this. A sneer twisted his lips, but it lacked its usual conviction. It was confused. Did you lie, Deku? All this time, hiding some pathetic, useless trick. The words should have stung. But all Izuku felt was a hollow dread. This was the beginning, the scrutiny. It's not like that, Kaken, he said, his voice firmer than he felt. Then what is it? Bakugo's control slipped, a spark popping in his palm. What did you do? That's enough, young man. All Might's voice, though quiet, carried a finality that made Bakugo flinch. He hadn't spoken in his hero voice, but the authority was innate. Midoriya acted with courage today. Be grateful for your classmates' assistance, and leave it at that. Bakugo glared at All Might, then back at Izuku, his expression a storm of conflicting emotions, gratitude warring with fury, confusion battling with a deep, ingrained suspicion. With a final, dismissive, tech, he turned and stomped after his parents, his shoulders hunched. The walk home was silent. At the apartment door, All Might paused. I will call tomorrow, young Midoriya. We have much to discuss. Rest tonight. You've earned it. When the door closed, Inko finally broke, pulling Izuku into a crushing hug, sobbing into his shoulder. Oh, Izuku, my brave, foolish boy. Please, please never do that again. He held her, feeling like the worst kind of fraud. I'm sorry, Mom. I'm so sorry. Later, in the sanctum of his room, the exhaustion hit him like a physical wave. But his mind wouldn't quiet. He saw the whole. He felt the cool slip of power. He saw Bakugo's knowing, furious eyes. He pulled out his notebook. His hand hovered over the page. He couldn't write about the abyss. Not tonight. Instead, he wrote a single line at the top of a fresh sheet. Asterisk incident log. Bank confrontation. Asterisk. Asterisk consequence 1. Bakugo Katsuki is now aware of an anomaly. He will investigate. Asterisk. Asterisk consequence 2. Police have noted environmental irregularity. Low priority, but a data point exists. Asterisk. Asterisk consequence 3. I used the power in a high-stress scenario. Control was minimal but effective. Emotional state, protective, not angry. Feedback, stronger than usual, mixed with residual O for energy. No adverse effects. Asterisk. He paused, then added. Asterisk question. Did the observers see? If so, what was their assessment? Asterisk. He closed the book. The question hung in the air, unanswered and terrifying. ... The answer came not with a knock, but with a whisper. 2 days later, Izuku was walking home from the grocery store for his mother. He'd taken a longer, more public route, his nerves still frayed from the station. The encounter with Bakugo at school had been a masterpiece of avoidance, explosive glares from across the classroom, but no words. The unspoken truce of mutual confusion. He was passing a small, forgotten park, a patch of yellowing grass and a single rusted swing set, when he felt it. The prickling on his neck, the sensation of being watched, but closer than ever before. He stopped, his fingers tightening around the grocery bag handles. The park was empty. The street was quiet. "You're learning control." The voice came from behind him, soft, conversational. It wasn't scaled neck. It wasn't white smile. It was a new voice, cultured, smooth, and utterly chilling. Izuku turned slowly. A man leaned against the park's lone tree. He was dressed in an expensive-looking cream-colored coat, his hair neatly styled. He looked like a young businessman taking an afternoon stroll. His face was handsome, unremarkable. But his eyes were like deep, still water, holding nothing and everything at once. "The suppression is admirable," the man continued, pushing off the tree and taking a few casual steps closer. "The symbol of peace is a good teacher. Discipline, mundanity. He's trying to bore your power into submission." Izuku took a step back. "Who are you?" "A concerned party," the man said, smiling. It was a pleasant smile. It didn't touch his eyes. "You can call me Gardener." The name landed with a soft, sinister thud. "I've been watching your progress," Gardener said, his hands in his coat pockets. "The beach is a lovely metaphor, creating order from chaos. But you must know, some chaos has a purpose. Some weeds are not meant to be pulled. What do you want?" Izuku's voice was steady, but his heart was a frantic drum against his ribs. He reached for the abyss in his mind, not to use it, but to feel its presence, his dark well in a barren landscape. "I want to offer you a different perspective," Gardener said. He stopped a polite distance away. "You see your power as a curse, a thing to be managed, locked away. All might sees it as a tool, a weapon to be aimed. Both views are so limiting." He tilted his head. "What if it's neither? What if it's a gift? A new sense, a way to see the truth of the world. The truth, that everything is temporary, that structure is an illusion, that at the heart of all matter is space, potential." Gardener's gaze intensified. "You felt it, didn't you? When you erased the piece of the street, the rightness of it, the satisfaction of simplifying a complex, messy problem. You didn't just stop a villain. You edited a flaw in the scene." Izuku's blood ran cold. He had, in that moment, it had felt clean, efficient. "That feeling," Gardener whispered, taking half a step closer. "That is not a curse. That is clarity. The world is overbuilt, Midoriya Izuku. It is clogged with unnecessary things, weak ideas, fragile structures, flawed people. Your power, it is a clarifier. It pares away the excess to reveal the essential truth. And sometimes," his smile turned wistful, "the essential truth is nothing at all." Quote, "This was the blight, not a dramatic corruption, but a soft, persuasive rot." He wasn't threatening. He was congratulating. He was validating the very sensations that terrified Izuku. "You're one of them," Izuku breathed. "All for ones." Gardener's smile didn't falter. "The master has many gardens. He appreciates all forms of growth, even the kind that consumes other plants." He looked Izuku up and down, like assessing a rare sapling. "He is intrigued by you. A vessel that did not break. A wool that bends but does not snap. He wonders what you might become if you were pruned correctly. If you were given sunlight, instead of shade. I don't want anything from him." Izuku's voice gained strength. "He's a monster, is he?" Gardener asked, genuinely curious. "Or is he a gardener on a grand scale, removing societal weeds, cultivating strength, redistributing resources so the strong may flourish? Your symbol of peace maintains a fragile, king lawn where every blade must be the same. The master believes in a more vibrant, wilder ecosystem, where powers like yours are not feared, but celebrated." He reached into his coat. Izuku tensed, the abyss rising to the forefront of his mind, mapping the man's joints, his throat, the space between them. But Gardener only pulled out a small, plain business card. He held it out between two fingers. No threats, young Midoriya. Only an invitation. When you grow tired of moving trash by hand, when you grow weary of pretending to be less than you are, when you want to understand what you are. Yuli asterisk hold inside you. He placed the card on the swing's seat. The offer is open. To learn, to grow, without judgment, without fear. He began to walk away, then paused, looking back over his shoulder. His pleasant mask slipped for a single fraction of a second, revealing a glimpse of the infinite cold beneath. Ask yourself, he said, his voice dropping to a whisper that seemed to bypass Izuku's ears and plant itself directly in his brain. When you saved your angry little friend, did you do it for him? Or did you do it because his destruction would have been an unacceptable flaw in your world? He walked away, blending into the foot traffic of the distant sidewalk, leaving Izuku alone in the empty park. Izuku stood frozen, the grocery bags heavy in his hands. The card lay on the rusty swing, a stark white rectangle against the chipped blue paint. He didn't touch it. He couldn't. The man's words coiled around his heart, thorned and venomous. They found the secret fears he'd see. Confessed to no one. The clean satisfaction of the arrays, the terrifying efficiency, the arrogance of editing reality. Did you do it for him? Or to fix a flaw? Asterisk. He didn't know. That was the most terrifying thing of all. He left the card where it was. He walked home, each step heavy. The world no longer had just edges. It had thorns. And they were growing, not from the outside in, but from the outs he'd buried deep within his own soul. The gardener had come, and he hadn't planted a seed of evil. He'd simply watered a seed of doubt that was already there. On a rooftop overlooking the park, Scaled Neck lowered his binoculars. He didn't take the card. Beside him, White Smile chuckled. Of course he didn't. He's a good boy. But the gardener's words, they have roots. They don't need a card to grow. He patted his companion's shoulder. The herbicide isn't a poison, my friend. It's just a different kind of water. We're not killing the plant. We're just encouraging it to grow in a different direction. He looked toward Izuku's shrinking figure, his smile wide and empty. Toward the sun, he whispered. Our sun, Chapter 8, cracks in the foundation. The card stayed on the swing. Izuku didn't touch it, but he didn't tell All Might about it either. The gardener's words had burrowed too deep, too close to the bone. To speak them aloud would make them real in a new way. Instead, he carried them like a second, invisible bruise, one that ached when he thought about the hole in the street, the cool sip of satisfaction, the way Bakugo had looked at him. All Might noticed. The next beach session was under a slate-gray sky, the air heavy with unshed rain. Your focus is fractured, young Midoriya, All Might said, not unkindly, as Izuku fumbled a simple dodge drill. Sand spraying where it shouldn't. The incident with Bakugo Katsuki is preying on your mind. It was a safe assumption. Izuku latched onto it. He knows something's different, he admitted, catching his breath. He won't let it go. Quote, he is a rival, All Might said, watching a seagull pick at a rusted can. His kind of spirit, when confronted with the unknown, will either dismiss it or become obsessed. Which do you think he will choose? Obsessed, Izuku answered without hesitation. He knew Kaken. An unanswered question was an insult, a challenge to his perceived superiority. Then we must prepare for that scrutiny, All Might stated, but we must also ensure your own foundation is solid. Your control over the abyss is our priority. A shaky foundation cannot support the weight of one for all. He produced a small, polished river stone from his pocket, smooth and dark. Today, we move beyond theory and into fine control. You will erase a specific, shallow pattern on the surface of this stone. Not a hole, a carving, made of absence. Izuku stared at the stone. The idea was ludicrous. It was like asking someone to paint the Mona Lisa with a fire hose. I can't. You can, All Might said, his voice leaving no room for doubt. Because you must. Your power is not a club. It is a pen. You must learn to write with it, not just strike. He placed the stone on a flat piece of driftwood. Start simple. A single line, 1 millimeter deep, 1 centimeter long. Feel the stone's surface. Understand its grain. Then, with a thought as delicate as a breath, unmake only what you intend. It was the most difficult thing Izuku had ever attempted. For an hour, he sat cross-legged before the stone, his entire being focused on the tiny, dark surface. He reached out with his perception, feeling the minuscule pits and ridges, the crystal structure. He aimed for a single point, intending to drag the erasure in a straight line. His first attempt was a pit, a tiny, crater-like depression. Too deep, too wide. His second attempt skipped, creating a dashed line of micro-pits. The third attempt almost erased the entire stone. He jerked his focus back at the last second, leaving a wobbly, gouged scar. Frustration boiled up, hot and familiar. The whisper of the shortcut, just erase the whole thing and be done with it asterisk, hissed in his mind. He saw the gardener's pleasant smile. A clarifier, paring away the excess, asterisk. He clenched his fists, digging his nails into his palms. Number, asterisk. He closed his eyes, blocking out the gray sky, the trash, the pressure. He found his center, the dark, placid lake. He didn't reach for its power. He simply observed its stillness. He imagined his will as a needle, not a shovel. A tool of infinite sharpness, requiring an infinite delicacy of touch. He opened his eyes. He exhaled. Unmake, asterisk. The command was not a shout. It was a single, clear note. A line appeared on the stone. It was faint, hair-thin, and perfectly straight. A trench of pure nothingness. Exactly 1 millimeter deep, 1 centimeter long. A wave of cool satisfaction washed over him, but it was different. Cleaner, sharper. It wasn't the gulp of erasing a chunk of engine block. It was the precise click of a lock turning. The hunger sighed, not in satiation, but in appreciation. He'd done it. Excellent, All Might murmured, a genuine note of awe in his voice. He picked up the stone, running a thumb over the line of absence. The first true step. Remember this feeling. This is control. This is yours. The victory was small, private, and monumental. For a moment, the thorns in his mind receded. It didn't last. School the next day was a gauntlet. Bakugo's silent, seething observation was a physical weight. He didn't taunt. He didn't explode. He watched. In class, during lunch. In the halls, Izuku could feel the crimson eyes on him, dissecting, analyzing. It was worse than the outright bullying. This was a hunt. The breaking point came after final bell. Izuku was at his locker, shoving books into his bag, hoping to slip away to the beach. A hand slammed against the locker next to his head, making the metal ring. We need to talk, Deku. Izuku flinched, closing his locker slowly. Bakugo stood there, blocking the aisle, his other hand in his pocket, his posture deceptively casual. The hallway was emptying, but not empty enough. About what, Kaken? Izuku kept his voice low. Don't play stupid. Bakugo's voice was a low growl. The bank, the hole, your little trip. I've been checking the news. No forensics report. No mention of a weird quirk effect on the scene. It's like it never happened. He leaned in, his voice dropping to a venomous whisper. But I saw it, and you've been different for weeks. What's going on? Did you finally get a quirk? Some useless, pathetic telekinesis trick? Did you lie? The words were the same, but the intent was different. Bakugo wasn't just insulting him. He was interrogating. As trying to fit Izuku into a new category in his worldview, and it was infuriating him that he couldn't. Izuku met his gaze. The old fear was there, a ghost in his nerves. But beneath it was sympathy. NG knew, the memory of the clean line on the stone, the cool clarity of control. He wasn't the same boy who would crumble under this glare. I didn't lie, Kaken, he said, and it was true. He'd been quirkless, now he wasn't. The transition was a mystery even to him. Then explain, Bakugo demanded, sparks popping faintly in his palm. A warning. I can't, or won't. Bakugo's eyes narrowed. Who's the Skeletor-looking guy who's always hanging around you now? Some kind of tutor. For what? The question was too close to the truth. Panic, cold and sharp, lanced through Izuku's carefully maintained calm. The gardener's voice slithered back. When you grow tired of pretending to be less than you are. He's a family friend, Izuku said, the lie thin and brittle. He's helping me train for the UA entrance exam. Bakugo barked a harsh, disbelieving laugh. Train, you, for UA, with your body. He looked Izuku up and down with brutal appraisal. You've put on a little muscle, I'll give you that. But it's not enough. It'll never be enough. So what's the real play, Deku? You gonna bribe your way in? Cry your way in? The old wounds tore open. The power inside him stirred, not with hunger, but with a cold, defensive anger. It perceived the threat, the aggression. It mapped the space between them, the locker at Bakugo's back, the concrete floor under his feet. Solutions flick, erred at the edge of his consciousness, a void in the locker door to make him stumble, a pit beneath his heel to break his stance. Number, asterisk. He wrestled the impulse down, locking it behind the wall of control he'd just built. He wouldn't, not here, not like this. His silence, his obvious internal struggle, only fueled Bakugo's fury. That's it, isn't it? He sneered, mistaking Izuku's restraint for guilt. You've got some scheme. You think you can sneak into my world. You think you can stand next to me. He shoved away from the locker, getting right in Izuku's face. Listen up, you quirkless waste. The only way you're getting into UA is as a stain on the pavement for the real heroes to scrape off. Got it? He turned to leave, the dismissal absolute. Something in Izuku snapped. Not the abyss. Something older. Something human. Why? The word stopped Bakugo dead. He turned back, incredulous. Why does it matter so much to you? Izuku asked, his voice quiet but no longer shaking. He took a step forward, and for the first time in his life, he saw a flicker of surprise in Bakugo's eyes. Not fear, just surprise that Izuku was stepping toward him. If my quirk is so useless, if I'm so pathetic, why are you so obsessed with it? Why does the idea that I might have one, that I might try for UA, make you so angry? Bakugo's face contorted. It was the wrong question. It bypassed his anger and went straight to the insecure core he kept hidden under layers of explosive pride. The core that had been fed alive for a decade, that he was special because Izuku was nothing. Shut up, Bakugo snarled. But the heat was gone, replaced by a cold, shaky rage. You don't get to ask questions. You don't get to. Is it because if I'm not nothing? Izuku pressed, the analyst in him eyeing the crack in the armor and driving the wedge, then you're not everything. It was a step too far. With a wordless roar of pure fury, Bakugo swung. Not a controlled, quirk-aided blow. A wild, haymaker punch born of humiliation. Izuku saw it coming. His new reflexes, honed on the beach, kicked in. He didn't try to block. He dropped his weight, letting the fist sail over his head. He pivoted, using Bakugo's own momentum, and shoved him forward. It wasn't a powerful shove. It was a redirect. Bakugo, off balance and overcommitted, stumbled forward 3 steps before catching himself on the opposite wall. He whirled, his face a mask of utter, apoplectic shock. He hadn't been hurt. He'd been moved by Deku. The last of his control vanished. You little. He lunged again, his palm sparking, this time with lethal intent. Izuku's world narrowed. He saw the incoming blast, the murderous intent in Bakugo's eyes. He had nowhere to dodge in the narrow hallway. The wall was at his back. The calculations were instantaneous, survival-driven. He couldn't unmake the explosion. It was energy, not matter. He couldn't unmake Bakugo's hand. That was a line he would not cross. He could unmake the wall behind him. A section of the plaster and concrete, just large enough for him to fall backward through, vanished an instant before Bakugo's explosion hit. The blast filled the space Izuku had just occupied, scorching the empty air and the edges of the newly made hole. Izuku tumbled backward through the void, landing in a heap in the empty classroom beyond, his ears ringing, the smell of ozone and powdered concrete thick in the air. He lay there for a second, stunned. He'd used it to save himself from Kaken. He looked up through the person-sized hole in the wall. Bakugo stood frozen on the other side, his smoking hand still outstretched, staring at the perfect, geometric absence in the school wall. There were no rubble, no debris. Just a clean, impossible opening, like a piece of the world had been neatly cut away. Their eyes met through the hole. In Bakugo's, the fury had been completely replaced by something else, a dawning, horrifying comprehension. This was no telekinesis, no weak trick. This was something else, something that shouldn't exist. Footsteps pounded down the hall. A teacher's voice shouted, "What's going on here?" Bakugo didn't look away from Izuku. He slowly lowered his hand, his expression unreadable. Then, Without a word, he turned and strode away, pushing past the arriving teacher. Izuku pushed himself to his feet, dusting white powder from his uniform. He looked at the hole he'd made. It was a declaration of war, carved into the very structure of their old life. The gardener's words echoed, tinged with a new, terrible meaning. Paring away the excess. Asterisk. He had just pared away a piece of his past. And through the hole, he could only see a frightening, uncertain future. The foundation All Might was helping him build was solid, but the ground underneath it was now trembling with the aftershocks of a truth he could no longer hide, from Bakugo, or from himself. In the principal's office later, Izuku gave his third lie of the week. A villain with a matter erasure quirk had attacked the school, taken a shot at him, and fled. He was shaken, sorry for the damage. They believed him, because the alternative, a student with such a power, was unthinkable. But as he walked home in the twilight, the lie sat heavily in his stomach. He had crossed a new line. He had used the abyss not just in combat, but in a personal conflict. To protect himself from someone he'd once called a friend. The cool satisfaction was there, but it was bitter now, tainted by guilt and loss. He didn't see the figure watching from the roof of a nearby building. The gardener smiled, a small, private thing. Good, he whispered to the evening air. The first crack in the shell. Now, let's see what hatches. He turned, his coat flaring, and vanished into the gathering dark. Chapter 9, Inherited Storms. The beach at dawn was a confessional. Izuku stood before All Might, the words tumbling out in a guilty, frantic rush, the confrontation, Bakugo's rage. The hole in the school wall, the lie he'd told. He left out only the gardener. That secret felt too fragile, too poisonous to expose. All Might listened, his gaunt face a landscape of deepening shadows as the sun rose behind him. When Izuku finished, there was a long, heavy silence, broken only by the sigh of the waves. You used it to preserve your secret, All Might said finally. His voice wasn't angry, it was weary, and to save yourself from grievous harm. Both are understandable, neither is ideal. I'm sorry, Izuku whispered, staring at the sand. I lost control. I panicked. No, All Might corrected gently. You exercised a devastating level of control. You made a split-second decision with surgical precision under extreme duress. That is not panic, that is instinct. And your instinct, when cornered, is to use your power. He placed a heavy hand on Izuku's shoulder. The problem is not the power's use, my boy. The problem is that you are being cornered. By your past, by your peers, by the shadows watching you. We are running out of peaceful days. He looked out at the trash-strewn horizon, his eyes distant. The incident at the school will be investigated. Your story may hold, but it creates a paper trail. Bakugo Katsuki now has confirmation of something extraordinary. He is a loose end with a volatile temper and a brilliant mind. And our watchers, they will see this escalation as progress. Their pressure is working. Izuku felt the walls closing in. What do we do? All Might turned to him, and his expression shifted. The weariness was burned away by a fierce, determined light. We accelerate the plan. We stop preparing the vessel and begin filling it. We bring the storm inside, where we can control it. Izuku's breath hitched. One for all. The time for caution has passed. Your body is stronger. Your control over the abyss, as demonstrated, is sufficient to prevent a catastrophic feedback, we hope. All Might's smile was thin, a blade of grim optimism. We have no more luxury of hope. We must act. Today, the air seemed to crackle with the decision. The mundane struggle of hauling trash was over. Today, they would summon lightning. Sit, All Might instructed, pointing to a cleared patch of sand. Izuku obeyed, crossing his legs, his heart a frantic drum against his ribs. This was it, the moment he'd dreamed of since he was a child. But the dream was now shrouded in the grim necessity of war. All Might sat facing him. In the morning light, he looked both impossibly frail and monumentally strong. He produced the small plastic bag again. The single, shortened golden hair lay within. The ingestion of my DNA is a formality, a catalyst, All Might explained, his voice low and solemn. The true transfer is spiritual, a passing of the torch, will to will. You have seen my true form. You know the cost of this power. You know the enemy we face. Do you accept it? Not just the strength, but the burden. The target it will paint on your back, larger than any you already carry. Izuku looked at the hair, then into All Might's earnest, sunken eyes. He thought of his mother's worried smile, of Bakugo's furious, confused glare, of the gardener's poison-tipped words, of the hollow, patient hunger inside himself. He didn't want this because it was cool. He wanted it because it was a weapon he desperately needed, a light to counter his own darkness, a legacy to justify his cursed inheritance. I accept, he said, and his voice did not tremble. All Might nodded. He opened the bag, pinched the hair between his fingers, and held it out. Then eat this. Izuku took it. It was just a hair. He put it on his tongue. It tasted of nothing. He swallowed. For a moment, nothing happened. Just the sound of the sea and his own thunderous heartbeat. Then, warmth. A spark in his stomach, where the hair had gone. Not the coolness of the abyss. A different warmth. Golden, vibrant, alive. It spread through his gut. A comforting campfire glow. He let out a breath he didn't know he was holding. Is that? No. All Might said softly. That is just the kindling. The campfire erupted into a supernova. It was not an explosion of light, but of feeling. Raw, untamed power, centuries of accumulated strength and will, flooded into Izuku's veins. It was not a river. It was a tsunami, crashing against the shores of his being. It filled every cell, every atom, with a pressure that was glorious and terrifying. He felt invincible. He felt like he was going to shatter. He gasped, his back arching, fingers clawing at the sand. Energy crackled over his skin, not green, but a brilliant, chaotic gold. His muscles swelled, then receded, pulsing with unstable might. It's too much. He choked out. I can't breathe. All Might's voice cut through the maelstrom. Do not try to control it. Feel it. Acknowledge it. It is a part of you now. But it wasn't the only part. The abyss, dormant and patient, awoke. The tsunami of one for all met the still, dark lake of negation. The reaction was instantaneous and violent. The golden energy, seeking to fill and empower, rushed into the spaces the abyss occupied. And the abyss did what it did best. It erased. Not the power itself, that fundamental energy resisted, as the hair had. But it erased the pathways. The neural connections, the muscular expansions, the cellular changes that One for All was trying to create. It was a war of creation and uncreation on a microscopic battlefield within Izuku's body. Agony. It was a white-hot, screaming contradiction. His cells were being torn between becoming infinitely more and being reduced to nothing. Bones strained to reinforce, then the reinforcement was unmade. Muscles swelled with power, then the swelling was negated, leaving tearing fibers. It was like being built and dismantled simultaneously. Izuku screamed, a raw, animal sound lost in the roar of the internal conflict. He convulsed on the sand. Golden light and tendrils of deep, light-eating shadow flickering across his skin in a macabre dance. All Might watched, horror and awe warring on his face. This was uncharted territory. He could not help. The battle had to be fought within. I'm going to die, Izuku thought, the clarity stark amid the pain. They're going to tear me apart. Asterisk. The two forces raged, neither able to overcome the other. One for All was infinite potential. The abyss was infinite negation. An unstoppable force meeting an immovable object. Inside my body. Asterisk. A spark of his own will, the one that had carved a line in a stone, flared in the tempest. Stop. Asterisk. It was not a shout at the powers. It was a command to himself. To the vessel. This is my body. My rules. Asterisk. He couldn't control the storm. But he could try to channel it. He stopped fighting the pain. He stopped trying to contain One for All or suppress the abyss. Instead, he focused on the memory of the clean line. On precision. On boundaries. He imagined a diagram within himself. A circuit. One for All would flow here, through these channels. The abyss would reside here, in this reservoir. They would not mix. They would be separate tools in the same workshop. He imposed the design not with force, but with a desperate, focused will. The chaos stuttered. The golden light, rebellious and wild, began to coalesce, drawn into the pathways he was visualizing, collecting in his core, his limbs, but in a more orderly fashion. The abyss, reacting to the imposition of order, retreated to its deep center, its negaton. G influence pulling back from the cellular war, contained by the new mental architecture. The pain didn't vanish. It changed. It was no longer the agony of being ripped apart. It was the excruciating strain of containing a contained detonation. His body was the bomb casing, holding the blast inward. The flickering lights on his skin stabilized. The gold settled, glowing faintly beneath his skin like banked embers. The shadows receded, leaving only the familiar hollow chill at his center, now more pronounced, more defined. He lay on the sand, panting, trembling with aftershocks. He was alive, he was whole, and he was changed. Slowly, he pushed himself up. His movements were shaky, but there was a density to him. A potential. He looked at his hand. It looked the same, but when he clenched his fist, he felt it, a reservoir of incredible power, humming just beneath the surface, held in check by his will and the silent, counterbalancing pressure of the abyss. He also felt the void within, clearer than ever. Not hungry, watchful, balanced against the new sun in his chest. Young Midoriya. All Might's voice was hushed. Izuku looked up. He saw the world with new eyes. The morning light was sharper. The grains of sand were individual mountains. The sound of the waves was a symphony of distinct crashes and sighs. His enhanced senses, a baseline gift of one for all, were online. And his other sense, the spatial awareness of the abyss, was also heightened. He could feel the structure of the trash pile behind him, the fragility of a rusted oil drum, the solid core of a buried engine block. He was a living paradox. A wellspring of power and a walking void. His voice was hoarse. I think, it's stable. All Might knelt beside him, his eyes wide with emotion, relief, pride, fear. You did it. You forged a balance. No one has ever. This is a new quirk of history. He helped Izuku to his feet. How do you feel? Truly. Izuku took a deep, testing breath. Full, and empty. At the same time, he focused inward. The golden power was there, eager, like a restless animal on a leash. The void was there, deep and patient. They coexisted in an uneasy, fragile truce, separated by the force of his will. It's like holding two magnets that want to slam together. I have to keep them apart. That is your new constant, All Might said gravely. Your eternal discipline. Why? Oh, you are no longer just a wielder of power. You are a keeper of equilibrium. The weight of it settled on Izuku, heavier than any trash heap. This was his life now. A walking tightrope over a chasm of mutually assured destruction. We must test it, All Might said. Carefully. We start with one for all. The most minute percentage. Focus the power into a single finger. Just a flick. Izuku nodded. He held up his right index finger. He reached for the golden reservoir, carefully drawing out the smallest thread of energy he could imagine. He envisioned it traveling down his arm, concentrating in the tip of his finger. The air around his fingertip distorted with power. A greenish gold energy, sparked with faint, black crackles, the faintest bleed of the abyss's influence, wreathed it. He pointed at a small, broken microwave oven 10 feet away. He flicked. A shockwave of air, visible as a cone of distortion, shot from his finger. It wasn't the city block level smash of All Might. It was a focused thump of force. The microwave oven didn't just tip over. It compressed in on itself with a shriek of metal, crushed into a lump of scrap the size of a soccer ball, before being launched 20 feet into the trash pile with a tremendous crash. Izuku stared, his fingers smoking slightly. The feedback was immense, not just the recoil, which shuddered up his arm, but the wild, joyous surge of the power, and the immediate corrective chill from the abyss, dampening the exuberance before it could flare out of control. It was powerful, more powerful than he'd dreamed. And it was his. But as the echo of the crash faded, another sound replaced it. Slow, measured applause. From the top of the beach access ramp, the gardener stood there, his cream coat pristine in the morning sun. He was smiling, a real smile this time, wide and full of genuine delight. Bravo, he called down, his voice carrying easily across the sand. A magnificent performance. The birth of a new duality. I must say, Toshinori, you outdid yourself. This is far more interesting than I anticipated. All Might whirled, his body instantly shifting, muscles swelling, steam erupting around him as he transformed into his hero form. In an instant, the symbol of peace stood between Izuku and the ramp, his presence a wall of righteous fury. You, All Might's voice boomed, devoid of its usual mirth. You have overstepped. Have I? The gardener spread his hands, harmless. I'm merely an admirer of unique horticulture. And this, he gestured toward Izuku, his eyes gleaming. This is a specimen beyond compare. You've taken my master's most troublesome weed and grafted it with your own prized rosé. I simply had to see the first bloom. His gaze shifted past All Might, locking onto Izuku. How does it feel, young Midoriya, to hold the sun and the eclipse within you? Do you feel like a god? Or do you feel like a cup that's about to overflow? Izuku met his gaze, the cold of the abyss and the warmth of one for all mixing in his veins. He didn't feel like a god. He felt like a boy holding two live wires, trying not to be electrocuted. Leave, All Might commanded, taking a step forward, the ground shaking. This is your only warning. The gardener's smile didn't falter. Of course, I've seen what I came to see. The experiment is a success. For now, he began to walk backward up the ramp. Remember our offer, Midoriya. When the strain of holding those wires becomes too much, when you need to understand the true nature of the dark half of your soul, the garden is always open. He vanished over the crest of the ramp. All Might didn't pursue. He stood, steaming in the morning light, his fists clenched. The message was clear. They weren't just watching anymore. They were evaluating. They knew about one for all. Izuku looked at his hands. One that could crush mountains, the other that could unmake them. The storm was no longer coming. It was inside him, and the world had just taken a front row seat. On the hill overlooking the beach, the gardener spoke into a small, secure device. The transfer is complete. The fusion is stable. Remarkably so. He listened for a moment, then his smile turned tender, almost paternal. Yes, master. The vessel is strong. The rose has thorns, and the weed has found its sunlight. He ended the call, looking out at the sparkling sea. Grow, little one, he whispered. Grow strong. The pruning will come soon enough. Chapter 10. The first fracture. The world was too loud. Izuku walked home from the beach, and every sound was a jackhammer to his skull. The screech of a distant train brake was a physical pressure in his ears. The rustle of a plastic bag in the wind was a detailed symphony of crinkles. He could hear the hum of electricity in streetlights 3 blocks away, the murmur of conversations through closed apartment windows. One for All's sensory enhancement wasn't a gentle volume knob, it was a blown speaker, blaring the universe's raw audio track directly into his brain. And beneath the noise, a new, internal static. It wasn't the cool silence of the abyss. It was the hum of the golden power, a constant, low-grade vibration in his bones, like a reactor held at idle. And holding it idle was the exhausting part. The image of the two magnets, repelling each other, was perfect. It took a continuous, conscious effort, a mental muscle he had to flex every second, to keep the surging energy of one for all from flooding his system and triggering a reciprocal negation from the abyss. He felt like a man trying to hold 2 furious dogs on separate leashes, his arms burning with the strain. He hadn't even tried the abyss since the merger. The idea of reaching for that cold power while juggling this live sun terrified him. What if the balance tipped? What if using one invited the other to surge forward in response? His apartment was a sanctuary of familiar, soft sounds. His mother's quiet humming from the kitchen. The bubble of soup on the stove. He stood in the Genkan, trying to dial down the input, to filter out the distant city and focus only on the here and now. Izuku, is that you? Inko called. Yeah, Mom. His voice sounded strange to his own amplified hearing, frailer, layered with an echo of strain. She appeared in the hallway, her smile warm but her eyes sharp with maternal concern. How was training? You look pale. Just tired, he said, forcing a smile. It was the truest lie he'd ever told. He was more than tired. He was fundamentally fatigued, down to the level of his soul. It was a hard session. She didn't look convinced, but she accepted it, bustling him to the table. Well, eat. You need your strength. The food tasted like ash. His enhanced senses picked up every separate flavor, the salt, the fat, the subtle bitterness of the vegetables, but they didn't combine into a pleasant whole. It was a cacophony on his tongue. He chewed mechanically, his mind elsewhere, on the beach, on the crushing of the microwave, on the gardener's smiling face. Izuku, his mother said softly, putting down her chopsticks. Is everything all right? Really, it's not just training, Is it? Is it what happened at school? With Katsuki? He flinched. He'd almost forgotten the hole in the wall in the face of the cataclysm inside him. It's complicated, Mom. You can talk to me, you know. Her eyes were pleading. Whatever it is, a new quirk, it's a big adjustment. If you're manifesting something. He stared at her. She'd guessed. Of course she had. The missed details, his exhaustion, his secrecy, the villain attack at school that conveniently left no trace. His mother wasn't a detective, but she was an expert in him. The confession trembled on his lips. Yes, Mom, I have a quirk. 2, actually. One is a power that could shatter a city. The other can make pieces of the universe stop existing. And men in nice coats are watching me, and my idol is training me for a secret war. And my childhood friend might be my first real enemy. Asterisk. He swallowed the words. They were too big, too dangerous. To speak them would make her a target in a way she could never comprehend. It's just a lot, he whispered, looking down at his soup. I want to be a hero so badly. And the path is harder than I thought. It was true. It just wasn't the whole truth. Inko reached across the table, covering his hand with hers. Her touch was warm, real, a grounding wire in the storm of his senses. Oh, my boy, I know, and I'm so proud of you. But promise me you won't break yourself trying to get there. A hero who's broken can't save anyone. The words struck a chord so deep it vibrated in his core, harmonizing strangely with the hum of One for All. A hero who's broken. He squeezed her hand. I promise, Mom. ... Sleep was impossible. His body was exhausted, but his mind was a humming grid of power and vigilance. He lay in the dark, listening to the sea, phony of the night, the settling of the building, the pulse of traffic several streets over, the faint, rhythmic breathing of his mother in the next room. He tried to meditate, to impose the internal diagram again, to reinforce the walls between the sun and the void. But the walls felt thin, membranous. He could feel the pressure on both sides. A soft click asterisk, impossibly clear, from outside his window. Not a natural sound. Metal on metal, subtle. His eyes snapped open. All external noise faded as his focus laser locked on the source. The fire escape. He didn't move. He barely breathed. He reached out, not with One for All, but with the abyss's spatial sense. He felt the world outside his window. The iron grid of the escape, the cool glass of his window pane, the empty air of the alley. And a shape, a dense, human-shaped arrangement of matter, perched on the platform, motionless. Not the gardener. This presence was sharper, harder. A scalpel to the gardener's pruning shears. Observer, or assassin, asterisk. The thought was ice in his veins. The two dogs on their leashes strained. One for All surged, begging to be unleashed, to smash the threat into paste. The abyss cooled, calculate, ing the most efficient points of erasure, the platform's anchor bolts, the figure's center of mass. Number. He clenched his fists under the covers. Not here, not near Mom, asterisk. He had to know, he had to see. With agonizing slowness, he slid out of bed. He didn't turn on the light. He crept to the window, keeping to the side, peering through a sliver of glass at the edge of the curtain. Moonlight silvered the figure. It was a woman, clad in form-fitting dark gear that seemed to drink the light. No mask, but her features were blurred in the shadows. She wasn't looking in. She was looking down at a small device in her hand, a screen casting a pale glow on her impassive face. She wasn't here to attack. She was here to monitor. Up close and personal. The violation was absolute. This was his home. His mother was feet away. A hot, protective fury, cleaner and sharper than any he'd felt before, ignited in his chest. It wasn't Bakugo's rage. It was a cold burning fire. It cut through the exhaustion, through the fear, through the constant strain of control. The two forces inside him didn't rebel against the emotion. They aligned with it. One for All offered its boundless strength to protect. The abyss offered its terrible precision to remove the threat. For the first time, they weren't at odds. They had a shared purpose. The woman looked up from her device, her gaze sweeping the alley. Her eyes passed over his window. Izuku didn't pull back. He let her see the sliver of his face in the dark. He let her see his eyes. He didn't know what she saw in them. The green wasn't just his own anymore. It was backlit by the faintest gold, and deepened by pits of absolute black. The woman's professional composure cracked. Just a fraction. A slight widening of the eyes, a minute tightening of her grip on the device. She gave a single, curt nod. Not of greeting, of acknowledgement. Message received. Asterisk. Then she dropped backward off the fire escape, falling silently into the shadows of the alley, gone. Izuku stood at the window for a long time, his heart hammering a new, steady rhythm against his ribs. The fury banked, leaving a clear, cold certainty. They were testing his boundaries. His home was the final line. He had shown them it was guarded. He returned to bed, but not to sleep. He lay there, hands clasped over his chest, feeling the dual thrum of power within. The fragile peace was over. The passive observation was done. The war had entered a new, more intimate phase. And for the first time, Izuku didn't feel like a pawn, or a victim, or a vessel. He felt like a fortress. One with unbreakable walls, and a gate that led to nothing. Dawn found him back at the beach, earlier than ever. The sensory overload was marginally better, his mind slowly learning to filter, to prioritize. The internal strain was a constant, but it was becoming his new normal, a baseline of exertion. All Might was already there, looking more haggard than usual. The encounter with the gardener had shaken him. They know, Izuku said without preamble, his voice flat. They were at my window last night. A scout. All Might's jaw tightened. They are escalating, probing your defenses, personal and psychological. The gardener's visit was a declaration. This was a follow-up. He studied Izuku. You are different today. Calmer. I'm not calm, Izuku corrected. I'm decided. He looked at his mentor. I can't just train anymore. I can't just react. I have to learn to fight. With both of them. Together. All Might held his gaze for a long moment, then nodded slowly. Then today, we stop clearing the beach. Today, we begin combat training. Not theory. Practice. They moved to the widest cleared stretch of sand. Your power set is unique, All Might began, pacing. You have overwhelming force, and you have absolute precision. But they are not integrated. You think of them as separate tools. In a fight, hesitation between one and the other will get you killed. You must learn to flow from one to the other, or better, use them in concert. In concert, Izuku asked, bewildered. How? One builds up, the other tears down. Exactly, All Might said, a fierce gleam in his eye. Think, an opponent with a shield of super-hardened material. One for all could smash it, but the feedback could hurt you or those nearby. The Abyss could erase it, but that requires focus and time you may not have. He pointed a bony finger. But what if you used a tiny, focused percentage of one for all to deliver a pinpoint strike, not to break the shield, but to create a microscopic fault line? A single point of maximum stress. And then asterisk, in the same instant, your Abyss erases the precise point of failure. The idea was a lightning bolt. It wasn't using them separately. It was using them as a single, two-stage process. A hammer and a chisel, wielded in one fluid motion. The synergy would be incredible. Izuku breathed, his analyst's mind racing. The force weakens the structure, and the erasure exploits the weakness with zero wasted energy. It's efficient. The word tasted different now. Not like the gardener's cold efficiency. Like a craftsman's pride. Let's test it, All Might said. He gestured to a large, rusted water heater, a solid cylinder of thick steel. Your target. Do not destroy it. Sever that protruding pipe at the base. Cleanly. Izuku approached the water heater. He focused, pushing the world's noise away, stilling the internal hum. He saw the pipe. It swelled to the main body. First, the hammer. Asterisk. He drew a thread of one for all, so fine it was barely there. And focused it not in his fist, but into a single knuckle of his right index finger. He visualized it not as a blast, but as a concentrated impact, a diamond-tipped drill of pure force. He struck, a short, sharp jab, asterisk thud, asterisk. The sound was a deep, resonant gong. The water heater shuddered. At the point of impact, the rust flaked away, and the solid steel visibly dented asterisk. The metal compressed and stressed in a perfect, tiny circle. Now, the chisel, asterisk. His perception, linked to the Abyss, zeroed in on that exact point of compression, where the molecular structure was already screaming. Unmake, asterisk. A disk of steel, exactly the size of the dent, vanished. The pipe, its connection severed with atomic precision, dropped to the sand with a soft clank. He The main body of the water heater stood untouched, save for a small, smooth dimple and a perfect, circular void where the pipe had been. No massive explosion, no shower of shrapnel, just a surgical removal. The feedback was incredible. The burst of one for all was satisfying, a spark of glorious power. The subsequent erasure was a cool, clean follow-through, like the final, decisive click of a lock. The two sensations didn't clash. They completed each other. The hunger of the abyss was fed not by destruction, but by the perfection of the act. Izuku stared at his hand, then at the cleanly severed pipe. A laugh, short and disbelieving, escaped him. He'd done it. He'd woven the two opposing forces into a single, purposeful thread. All Might's smile was wide, full of genuine, triumphant pride. Yes, that is it. That is your path. Not a wielder of two powers, but the master of one singular, devastating synergy. For a glorious hour, they practiced. Izuku, moving through simple forms, learned to channel a trickle of one for all to enhance a movement, then use the abyss to edit the result, erasing the friction of a slide through sand, and making a handhold on a piece of junk to make it crumble at his touch. It was clumsy, unpolished, but the principle was there. He wasn't fighting the balance anymore. He was dancing on it. The exhaustion that followed was profound, but it was a good exhaustion. The exhaustion of growth, not of strain. As the sun climbed, All Might called a halt. Enough. Your control is nascent. We must build your stamina for this synergy, just as we built your body. Izuku nodded, panting, sweat stinging his eyes. He felt alive, in control. For the first time since the merger, the future didn't look like a slow-motion detonation. It looked like a path he could walk. That's when his phone buzzed. A message from an unknown number. Not the one that had sent the photo. A new one. It was a video file. 3 seconds long. He opened it. It showed his mother. She was at the grocery store. Just that afternoon, reaching for a can of tomatoes. The camera was close, intimate, invasive. The video zoomed in on her hand, on the simple wedding band she still wore, then panned up to her kind, unaware face. The video ended. No words, no threats, just a reminder. The fortress had walls, but the people he loved did not. The clear, cold certainty from the night before curdled into a deep, frozen dread. The dance on the tightrope stopped. The dogs on their leashes snarled, one for all surging with protective fury, the abyss cooling into a kill list of hypothetical erasures. They weren't just testing his boundaries. They were showing him his limits. And the first, most painful fracture had just appeared in his newfound resolve. The sun beat down on the clean sand, but Izuku felt only the shadow that had just fallen over his heart, longer and darker than any the trash heap could cast. Chapter 11. Tainted Synergy. The sun on the beach was a liar. It promised warmth, clarity, progress, but it couldn't touch the cold knot that had settled in Izuku's stomach since he'd seen the video. He'd shown All Might. The hero's face had turned to granite, his usual booming presence reduced to a simmering, silent fury. They're cowards, he'd finally rasped. They will not touch her. The heroes, the police, we will place protection. Hey got that close without anyone noticing, Izuku had said, his voice hollow. His new hearing replayed the soft sounds of the grocery store in the video, a cart squeaking, a distant announcement. The watcher had been right there. Invisible. Protection won't stop them from sending a message. Or worse. All Might had no answer to that. Only a heavier silence. So training resumed, but the air had changed. The joyful discovery of synergy was gone, replaced by a grim, grinding focus. Every movement, every exercise, was now underscored by a single, driving purpose, to become a threat so potent, so unpredictable, that targeting his mother would be seen as a suicidal provocation. He was no longer learning to dance on the balance. He was learning to weaponize the tightrope. Again, All Might commanded, his voice stripped of all encouragement. The concrete slab. Sever the rebar, not the concrete. No excess force. Izuku faced a chunk of broken foundation, steel rods protruding like broken bones. He took a breath, pushing the image of his mother's unaware face from his mind. He couldn't afford emotion now. Emotion was a tremor in his control. He had to be the surgeon. Cold, precise. He focused, one for all, a needle thread of power, gathered in his fingertips. He didn't punch. He tapped 5 rods in rapid succession, a staccato rhythm of concentrated force that dented the steel at its weakest stress points. Before the vibrations even settled, his abyss perception locked onto the 5 tiny, compromised points. Unmake, 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 asterisk. 5 discrete, simultaneous erasures, each the size of a grain of rice. The rebar rods, severed cleanly inside the concrete, slid out and clattered to the sand. The concrete block itself remained intact, now studded with neat, round holes. The feedback was a complex cocktail, the sharp, satisfying ping of 5 precise applications of force, followed by the smooth, chilling glide of 5 targeted negations. The hunger of the abyss was sated with a discerning palate, not a gulp. The synergy was working, it was efficient, it was terrifying. Good, All Might said, the word flat. Your multitasking improves, but you are thinking in sequences. Strike, then erase. In a real fight, you will not have that luxury. You must fuse the actions into one thought. He pointed to a leaning, corroded I-beam. That beam supports a ton of scrap. Unmake a key stress point within it, but use a whisper of one for all to guide asterisk the collapse away from us. One seamless intention, one thought, force and void, not as steps, but as a single concept. Directed unmaking, asterisk. Izuku approached the beam. He didn't see steel, he saw a lattice of forces, compression, tension, gravity. He found the point, 3/4 of the way up, where a single focused failure would cause the beam to buckle in a specific direction. He didn't summon one for all first. He didn't activate the abyss second. He held the idea of both in his in simultaneously, a nudge of immense power to dictate the direction of failure, and an erasure to induce the failure itself. He raised a hand, fingers aimed at the point. The world narrowed to a single, fused command. Unmake and direct, asterisk. A thread of golden energy, so fine it was almost invisible, shot from his fingertip, not to strike, but to press, to influence asterisk the space around the target point. In the same instant, a baseball-sized volume of the I-beam's core at that exact location ceased to exist. The effect was silent and dramatic. The beam didn't explode. It sighed. It folded neatly at the voided point, the upper section pivoting precisely away from him, as if pushed by an invisible giant's hand, before crashing into a heap of other junk with a ground-shaking crump. No shrapnel, no wild collapse, a controlled demolition executed with a thought. The feedback this time was unique, a single, harmonic sensation that was both the resonant chord of power and the profound silence of erasure. It left him light-headed, not from strain, but from the sheer, alien rightness of it. This was what the gardener had perverted. This clarity, this absolute mastery over reality's rules. It was intoxicating, perfect. All Might breathed, and for a moment, the grimness lifted, replaced by pure, unadulterated awe. That is a technique born of you alone. Name it, claim it. Izuku stared at the neatly folded steel. A name rose from the cool, fused place in his mind where the technique was born. Sunder. A word that meant to break apart, to sever. It fit. All Might nodded. Sunder. A good name, a hero's technique. But the cold knot in Izuku's gut tightened. Was it? He had just willed a piece of the world to stop existing and used unimaginable force to choreograph the aftermath. It felt less like heroism and more like playing God. A responsible, careful God, but a God nonetheless. The rest of the day was a blur of escalating drills. Sunder on moving targets, a swinging tire. Sunder at greater distances, a rusted car door 20 meters away. Each success honed the fusion, made it more instinctive. The line between the two powers in his mind grew fainter. They were becoming a single, devastating toolkit. As the sun began to set, painting the heaps of trash in blood and gold, All Might called a final halt. Izuku was drenched in sweat, his mind buzzing with the aftershocks of power. His body trembling with a new kind of fatigue, the fatigue of constantly rewriting local physics. You have surpassed all expectation, young Midoriya, All Might said. His voice thick with an emotion Izuku couldn't name. Pride, yes, but also a deep, somber foreboding. You are ready. For what? Izuku asked, though he feared he knew. For the next phase. The world cannot remain a training ground. Synergy must be tested against true opposition. We must draw the enemy's eye away from what you hold dear and onto what you can do. All Might's gaze was like forged steel. The UA entrance exam is in 2 months. You will take it. And you will not just pass. You will dominate. You will announce yourself, not as a vessel of secrets, but as a force of nature they cannot ignore. You will make yourself a target too bright to look away from. The plan was audacious. To step into the spotlight, to use the very exam he'd dreamed of as a piece of tactical misdirection. To scream for the world to look at him so they'd stop looking at his mother. It was a hero's sacrifice. And it felt like a villain's gambit. Izuku looked at his hands. They could sunder steel. They could unmake matter. Could they hold on to his soul while playing this game? I'll do it, he said, the words final. The walk home was a study in heightened, paranoid awareness. Every alley mouth was a potential ambush. Every rooftop could hold a watcher. His new senses, instead of a cacophony, became a radar dish, sweeping for threats. He heard the scuttle of a rat 2 blocks over, the lazy conversation of a couple on a balcony, the hum of a drone high above. He filtered it all, searching for the particular, professional silence of the gardener's people. He reached his apartment building. The lobby was empty. The stairs were quiet. He unlocked the door to his apartment. The smell hit him first. Not the usual comforting sense of home, soap, laundry, his mother's cooking. This was wrong. Metallic, sharp, like ozone and copper. His enhanced hearing detected it then. A heartbeat. Too fast, shallow, coming from the living room. Not his mother's steady rhythm. A stranger's. All fatigue vanished, burned away by a surge of adrenalized power so violent it made the air around him crackle with suppressed energy. The abyss rose, cold and absolute, mapping the apartment in an instant. 2 heat signatures, one on the couch, smaller, familiar, still. His mother, the other, standing over her, larger, male, holding something. Izuku didn't think. He didn't plan. The synergy that was sunder became pure, reflexive defense. He moved. The apartment doorframe ceased to exist in a 6-foot vertical line as he passed through it, not bothering to open it. He was a blur of green and gold-flecked shadow. The man in the living room, dressed in casual clothes, holding a syringe filled with a clear liquid, turned. His eyes widened. He had a quirk, Izuku's sense could feel it, a denser, tougher biological structure, a durability enhancer. The man dropped the syringe and swung, his fist moving with brutal, enhanced speed. Izuku didn't dodge. He met the fist with his own. But he didn't just punch. He sundered. The concept fused in a nanosecond. Unmake the kinetic energy in his arm, and direct the feedback inward. Asterisk. His knuckles, sheathed in a hair-thin layer of one for all, touched the man's oncoming fist. There was no loud impact. A strange, vacuum-like thump sounded. The man's fist didn't break. It stopped. All forward momentum, all kinetic force in his arm from the shoulder down, was negated, erased from existence. The effect was like his arm had instantly become a dead, heavy weight. But physics demanded a balance. The energy had to go somewhere. Guided by the direct half of sunder, the force didn't rebound into Izuku. It was shunted inward asterisk, into the man's own body. A sickening series of cracks echoed in the silent room as the man's shoulder dislocated. His collarbone snapped, and he was thrown backward off his feet by his own, redirected power. He slammed into the far wall and slid down, unconscious, his arm hanging at a grotesque, impossible angle. The entire fight lasted less than 2 seconds. Silence, except for the ragged, too fast heartbeat on the couch. Izuku was at his mother's side in an instant. She was unconscious, slumped on the cushions. A small trickle of blood from her temple where she'd likely been struck. But she was breathing. The syringe lay on the floor, unused. A medical check, a tranquilizer. They hadn't come to kill. They'd come to take, to use as leverage. A rage so pure it was crystalline filled Izuku's being. It had no heat. It was the cold of the void and the focused fury of the sun, fused into a single lethal intent. He turned to the unconscious intruder. The man's durability quirk was a tangible knot of altered biology in his chest. Izuku's hand rose. The abyss perceived the quirk factor, a complex, intertwined pattern within the man's cells. It was part of him. Erasing it would be like erasing an organ. It would leave him a cripple, or a corpse. The gardener's voice slithered through the cold rage, paring away the excess. Asterisk. This man was excess, a tool of the enemy, a threat to his mother. His finger extended, aimed at the man's chest. He could do it. He could unmake the very thing that made this man a threat. He could make him harmless. Forever. It would be so easy. So clean. His mother moaned softly in her sleep. The sound was a pinprick of light in the consuming darkness of his fury. He looked from the man to his mother's pale, peaceful face. He was not the gardener. He was not a pruner of humanity. He was her son. His hand trembled, then lowered. He would not cross that line. Not tonight. But he had to send a message. A clearer one. He focused on the syringe on the floor. Not just the liquid. The entire apparatus. The plastic, the needle, the chemical compound. He held it in his perception. Unmake. Asterisk. The syringe vanished without a trace, not even a molecule left behind. Then he turned to the wall behind the couch, the one shared with the hallway. He raised both hands. He didn't use sunder. He used raw, unfocused one for all, mixed with a broad-spectrum erasure. He poured his rage, his fear, his warning into a single, silent discharge. The wall didn't break. It didn't crumble. From floor to ceiling, in a jagged, lightning bolt shaped 10 feet tall, it simply ceased to be. A perfect, shocking window into the empty hallway beyond. The edges smooth as glass. A declaration. A scar on his own home. He knelt, gathered his unconscious mother into his arms with infinite gentleness, and carried her through the void in the wall. Out of the violated apartment. In the hallway, he pulled out his phone with shaking hands and called the only number that mattered. All Might, he said, his voice eerily calm. They were here. I stopped them. My mother is safe. Send medical. And cleanup. He hung up, cradling his mother, staring back through the jagged portal at the ruined living room and the broken man within. The synergy was no longer just a technique. It was a part of him, a reflex. And he had just used it to defend his heart. But as he looked at the absolute nothingness where his wall used to be, he wondered what, in this brutal, escalating war, he might one day be forced to sunder next. The taint wasn't in the power. It was in the choices the power forced upon him. And the first, most terrible choice had just been made. Not with a villain's glee, but with a protector's cold, necessary wrath. On a screen in a dark room, the live feed from the apartment's compromised security camera showed the jagged scar in the wall, framing the unconscious operative. The gardener watched, sipping a cup of tea. Fascinating, he murmured to the empty room. The rose defends its root with thorns of void. And still, it does not pluck the weed beside it. He smiled, a true, admiring smile. Such restraint, such potential for corruption. He set down his cup. The message is received, young Midoriya. And returned. The game continues. He leaned forward, his eyes glowing faintly in the screen's light. Let us see how your synergy holds up when the whole garden turns against you. Chapter 12. The Scar and the Seed. The hospital smelled of antiseptic and hushed dread. It was a different kind of silence than the void, a human silence, full of beeping machines and whispered consultations. Izuku sat in a hard plastic chair beside his mother's bed, her hand a small, warm weight in his. She was asleep, sedated, a bandage on her temple. The doctors said it was a minor concussion. She would be fine. Fine. Asterisk. The word was a mockery. She would wake up in a world where men could vanish walls and her son could break people with a touch. She would wake up to a life with a jagged hole in her living room and a deeper, more terrifying chasm in the reality she knew. All Might, as Yagi Toshinori, had handled everything. The police report was a masterpiece of obfuscation, a home invasion YA villain with a disintegration quirk, thwarted by the brave son and the timely, anonymous arrival of a hero. The broken operative was in custody, his story a confused mess of pain and fear. The all was already being repaired by a specialized contractor, All Might trusted. It was all so clean, so neat. Izuku felt anything but clean. He felt stained. The cool, harmonic feedback of Sunder still resonated in his bones. But it was mixed now with the acid bile of after-action terror. He had come so close. The line between defender and destroyer had been a hair's breadth. His mother's eyelids fluttered. She awoke slowly, confusion clouding her eyes before they focused on him. Izuku, I'm here, Mom. He squeezed her hand, forcing a calm he didn't feel into his voice. You're safe. You're in the hospital. You had a fall. A fall. Her brow furrowed. She tried to sit up, wincing. I remember, the doorbell. A man, he said he was from the building management. Her eyes widened, memory flooding back. He pushed his way in. He had a, Izuku, where is he? Are you hurt? I'm fine, he said, the lie smooth and automatic. A hero showed up. He's gone. It's over. She searched his face, her mother's intuition screaming that, fine, and, over, were lies as vast as the sky. But she saw the exhaustion in his eyes, the set of his jaw, the new, unfamiliar hardness lurking beneath the worry. She didn't press. Instead, she pulled him into a hug, holding him tight. My brave boy, she whispered, her voice trembling. My hero. The word was a dagger. He wasn't a hero. Heroes didn't have walls that didn't exist. Heroes didn't feel the cold, clean satisfaction of unraveling a man's own strength against him. He held her, absorbing her warmth, trying to thaw the frozen knot in his chest. They discharged her the next afternoon. The ride home was silent. When they reached their apartment floor, Izuku hesitated at the door. The repair crew did a good job, he said quietly. But it's noticeable. Inko pushed the door open. The living room was pristine. The furniture was back in place. The air smelled of fresh paint and new drywall. And there, where the jagged scar had been, was a wall. But it was not their wall. It was a different shade of beige, slightly off. The texture was smoother. It was a perfect, seamless patch, but to anyone who knew the room, it was a blatant, screaming replacement. A scar covered with a bandage of a slightly different skin tone. Inko stared at it, her hand flying to her mouth. The physical evidence of the violence, so neatly erased yet so obviously present, was more horrifying than rubble would have been. It was a quiet, domestic haunting. She turned to Izuku, her eyes full of questions she was too afraid to ask. I'm sorry, Mom, he said. The words utterly inadequate. I'm so sorry. She walked to the new wall, running her fingers over the smooth surface. What happened here, Izuku? She asked, her voice barely a whisper. Really, he couldn't lie to her face, not with the ghost of the void between them. But he couldn't tell the whole truth. He chose a middle path, a truth shaded in omissions. I have a quirk, Mom, he said. He saw her flinch. It manifested recently. It's not a simple one. It lets me affect things at a distance. The man who broke in, I stopped him. But my control isn't perfect. I damaged the wall. She turned, her face pale. A quirk, but, the doctors said, all those tests. I know, it's a late bloomer, a complicated one. He took a step toward her. And it's why things have been strange. Why I've been training so hard. There are people who are interested in quirks like mine. Not good people. That man was one of them. The confession, partial as it was, hung in the air. Izuku Midoriya, who had spent a decade mourning her son's lack of a power, now faced the terrifying reality of him having one that attracted monsters. Her love and her fear warred on her face. That man, the skeletal man, is he helping you with this? She asked shrewdly. Izuku nodded. His name is Yagi. He used to be a hero. He knows about these things. He's teaching me control, how to protect myself. And you? She asked, her gaze piercing. Are you protecting yourself, or are you heading into danger? He had no good answer. He was doing both. The path to protection was paved with danger. I'm trying to be safe, he said, which was the truest thing. She looked at the new wall again, then back at her son. She saw the man he was becoming, layered over the boy she raised. The resolve, the shadows under his eyes, the new, quiet power in his stance. Her fear didn't vanish, but it was joined by a fierce, protective pride. Her son was no longer a victim. He was a player in a game she didn't understand. She walked to him and cupped his face in her hands. Then you listen to Yagi-san. You learn, you master this power. And you promise me you will never, ever apologize for using it to keep yourself safe. Do you understand? Not ever. Tears, hot and sudden, welled in Izuku's eyes. He nodded, unable to speak. Her unconditional love, even in the face of this terrifying unknown, was a lifeline thrown across the abyss inside him. The beach the next morning was a refuge and a battleground. All Might was waiting, his expression grim. How is your mother? Shaken. But she's strong. Izuku didn't mention the new wall, the unspoken understanding. She knows about my quirk. Not everything, but enough. All Might nodded. Good. Secrets within a family are poison. He studied Izuku. And you, the synergy you used. It was instinctual. Brute force refined by a moment's clarity. We must now make it art. The entrance exam is a month and a half away. You will face robots, not men. But the principle is the same. Maximum effect, minimum collateral. We will train Sunder until it is as natural as breathing. The training shifted into a higher, more relentless gear. No more lifting trash. Now, the trash was his opponent. All Might had marked a series of targets on the larger pieces of junk. A circle on a car door, an X on a water tank, a specific link in a massive chain. Sunder the target. Only the target. The rest must remain untouched. It was an exercise in impossible precision. Izuku stood 50 feet from a gutted sedan. The target was the driver's side door handle. He focused. The world narrowed. He felt the bulk of the car, the flimsy metal of the door, the specific density of the chrome handle. Unmake and direct. Asterisk. A thread of force, infinitesimally fine, lanced out. Not to strike the handle, but to isolate it, to vibrate it at a frequency that weakened its molecular bonds with the door. In the same conceptual breath, the Abyss erased the few millimeters of connection. The handle disappeared. The door remained, pristine save for a small, perfectly smooth hole where the handle had been. Again, All Might said. The rearview mirror. Leave the mount. Again. Success. The third bolt on the left front wheel. Again. Each success was a lesson in control. Each fusion of power and void honed his focus to a razor's edge. The feedback was a clean, cold thrill, the satisfaction of a perfect solve. The hunger of the Abyss was becoming a discerning critic, pleased only by flawless execution. But the gardener's seed of doubt had been planted. As he worked, Izuku's mind, ever analytical, began to wander. This power, it doesn't just stop threats. It edits the world. It removes problems. What is a villain, if not a problem? What is a dangerous quirk, if not a flaw in the scenario? Asterisk. He shook the thoughts away, focusing on the next target, a specific rusted patch on a ship's anchor chain. Sunder. Asterisk. The patch vanished. The chain held. Clean. Efficient. Asterisk. The word echoed in the hollow place the gardener had watered. After a brutal 3-hour session, All Might called a break. Izuku gulped water, his body thrumming with controlled power. His mind tired but sharp. You are progressing faster than I dared hope, All Might said, a note of caution in his voice. But remember, power is a tool. This synergy, it is a masterpiece of a tool. But a tool is only as good as the hand that guides it, and the heart that decides where to point it. I know, Izuku said, wiping his mouth. I won't forget. See that you don't. All Might's gaze was distant. I have seen great power corrupt before. It is a slow rot. It begins not with evil deeds, but with convenient solutions. With the belief that your way of cutting the knot is the only way. Before Izuku could respond, a new sound pierced the morning, not the cry of gulls, but the distinctive, rising wail of multiple sirens, converging from the city. A lot of them. All Might's head snapped up. Izuku's enhanced hearing picked out the details. Fire trucks, police, ambulances. The sound was coming from the warehouse district, a mile down the coast. A villain attack. A big one. All Might was already tensing, his body preparing to transform. His duty called. But then he stopped. He looked at Izuku, a sudden, radical idea flashing in his eyes. No. Izuku breathed, understanding instantly. I'm not ready. I'm not licensed. I could. You could save lives. All Might cut in, his voice low and urgent. This is not the exam. This is not a training dummy. This is real. The world you wish to protect. I cannot be everywhere. And you have a power that can end fights without escalating them. A power of precise, non-lethal resolution. He gripped Izuku's shoulder. This is the final test of control. Not on steel. On chaos. On people. The sirens screamed. The weight of the decision was a physical thing, crushing. He thought of his mother, of her blessing to protect himself. He thought of the man with the broken arm, of the clean, terrible efficiency of Sunder. He thought of the gardener, waiting to see what kind of plant he would become. And he thought of people, right now, in danger. The two forces within him didn't surge. They settled into a cold, ready calm. What's the situation? Izuku asked, his voice steady. All Might's smile was a grim, proud slash. We'll find out. Stay behind me. Observe my lead. You are my secret weapon. You act only on my signal, or if a life is in immediate, unambiguous peril. Understood. Understood. All Might transformed in a blast of steam and muscle. Then let's go. He scooped Izuku up, and with a single, earth-shaking leap, they were airborne, soaring over the city toward the pie. Layer of black smoke now rising from the waterfront. The wind ripped at Izuku's clothes. The city sprawled beneath him, a map of lives. The sun glinted off the sea. And within him, the sun and the void waited, fused into a single ready purpose. The beach was behind him. The scar on his home was behind him. Ahead was smoke, and screams, and the first real chance to see if the synergy that made him a weapon could also make him a shield. The seed of doubt was there. But as they descended toward the chaos, another seed, older and stronger, pushed through the cracked soil of his soul. The seed of a hero. It was time to see which one would grow. In a quiet apartment across the city, Izuku Midoriya stood at her window, watching the distant smoke plume. Her hand rested on the cool, new surface of her living room wall. She didn't pray for her son's safety. She had seen the look in his eyes. She prayed for the people in the smoke. And she prayed that the boy she loved would find his way back from the edge of the abyss he now commanded. Chapter 13. Baptism in Smoke and Screams. The air over the warehouse district tasted of burning plastic and fear. All Might landed on a rooftop with the grace of a falling mountain, setting Izuku down beside a gargoyle. The scene below was a sprawling, chaotic wound in the city's side. 3 warehouses were fully involved, flames licking at the sky. A fourth, larger structure was the epicenter. Its walls bulged and warped, not from fire, but from some internal, violent growth. Thick, fibrous vines, glowing a sickly magenta, erupted from windows and seams, whipping through the air like angry serpents. They were snatching fire trucks, crushing police cars, sending heroes scrambling. A phytokinetic, All Might boomed, his voice barely audible over the roar of fire and screaming metal. A plant controller gone rogue, or made monstrous. The vines are tough, fire does little, brute force makes them thrash harder. They're protecting something inside, or someone. Izuku's enhanced senses drank in the nightmare. He could hear the groan of straining metal, the crackle of flame, the shouts of coordinated heroes, backdraft orchestrating water walls. Kamui woods trying to bind vines only to be thrown back. And beneath it all, a new sound, a low, rhythmic thrum asterisk from the central warehouse, like a gigantic, diseased heart. They're trying to contain, All Might said, his eyes sharp. But containment is not enough. The core must be neutralized. He looked at Izuku. That is where precision is needed. Where overwhelming force would collapse the building and kill anyone inside. Your eyes are better than mine now. What do you see? Izuku focused. He pushed past the noise, the heat, the panic. He let his abyss-enhanced perception flow over the warping warehouse. He felt its structure, the buckling steel supports, the points of maximum stress where the vines were bursting through. And he felt the source of the thrumming, a dense, pulsing knot of biotic energy deep within the center, radiating the malignant growth. The core is in the middle, Izuku reported, his voice cool, analytical. Second floor. The vines are extensions of it. Severing them does nothing. They regrow. The building's main support columns, here, and here, he pointed, are under extreme strain from the internal growth. If they go, the whole place comes down. A surgical strike, All Might murmured, a fierce grin spreading across his face. Can you do it? From here, the distance was over 200 meters. The target was moving, pulsing, protected by layers of concrete, steel, and animated plant matter. He'd never tried Sunder at this range, on something biological, through obstructions. He saw a vine, thicker than a bus, slam down towards a team of firefighters who were rescuing civilians from an adjacent building. Kamui Wood's bindings snapped like thread. There was no time for doubt. I need a clear line of sight, Izuku said. And a distraction. A big one. All Might's grin turned feral. I'll clear the window. You make the shot. In a blur of motion, All Might was gone from the rooftop. He became a blue and gold streak across the sky, landing in the street before the central warehouse with a shockwave that rattled the city blocks. Fear not, His voice thunder clapped over the din. For I am here. He didn't attack the vines. He attacked the building. Drawing back one massive fist, he unleashed a punch that was not meant to destroy, but to excavate. The controlled shockwave of air pressure smashed into the warehouse's front face. Not collapsing it, but blasting a canyon-like trench through the brick and metal, vaporizing the writhing vines in its path, carving a tunnel of clear air straight into the building's dark heart. The shockwave ended just short of the pulsing core, now horrifically visible, a monstrous, bulbous mass of fleshy plant matter the size of a van, covered in blinking, eye-like nodes. Throbbing in the dust-filled gloom, the vines flailed in agony from the damage to their host. The distraction was perfect. Every vine, every hero, every camera, was focused on All Might's monumental display. On the rooftop, Izuku was already in position. He stood at the edge, one foot braced behind him, his right arm extended, fingers forming a precise frame around the distant, pulsating core. The world fell away. The fire, the screams, All Might's presence, all became background noise. There was only the problem. A malignant, growing thing. A threat to hundreds. Protected by a fragile structure full of potential survivors. A surgeon did not think of the blood. He thought of the incision. He fused the concept, not unmake and direct. For this, isolate and excise. He drew a single, hair-thin strand of one for all, not for power, but for focus. He wrapped that strand of intent around his perception, creating a perfectly defined, needle-like pathway through the chaotic air, through the dust. Straight to the core's central, throbbing heart, the dense nexus of its quirk factor. The abyss did not roar. It sharpened. It became the tip of the needle. He exhaled. Silence. There was no beam of light. No dramatic surge of power. Just a slight distortion in the air along the invisible line he had drawn, like heat haze over a desert road. In the heart of the warehouse, the monstrous core simply sighed. A perfectly spherical void, the size of a basketball, appeared at its exact center. The complex, cancerous biology within that sphere ceased to be. Not destroyed, erased. The effect was instantaneous and profound. The throbbing stopped. The sickly magenta glow winked out. The flailing vines, every single one connected to the core, went instantly limp. Transforming from steel cable threads into lifeless, inert plant matter. They crashed to the ground inside and outside the warehouse with a sound like 1,000 trees falling. The sudden silence after the cacophony was deafening. For 3 full seconds, the entire disaster site froze. Fire crackled. Sirens wailed in the distance. But the active, malevolent threat was just gone. Then the cheers erupted. From the firefighters, the police, the few visible civilians. Heroes looked around in stunned confusion. All Might stood in the street, looking at the now dead core visible through the trench he'd made. He turned his head, slowly, and looked up at the distant rooftop. He gave a single, almost imperceptible nod. Izuku lowered his hand. The feedback hit him. It was unlike anything before. There was the cool, clean satisfaction of a perfect erasure, yes. But it was deeper. He had not erased an object. He had erased a process. A life, albeit a monstrous, corrupted one. The abyss's hunger, fed with such a specific, significant deletion, didn't just sigh in satisfaction. It purred, a deep, resonant sense of completion, of a fundamental wrongness corrected. And, intertwined with it was the golden warmth of one for all. But it wasn't the joy of victory. It was the solemn, heavy warmth of responsibility fulfilled. A weight, both terrible and right. He had saved lives. He had ended a threat with 0 collateral damage. He had been the precise, surgical instrument All Might needed. He should have felt like a hero. But as he stared at his own hand, the one that had just performed a miraculous, long-distance excision of life, he felt only a profound, echoing hollowness. It had been so easy. A thought, a focused intent, a problem removed. The gardener's voice was a ghost in his ear, paring away the excess. Was that all he had done? Removed a problematic weed from the city's garden. He leaned over, bracing his hands on his knees, suddenly nauseous. The sensory overload rushed back. The smell of smoke was acrid, the cheers were too loud, the memory of the core's final, silent cessation played on a loop behind his eyes. Hey, you, kid. Izuku jerked upright. A hero in a skin-tight blue and white suit, manual, his mind supplied, had scaled the rooftop, looking at him with a mix of concern and suspicion. "What are you doing up here? It's not safe. Did you see what happened?" I saw All Might," Izuku stammered, slipping back into the role of a bystander. He was amazing. Manuel peered at him, then at the warehouse. Yeah, he was. But that was clean. Too clean for just a punch. He shook his head, dismissing his own thoughts. "Anyway, get down from here. Go to the evacuation zone." Izuku nodded mutely, letting Manuel usher him toward the fire escape. As he climbed down, he saw the scene from ground level. The limp, harmless vines looked like the aftermath of a natural disaster, not an attack. Heroes and rescue workers were already swarming into the now safe warehouse, searching for survivors. He saw All Might, surrounded by cameras and adulation, playing his part, deflecting questions about the precise nature of the takedown with booming generalities. Izuku slipped through the crowd, unseen, a ghost in the aftermath of his own deed. He didn't go home. He went to the beach. The one place that felt like his. The sun was high, the air clear. The junk piles stood as silent, mundane witnesses. He sat on the same piece of driftwood, staring at the ocean. What was he? The power he'd used today, it wasn't heroic in the way he'd dreamed. There was no triumphant smile, no dramatic rescue. There was only a silent, absolute solution. He hadn't fought the monster. He'd deleted it. Was that his role? The world's editor, removing flaws with a thought. He held up his hand, blocking out the sun. He could still feel the phantom sensation of the power's pathway, the cool satisfaction in its wake. A shadow fell over him. He didn't need to look up. "You're wondering if you're a hero," All Might said, his voice back in its thin, true form. He sat beside him on the driftwood with a weary groan. "I didn't save anyone today," Izuku said. His voice flat. "I just ended something. It doesn't feel the same." "Did the people in those adjacent buildings die?" All Might asked. "No." "Will the firefighters and heroes who were being crushed by vines go home to their families?" "Yes." "Then you saved them," All Might said simply. "You just did it from a distance, with a method they cannot comprehend. Heroism is not about the spectacle, young Midoriya. It is about the result. You minimized suffering today in the most effective way possible. That is the highest calling." It felt clinical. The word tasted like the gardener's tea. "Good," All Might said, surprising him. "Surgery is clinical. Bomb disposal is clinical. The best heroes, in the moment of crisis, are not feeling heroes. They're thinking tacticians. The feeling comes after. The pride, the relief, the weight, that comes now." He placed a hand on Izuku's shoulder. "What you are feeling is not doubt. It is consequence. You took a life today, however monstrous. That should weigh on you. If it didn't, then I would be worried." Izuku absorbed the words. They didn't erase the hollowness, but they gave it a shape, a name. Consequence. Not guilt, but the sobering cost of power used. "The world will have questions," All Might continued. "That takedown was anomalous. The HPSC and the press will dig. Your presence, though hidden, is now a data point in a major incident. The exam is more critical than ever. You must step forward with a story, a powerful, unique quirk that can explain what happened. A quirk you will showcase for all to see." "And the gardener, his people, they saw it too," All Might said grimly. "They saw your precision, your range, your cold efficiency. They will be thrilled. They will believe their corruption is working. Let them. Your performance at UA will be for two audiences. The world you wish to join, and the shadows you must one day destroy. You must convince both that you are exactly what they think you are." It was a dizzying, double-edged plan. To be a beacon for hope and a magnet for darkness simultaneously. Izuku looked out at the ocean, at the endless, rhythmic waves. Creation and erosion, in a constant, balanced dance. He was both. He had to learn to be both. He stood up, the hollow feeling solidifying into a new resolve. Not the bright, burning resolve of his childhood dreams. A harder, darker resolve, tempered in smoke and consequence. "All right," he said. "Then let's get ready for the exam. Let's give them a show they'll never forget." All Might stood beside him, a frail pillar of unwavering faith. "We will. But remember today, young Midoriya. Remember the silence after the scream. That is the sound of your power. And the weight in your heart, that is the sound of your humanity. Never lose one for the other. They turned their backs on the peaceful ocean and faced the city, where the smoke was finally beginning to clear. The baptism was over, the war of perception was about to begin, and Izuku now knew the true cost of the synergy that made him powerful. It wasn't measured in broken bones or tired muscles. It was measured in the silent echoes of the things he made disappear. And the heavy, permanent things their absence left behind. In a sleek office overlooking the now smoking district, the gardener watched the news replay All Might's victory. He paused the footage on the clean, dead core of the plant monster. Beautiful, he whispered, tracing the perfect spherical void on the screen with a well-manicured finger. No rage, no struggle, just correction. He leaned back, a true, warm smile on his face. The pruning has begun, and the young gardener doesn't even know he's holding the shears. He picked up a phone, his voice soft as falling petals. The specimen is ready for the next phase. Prepare the soil at UA. Let us see what fruit this hybrid tree will bear when planted among the saplings. Chapter 14. Soil of Ambition. The month that followed was a study in controlled fission. Izuku existed in a state of perpetual, humming tension, a live wire stretched between two poles. School was a blur of muted colors and distant noise. Bakugo's silent, simmering scrutiny was a constant pressure, but the explosive confrontation had left a strange, frigid détente in its wake. They orbited each other like antagonistic planets, held apart by a gravity of unspoken truths and mutual, wary assessment. All of Izuku's real energy was poured into the forge of Takoba Beach and the crucible of his own soul. Training was no longer about building strength or mastering a technique. It was about calibration. Every session was a tightrope walk over the abyss of his own potential. Sunder, **** was refined from AD. Esperate fusion into a library of precise applications. Pinpoint Sunder ***, a needle erasure of a specific component, like a robot's optical sensor or a weapon's firing pin. Cascade Sunder ***, error C. NG, a chain of linked weak points in a structure, causing a controlled, non-explosive collapse. Barrier Sunder ***, using a wafer-thin layer of one for all to sense and map a barrier's composition, the abyss to delete a person-sized passage through it, leaving the rest intact. Each variation required a slightly different balance, a unique recipe of force and void. The feedback was always the same clean, cold click of perfection. But Izuku was learning to listen to its subtle harmonics. The abyss's hunger was becoming a refined palate. It preferred complex, integrated erasures over simple destruction. One for all's warmth was the steady flame that made the precision possible. But the calibration wasn't just physical. It was psychological. The memory of the warehouse, the silent cessation, the hollow victory, was his whetstone. He returned to it constantly, not to revel, but to remember the cost. To remember that the clean click had followed the extinction of a living process. All Might was right. The weight was consequence. He used that weight as an anchor, to keep himself from floating away on the intoxicating tide of his own capability. He also practiced not using his power. All Might would set tasks that could be solved with a thought, and forbid him. Move a stack of tires using only leverage. Disassemble an engine block with wrenches and sweat. It was maddening, but vital. He had to remember he was more than his quirks. He was a mind that could solve problems, a body that could endure. The abyss was a tool in his kit, not the kit itself. At home, the new wall was a silent third occupant. His mother didn't mention it. She fussed over his meals, asked gentle, non-prying questions about his training with Yagi-san, and watched the news with a new, somber understanding. A bond of quiet, fearful solidarity grew between them. They were both living in a world that had revealed a darker, sharper edge. One evening, as she sewed a loose button on his uniform, she spoke without looking up. This exam at UA, it's dangerous, isn't it? Not just the tests. The attention it will bring. Izuku paused in his homework. Yes, she nodded, her needle moving steadily. You'll be careful. I will. And this power of yours, you'll use it to help people. Truly help them, not just remove problems. She finally looked up, her eyes clear and fierce. There's a difference, Izuku. Your father, he was always so focused on fixing things by taking the hard way out. Don't lose sight of the people in the middle of the problem. It was the most she'd ever said about his long-absent father. And it hit him with the force of a thunder. He saw the connection she was making, the fear that he might inherit a different kind of absence. He knelt before her, taking her hands, the needle and thread between them. "I see them, Mom," he promised, his voice thick. "I always will." She squeezed his hands, her smile trembling but true. "I know you will, my hero." The final week before the exam was a taper. The physical labor ceased. Now, it was all mental and fine control exercises. All Might brought schematics of the UA entrance exam grounds, of the generic robot models used, of the support infrastructure. "They are not living," All Might said, tapping a diagram of a 3-point robot. "But they are complex systems. Your goal is not annihilation. It is decommissioning. Maximum points, minimum spectacle. You must look powerful, but not otherworldly." They drilled scenarios. A robot charging, sunder its leading leg's main joint. A swarm of smaller robots. A cascade sunder through a shared power relay line. A rescue point wearer, civilian, was trapped under debris. A barrier sunder to extract them without moving the rubble. Izuku's mind became a battle simulator, running permutations. He was ready. His body was a coiled spring of lean muscle and dense bone. His power was a honed scalpel and a calibrated hammer, waiting in their sheaths. The night before the exam, All Might met him not at the beach, but at a quiet city park. He was in his true form, looking more skeletal than ever, the strain of maintaining his secret while preparing Izuku visibly weighing on him. "This is the last time I will speak to you as just your teacher," All Might said, his voice a raspy whisper in the dark. "Tomorrow, you walk onto a stage. The world will see you. They will see you. From this moment, our relationship changes. In public, I am All Might, the symbol of peace. You are Midoriya Izuku, aspiring hero student. Our connection must be that of idol and admirer, nothing more." Izuku's heart ached. This man was his anchor, his guide through the storm. To pretend otherwise felt like a betrayal. "I understand. Do you?" All Might's eyes gleamed in the lamplight. "It will be harder than you think. You will have questions I cannot answer. You will face challenges I cannot help you with. You will be alone in a crowd." He placed a bony hand on Izuku's chest, over his heart. "But you are not empty. You carry 2 legacies now. One of hope, passed to you, and one of void, that chose you. How you blend them will define you, not as my successor, but as yourself." He reached into his pocket and pulled out a small, cloth-wrapped bundle. He unfolded it. Inside lay a pair of simple, black wristbands, made of a matte, flexible material. "Support gear," All Might said. "From a friend. They are not offensive. They are dampeners. They will help you regulate the physical output of One for All, to minimize visible feedback like the green lightning. They will make your power look more like a unique emission quirk and less like, well, me. They also have a secondary function." He pointed to a nearly invisible seam. "A tactile interface. You can use them to focus your spatial perception for the abyss, like a targeting scope. It should help with precision under stress." Izuku took the wristbands. They were cool and heavier than they looked. He slipped them on. They fit perfectly, snug against his skin. Immediately, he felt a difference. The constant, humming vibration of One for All within him didn't diminish, but it was channeled. Muffled. The wild, eager edge was softened. When he flexed his hand, only the faintest emerald glint flickered around his fingers, no longer the crackling display of before. And when he focused on a distant park bench, the wristbands tingled, and his abyss sense sharpened, the bench's structural points coming into hyper-focus as if viewed through a magnifying glass. "Thank you," he breathed. "Do not thank me," All Might said, his expression grave. "This is not a gift. It is a disguise, a necessary lie. Remember why you wear it." He straightened up, his shadow long in the lamplight. "Now go, rest. Tomorrow, you step into the soil of UA. It is fertile ground for heroes. But remember, weeds grow fastest in the richest soil." With a final, long look, All Might turned and walked away, melting into the shadows between the trees, leaving Izuku alone in the quiet park. Izuku stood there for a long time, running his fingers over the smooth wristbands. They were a cage for the sun inside him, a scope for the void. He looked up at the night sky, punctured by the hard, bright points of stars. Tomorrow, he would stop being a secret. He would become a fact. He walked home, the weight of the wristbands a constant reminder. He was not just going to take an exam. He was going to plant a flag in enemy territory, and water it with a power that could make the very ground it stood on disappear. The morning of the exam dawned clear and painfully bright. Izuku dressed in his gym clothes, the black wristbands a stark contrast against his skin. His mother made a breakfast he couldn't eat. She hugged him at the door, her grip fierce. "Show them who you are," she whispered. He nodded, unable to speak. The train to UA was a cacophony of nervous energy. Hundreds of teenagers, all vibrating with ambition and fear. Izuku kept to himself, his enhanced senses overwhelmed by the sheer volume of human noise. He saw faces he recognized from news clips: the son of the Endeavor Agency, a girl with vines for hair, a boy with multiple arms. And he saw Bakugo, a storm cloud of arrogant intensity in the corner, his crimson eyes scanning the crowd with dismissive scorn. The gazes met for a fleeting second. Bakugo's eyes dropped to Izuku's wrists, noting the new gear, before flicking away with a contemptuous snort. Then the gates of UA loomed, monolithic and imposing. The crowd funneled through, a river of hope heading toward the crucible. As he passed under the great arch, Izuku felt a shift. Not in the air, but in the attention upon him. The vague, omnipresent feeling of distant surveillance sharpened, focused. It was no longer the bored watchfulness of the beach. This was active, intense scrutiny. He didn't look around. He kept his eyes forward, his face a mask of determined calm. They were here, in the crowd, among the applicants, teachers, staff, other students. The gardener's people were in the soil. All Might's warning echoed. Weeds grow fastest in the richest soil. Asterisk. Izuku took a deep breath, feeling the dual thrum of power within, caged and focused by the bands on his wrists. Let them watch. Let them all watch. He would give them a performance worthy of both his legacies. And he would see what, in this garden of future heroes, was a flower, and what was a weed waiting to strangle the light. He stepped into the shadow of the UA entrance hall, the sunlight at his back. The stage was set. The show was about to begin. Chapter 15. The Crucible's Gaze. The UA entrance exam wasn't a test. It was a siege. The written portion was a BL. Year of logic puzzles and ethical scenarios that Izuku's analytical mind devoured. He wrote with a detached focus, his thoughts split between the questions and the prickling awareness of being watched. He could feel the gaze like a physical touch, not from the proctors, but from somewhere in the walls, in the air itself. UA's security was legendary, but so was all for one's reach. The gardener's people were here, a silent audience to his first public act. He finished early, sitting with his hands in his lap, fingers tracing the seams of his wristbands. They were warm, alive with the suppressed hum of one for all. The abyss within was a still, dark mirror, reflecting the tense energy of the room. Then came the practical. They were herded into a vast auditorium. The lights dimmed, a massive screen lit up, and the voice hero, present Mike, exploded onto the stage with enough energy to power a small city. The explanation of the combat trial: destroy robots for points, avoid the massive, 0-point, arena bosses, was simple, loud, and designed to hype up the crowd. Izuku tuned out the noise. He studied the schematic of the mock cityscape that flashed on screen. His mind, trained by months of analyzing trash heaps, instantly began mapping it. Alleyways were choke points. High ground was on the rooftops. The robots would likely emerge from marked spawn points in the pavement. The 0-pointer's path of destruction was predictable based on its size. He was not thinking like a brawler. He was thinking like a tactician, a surgeon preparing for a complex, multi-target operation. As they filed out to change into the designated gear, he caught snippets of conversation. Boasts, prayers, panicked whispers. He saw a girl with brown hair and rosy cheeks looking nervously at her feet. He saw a tall boy with engines in his legs lecturing others about rule breaking. He saw Bakugo, a contained explosion waiting for a fuse, staring straight ahead with single-minded intensity. Then, they were at the gates of Battle Center B. The massive metal doors loomed like the jaws of a beast. "All right, little listeners," Present Mike's voice boomed from above. "Get ready. The countdown starts now." Silence. A collective held breath. Izuku closed his eyes. He found his center. The sun and the void within him settled into a state of ready equilibrium. The wristbands seemed to tighten, focusing his awareness. Start up, start down, start up, start down, he mouthed All Might's old advice, a mantra for the calm before the storm. Go. The gates blasted open. The tide of applicants surged forward with a roar. Izuku didn't rush. He moved with purpose, breaking away from the main pack, ducking into a side street. The first sounds of combat erupted almost immediately. Explosions, the screech of tearing metal. Shouts of effort. His enhanced hearing filtered the chaos. 2 blocks over, a one-pointer robot was smashing through a faux storefront. He changed direction, his feet light on the pavement. He rounded a corner. The robot, a hulking thing of gray metal with a single red photoreceptor, turned its dome-like head towards him, its pincer arms rising. Izuku didn't break stride. His right hand came up. Fingers splayed. The wristband tingled, his perception narrowing to a laser point on the robot's central chassis, right where its main power coupling met the motor array. Pinpoint sunder. A thread of force, invisible and precise, delivered a micro-impact to the coupling's housing, stressing the weld points. In the same instant, the Abyss erased the few cubic millimeters of metal at the stress nexus. The effect was silent and total. The robot's red eye winked out. Its arms dropped limp. It didn't fall over. It just stopped, a statue of dead metal. A single, smooth divot marked its chest. 2 points. The clean click of feedback was a private victory. No drama, no wasted energy. He was already moving, leaping onto a fire escape, scaling it with the enhanced strength in his legs. The strain negligible. From the rooftop, he had a vantage. The city was a crawling anthill of struggling teens and clanking machines. He saw the engine-legged boy, Ida, blurring through streets, kicking robots apart with disciplined efficiency. He saw the gravity girl, Uraraka, floating debris to crush bots. He saw Bakugo, a one-man apocalypse, leaving a trail of smoking wreckage and terrified competitors in his wake. Izuku ignored them. He was a sniper, a problem solver. He spotted a 2-pointer cornering a boy with a tail. Too far for a clean sunder with the civilian in the way. He jumped. Not just a jump, a channeled burst of 1-for-all through his legs, controlled and muted by the wristbands. He soared across the gap between buildings, landing in a roll that bled momentum without sound. He came up behind the 2-pointer. It swiveled. He didn't let it finish. A flick of his hand. Cascade sunder. His perception traced the line of hydraulic pistons in its left arm. 5 micro-erasures in a chain. The arm detonated not with fire, but with a series of pneumatics hisses, its components falling apart like a disassembled toy. The robot staggered. Izuku darted in. A gentle shove of 1-for-all enhanced strength against its unbalanced frame, sending it crashing into a wall, where it lay twitching, disabled. 3 points. 4. The boy with the tail stared, open-mouthed. Thanks. Izuku gave a curt nod and was gone, already targeting his next objective. He moved through the battlefield like a ghost. He didn't fight the robots. He decommissioned them. A 3-pointer's leg joint was erased, sending it toppling. A cluster of 1-pointers had their sensor arrays deleted simultaneously, leaving them wandering blindly into walls. He used the environment, erasing a chunk of a lamppost so it fell across a robot's path, creating a momentary barrier to separate a bot from a panicked applicant. His point counter climbed steadily, efficiently. 15, 28, 42. He was a paradox, immensely powerful, yet leaving almost no trace of his passage. No craters, few loud noises. Just disabled machines with strange, precise damage. He could feel the cameras. Could almost sense the confusion in the observation room. What is this kid's quirk? Some kind of targeted disintegration. Vibration. He was giving him a show, but a cryptic one. Just as planned. Then, with 2 minutes left on the clock, the ground shook. It wasn't a tremor. It was the footfall of a god. Around a distant skyscraper, the 0-pointer appeared. It was a mountain of gray alloy. A building-sized horror with countless glowing red eyes and wrecking ball fists. Its mere presence sent a shockwave of pure terror through the arena. Applicants who had been fighting bravely turned and fled. A stampede of sheer survival instinct. Izuku stood his ground on a rooftop, watching it approach. This was the test within the test. The arena boss you were supposed to avoid. All Might's warning echoed. Not too much spectacle. Asterisk. But then he saw her. The brown-haired girl, Uraraka, was trapped. Not under debris, but in the path of the zero-pointer's gargantuan tread. She'd been helping a boy pinned by rubble, and in her exhaustion, she'd stumbled. The shadow of the machine fell over her. She looked up, her face a mask of pure, resigned despair. Izuku's calculus shattered. Avoidance was not an option. A dramatic, powerful rescue was too much spectacle. He needed something in between. A solution that saved a life while maintaining his enigmatic, precise facade. The zero-pointer raised one colossal fist, preparing to slam it down, clearing the street, and the girl, from its path. Izuku's mind raced, analyzing the monster. Its structure was too vast for a full sunder. The energy and focus required would be immense, a beacon of power. But he didn't need to destroy it. He just needed to stop it. For a moment, his eyes locked onto the massive pisto. An assembly in the raised arm's elbow joint. A critical, load-bearing point. He raised both hands, the wristbands growing hot against his skin. This would take everything. A massive surge of 1/4 to influence the joint's movement. Combined with a significant, localized erasure to sever its function. Not sunder. This was a new fusion. Anchored void. He poured a torrent of golden power into the concept of halt, directing it not as a force, but as a command against the joint's hydraulics. At the same moment, he targeted the abyss not on the metal itself, but on the pressure. Inside the main hydraulic cylinder, the kinetic energy of the descending limb. The feedback was instantaneous and violent. A deafening screech of metal grinding against itself tore through the air. The zero-pointer's descending fist jerked to a sudden, shuddering stop, frozen in midair 10 meters above the street. The colossal arm quivered, locked in place. At the elbow joint, a sectio. N of metal glowed white-hot from the contained force, and a small, perfectly spherical cavity appeared within the cylinder, a void where pressurizing fluid had simply ceased to exist. The machine roared, a sound of furious, confused mechanics. It strained, trying to move the locked limb. But the combination of commanded stasis and erased pressure was absolute. It was stuck. On the street below, Uraraka blinked. The imminent death replaced by impossible reprieve. She scrambled back, then looked around, trying to find the source of her salvation. Izuku didn't wait. The effort had cost him. A trickle of blood ran from his nose. And a deep, cold ache echoed in his core. The abyss, sated but strained by the magnitude of the erasure. He dropped from the rooftop, landing in an alley, his legs buckling for a second before he caught himself. The zero-pointer continued to bellow and strain, a immobilized titan. Around it, the fleeing applicants slowed, staring in awe and confusion. From the speakers, present Mike's voice, uncharacteristically hushed, announced, "Tea time's up." The exam was over. Silence descended, broken only by the zero-pointer's futile whirring and the gasps of the exhausted, shell-shocked teenagers. Izuku leaned against the alley wall, wiping the blood from his nose. He had done it. He'd passed. He'd stayed within the lines, mostly. He'd given them a show of precise, mysterious power. And he'd saved a life without revealing the full, terrifying scope of what he could do. But as he looked down at his trembling hands, at the warm, damp wristbands, he knew the performance was only beginning. The cameras had seen. The teachers had seen. They had seen. He had planted his flag. Now he had to wait and see what grew in the soil he'd just tilled with his power. And what poisonous weeds the gardener had already sown around it. In the UA observation bunker, the silence was profound. Recovery girl bustled around monitors, muttering about reckless children. Izuku Shota, the erasure hero, stared at the frozen zero-pointer on the central screen, his capture scarf pulled tight around his neck. His eyes, heavy with exhaustion, were fixed on a replay, a green-haired boy on a rooftop. Raising his hands, a faint, emerald and black distortion in the air around them, followed by the zero-pointer's abrupt paralysis. "What?" Izuku said, his voice flat and deadly, "is that?" On the screen next to him, the feed showed the boy again, moments earlier, disabling a three-pointer with a touch, leaving a perfect hole in its armor. Precise matter erasure or energy negation, Nezu. The principal chirped from his seat, sipping tea. His black eyes sparkled with intense, unsettling interest. With a secondary strength enhancement component. And remarkable tactical acumen. He avoided conflict, prioritized efficient takedowns, and used the environment. He didn't just take the exam. He optimized it. He's a walking violation of conservation of mass, Izuku grumbled. And he just froze a building-sized robot by looking at it. That's not a quirk. That's a contingency plan. Perhaps, Nezu said cheerfully, but a very effective one. And look at this. He tapped a key, pulling up Izuku's written exam. The score was near perfect. The essay on hero ethics was nuanced, profound, and spoke of the weight of power with a gravity far beyond his years. The mind matches the power, or perhaps, struggles with it. All Might, in his skeletal form pretending to be a nervous new hire, watched from the back, his heart a drum of pride and fear. They were intrigued. They were wary. It was exactly what he'd hoped for. And in a soundproofed, shielded sub-basement far below the observation room, a different set of monitors played the same footage. The gardener leaned close, his reflection ghostly on the glass. The fusion is seamless, he murmured to the empty room, a smile playing on his lips. The restraint is exquisite. He saved the girl not with a hero's flash, but with a solver's elegance. He tapped the screen, freezing on Izuku's strained, bloodied face in the alley. And see, the cost. The void feeds, but it also takes. The balance is a strain. A beautiful, fragile strain. He leaned back, steepling his fingers. Prepare the dossier for the master. The specimen has passed the first trial. He is ready for the hothouse. And for the specific pollinators we have placed within it. Above, in the sunlight, the applicants were being led out, dazed and chattering. Izuku walked among them, invisible again, just another tired face in the crowd. But he wasn't invisible, not anymore. He had stepped into the crucible, and its gaze was now permanently fixed upon him, from the heights of UA, and from the depths of a far older, darker darkness. Chapter 16, The Hothouse. The letter arrived a week later. It was heavy, formal, bearing the UA seal. Izuku's mother held it with trembling hands before passing it to him, her eyes wide with a hope so fragile it hurt to look at. He opened it in his room. A small, metallic disc clattered onto his desk. It projected a hologram of All Might, not Yagi Toshinori, but the symbol of peace in all his golden-haired, smiling glory. I am here. As a projection, the hologram boomed, making Izuku flinch. The message was a standard acceptance. Congratulations, top scores, etc. But then All Might's grin turned, just slightly, into something more personal, his eyes seeming to look straight through the light and into Izuku's own. You showed not just power, but a hero's heart, and a remarkable tactical mind. The words were generic praise, but the pause before, remarkable, was a fraction too long. A signal. The path ahead will be challenging. UA's curriculum is designed to forge the best. I look forward to seeing how you grow. The projection winked out. Izuku sat in the silence of his room, the hum of the disc fading. He was in. He'd done it. The first part of the plan was a success. There was no joy in the victory, only a deepening of the trench he was digging. UA wasn't a dream come true anymore. It was a strategic position. A hothouse, as the gardener would say. A controlled environment where he would be forced to grow under intense scrutiny, his every move observed by teachers, by rivals, and by enemies hidden among both. The days before the start of term were spent in a different kind of training. All Might was distant, their meetings brief and conducted in crowded public places, a park bench, a busy cafe. The mentor-student dynamic was officially over. Now, it was handler and asset. Your cover is a unique, dual-type quirk, All Might muttered over a cup of cold coffee, not looking at him. You call it **, 0 point. A tactile telekinesis, that allows you to negate molecular bonds in a targeted area, combined with a minor physical enhancement. That is the story. Stick to it. The wristbands are focusing aids for the precision work. Never take them off in public. Izuku nodded. The lie was taking shape. A half-truth wrapped in plausible deniability. Your classmates will be the best and brightest, All Might continued, his voice low. They will also be your greatest vulnerability and your most effective camouflage. Learn them. Befriend some. Beware of all. The gardener will have agents there. Not necessarily villains. Students with malleable morals, deep-seated grudges, or hidden vulnerabilities that can be exploited. Your power will be a magnet for both admiration and envy. Use both. The advice was cold, cynical, and absolutely necessary. Izuku felt the boy who'd once filled notebooks with hero analyses dying a little more. The fan was becoming a strategist in a silent war. And remember, All Might said, fixing him with a stare that was all Yagi Toshinori's grim resolve. The moment you step through those gates, you are on your own. I cannot help you, not in any way that matters. You must be Midoriya Izuku, you a student. Not my successor. The finality of it was a door slamming shut. Izuku just nodded again. There was nothing else to say. The first day of school dawned with a sky the color of polished steel. His new uniform, crisp, dark, and imposing, felt like a costume. The black wristbands were the only part that felt truly his. He hugged his mother goodbye, her worry a palpable cloud around her. The train ride was a quiet, tense echo of the exam day. He saw familiar faces in the crowd. Ida, chopping his hand in a precise rhythm as he walked, Uraraka, looking determined and slightly nauseous, Bakugo, a storm front in a Gakuren, shouldering his way through the station as if it were an enemy to be conquered. UA's main building loomed, even more intimidating when it wasn't surrounded by anxious applicants. The hallways were cavernous, buzzing with the energy of hundreds of powerful, ambitious teenagers. Izuku found Class 1A's door. It was massive, as tall as a giant's. He took a breath, smoothed his uniform, and slid it open. The noise hit him first. Not the chaotic roar of the exam, but the vibrant, competitive hum of 20 people who all believed they were the main character. He saw Ida already lecturing a boy with spiky red hair about proper footwear. He saw Uraraka introducing herself brightly to a girl with earphone jacks dangling from her earlobes. He saw a boy with a lightning bolt streak in his hair grinning lazily, his feet on a desk. And he saw Bakugo, already seated at the back by the window, glaring at anyone who came too close, a king defending his claimed territory. Izuku's entrance went largely unnoticed. He was just another face. He chose a seat near the middle, not drawing attention, putting his back to no one. He kept his head down, arranging his supplies, feeling the weight of unseen eyes. The last student to arrive was a tall, handsome boy with perfectly styled hair and a friendly, empty smile. He made a show of apologizing for his lateness, his voice smooth as oil. Yuga Aoyama. Izuku's new senses, always passively active, tingled faintly. There was something off about the boy's quirk signature. Not weak, but contained, masked, like a light under a thick blanket. A plant, Izuku wondered, filing the observation away. Then the door slid open again, and the ambient noise died instantly. A man shuffled in, wrapped in a ragged yellow sleeping bag. His hair a wild black mane, his eyes red and heavy with the promise of suffering. A Razorhead, the underground hero who could nullify quirks. The class fell into a terrified hush. Aizawa's gaze swept over them like a searchlight, lingering for a microsecond on Izuku before moving on. It took you 8 seconds to quiet down. Time is a precious resource. You're all irrational. He unzipped the sleeping bag. Put these on. Meet me on the PE grounds in 10 minutes. We're doing a quirk apprehension test. There were murmurs of confusion, excitement. Aizawa's dead eyes silenced them. The student with the lowest score will be judged to have no potential and will be expelled. The room went ice cold. Izuku's mind, already in tactical mode, shifted gears. This wasn't a class. It was a filter. Aizawa was looking for something. Weakness, instability, the wrong kind of power. On the field, under a sky that promised rain, the tests began. A simple ball throw, but with quirks. Izuku watched, analyzing. Ashido's acid melted the measuring device until Aizawa stopped her. Ida used his engines for a powerful throw. Uraraka sent her ball into orbit with a touch. Bakugo obliterated the concept of distance with a cataclysmic explosion that shook the ground. Each display was a data point. Power levels, control, psychology. Bakugo's was pure, unadulterated destructive force, a blunt instrument of terrifying power. Then it was Izuku's turn. He walked into the circle, the standard softball feeling alien in his hand. Aizawa's eyes were on him, unblinking. The whole class was watching, curious about the quiet boy with the strange wristbands. He couldn't throw it like Bakugo. That would raise too many questions about the source of his power. He had to sell 0 point. He focused on the ball, letting his spatial awareness from the abyss map its surface. He pretended to concentrate, raising his other hand, fingers spread towards the ball. He channeled the tiniest, most invisible thread of one for all, not to empower himself, but to create a minute, localized vibration within the ball's material structure, weakening it without breaking it. Then, with a slight grimace of effort he didn't feel, he activated the abyss. Not a full erasure, a superficial one. He deleted the microscopic friction and air resistance directly in front of the ball along a pre-planned trajectory. He threw. It was a normal throw, with a hint of enhanced strength from his trained body. The ball left his hand and sighed through the air. It didn't arc like a normal projectile. It traveled in a perfectly straight, silent line, as if moving through a vacuum, before finally succumbing to gravity and landing with a soft plop far, far down the field. 705.3 meters. The reading flashed on the device Aoyama was holding. The class erupted in murmurs. Whoa, he just cancelled the air. Is that even a quirk? It's so weird. Silent too. Creepy. Izuku said nothing. His capture scarf shifted slightly. His quirk-erasing eyes had been active. Izuku had felt the strange, nullifying pressure brush over him. But it had done nothing. Because Izuku's quirk, 1. An emitter type Izuku could turn off. It was a fundamental part of him, and a stolen legacy. Erasure had no purchase on either. Izuku's eyes narrowed. He'd tested him, and come up empty. That, in itself, was a result. The rest of the tests passed in a blur. Izuku calibrated his performance carefully. For the grip strength test, he used a micro-sunder on the device's internal spring to make it read higher, while using a subtle application of one for all to actually squeeze. For the long jump, he erased a pocket of air resistance at the peak of his jump to extend it slightly. He placed consistently in the top 5, but never first, never spectacular, always precise, efficient, and quietly bizarre. Bakugo won every explosive, physical test, seething with fury that his victory felt hollow next to Izuku's incomprehensible silent efficiency. The green-haired boy wasn't competing with him. He was solving a different set of problems entirely. At the end, Izuku projected the scores. Izuku was 4th. Bakugo was 1st, his face a thundercloud. The boy in last place, a minor telekinetic, began to cry, expecting expulsion. Izuku looked at him, then at the class. It was a logical ruse. He showed no emotion. No one is going home. It was a rational deception to pull out your best performances. The relief was palpable, mixed with outrage. But Izuku wasn't relieved. He saw the truth. It hadn't been a ruse for everyone. It had been a very real test for him. Izuku had wanted to see his power under pressure, to try and nullify it, to gauge his control and his character. E-man's expression as he dismissed them was unreadable, but his gaze lingered on Izuku for a heartbeat too long. As the class filed back towards the locker rooms, chattering with nervous energy, a hand tapped Izuku's shoulder. He turned. It was Uraraka, her face bright with a grateful smile. Midoriya, right, from the exam. I never got to thank you. For the 0-pointer. That was you, wasn't it? You stopped its arm. Her voice carried. Heads turned. Bakugo, walking ahead, stopped dead. Izuku's blood ran cold. This was exposure. Uncontrolled. I just got lucky, he stammered, taking a step back. My quirk. It can sometimes jam machinery if I hit the right spot. It was amazing, she insisted, oblivious to the danger. You saved me. Bakugo turned slowly, his eyes, burning with a complex fire of fury, humiliation, and dawning, terrible understanding, locked onto Izuku. The pieces, the exam, the strange quirk, the precise, unnatural victories today, clicked together in his mind with an almost audible snap. He didn't say a word. He just stared, his hands clenched at his sides, small explosions popping in his palms like cracking knuckles. The message was clear. I know it was you. And this isn't over. Asterisk. Izuku gave Uraraka a weak, pained smile. Anyone would have done the same. See you in class. He hurried away, feeling Bakugo's gaze and Izuku's watchful eyes from the T. Aka's exit like twin lasers on his back. He had survived the first day. He had passed the first filter. But the hothouse was already proving to be a treacherous ecosystem. He had a grateful ally W. Ho might inadvertently burn him with her light. He had a furious, brilliant rival who was piecing together the truth. And he had a teacher who knew his official story was a lie, and was now deeply, affectionately interested in what lay beneath. As he changed out of his gym clothes, his fingers brushed the wristbands. They were warm, a constant reminder of the sun and the void he carried, and the countless invisible eyes now watching them both. The cultivation had begun, and in the heated, crowded air of UA's hothouse, anything could grow. Including the kind of truths that could strangle a dream before it ever truly bloomed. Chapter 17. A pruning in the moonlight. The routine of UA was a kind of exquisite, structured torture. Mornings were filled with normal academic subjects, math, literature, modern hero art history, that Izuku's mind, trained for tactical analysis, devoured and filed away. These were the calm waters. The afternoons were the storm. Foundational hero studies was taught by All Might in his full, booming glory. It was surreal, sitting in a classroom while his mentor performed a cartoonish parody of himself, telling them to eat this. As he discussed battle tactics, Izuku kept his head down, took notes, and felt the gulf between them widen into a chasm. All Might's booming laugh was a wall, hiding the gaunt, worried man beneath. The real crucible was hero basic training. Under Izuku's board, merciless eye, they were pushed to their physical and quirk limits in grueling, inventive, and often sadistic exercises. Rescue drills in simulated disaster zones. Team combat exercises in the crumbling replica cityscapes of Ground Beta. Izuku continued to play his part. 0 point. He used it with careful, visible strain. He'd negate the friction under his feet for a burst of speed, leaving ghostly, silent tracks. He'd jam training robots by touching their joints, leaving small, smooth divots. He used subtle applications of one-for-all strength, masked as enhanced physicality from training. He was competent, innovative, but never the star. He hovered in the upper middle of the class rankings, a notable talent, but not an obvious monster. It was a tightrope walk over a pit of his own making. Every use of sunder, every fused application, had to be disguised. A robot's limb falling off had to look like a lucky, precise negation of a weld. Not a surgical excision of its structural integrity. It was mentally exhausting, more so than the physical strain. His classmates were a spectrum of challenges. Ida Tenya was a rigid, honorable ally. His earnestness a potential blind spot. Uraraka Okako was a genuine, warm presence, her gratitude a constant, low-grade risk of exposure. Kirishima Eijiro's boisterous friendliness was hard to refuse, but bonding meant vulnerability. And then there was Bakugo. The blonde's fury had not abated. It had calcified into a cold, focused obsession. He watched Izuku in every training exercise, analyzing his every move. He never confronted him directly, not after Izuku's swift punishment for an early, explosive threat. Instead, Bakugo challenged him indirectly, pushing himself harder, dominating every combat exercise. As if to prove that raw, explosive power would always trump quiet, weird precision. It was a silent war of methodologies, and Bakugo was determined to win. The only one who seemed to see through Izuku's act, at least partially, was Izuku himself. The man's heavy-lidded eyes missed nothing. He'd call Izuku out for holding back, for overthinking simple solutions. Once, during a capture the flag exercise, Izuku had used a pinpoint air resistance negation to deflect a projectile with impossible accuracy. Izuku had stopped the match. Midoriya, your file says, targeted molecular negation. That, he'd said, pointing to the spot where the rubber ball had veered, looks like localized atmospheric control. Care to explain the discrepancy? The class had gone quiet. Izuku's mind had raced. The negation applies to forces binding the air molecules in that specific volume, sir. It creates a temporary low-pressure zone that deflects objects. It's a subset of the main quirk function. It was a bullshit answer, a patch on his already shaky cover story. Izuku had stared at him for a long, silent moment, then grunted. See me after class. In the empty classroom later, Izuku hadn't threatened expulsion. He'd just leaned against the teacher's desk, looking more tired than ever. I don't know what your game is, problem child. Your power is inconsistent. Sometimes it's a scalpel, sometimes it's a cheat code. The output doesn't always match the supposed mechanism. He fixed Izuku with his bloodshot gaze. UA is not a place for secrets that endanger others. Whatever you're hiding, it puts a strain on you. I can see it. That kind of strain leads to mistakes. And mistakes here get people killed. Am I understood? Yes, sir, Izuku had said, his throat tight. Good. Dismissed. It was a warning. Aizawa wasn't his enemy, but he was an obstacle. A guardian at the gate who knew the gate was fake. The pressure was a constant, grinding weight. Between maintaining his cover, managing the internal balance of his powers, fending off Bakugo's psychological warfare, and dodging Aizawa's scrutiny, Izuku felt the first true cracks forming in his resolve. The cool clarity of Sunder was becoming harder to reach. The feedback sometimes felt less like a clean click and more like a hungry gulp. He was so focused on the threats inside UA that he almost missed the one that came from outside. It was a Thursday night. He was walking home later than usual after helping Ida reorganize the class supply closet, an activity that was both mind-numbing and a useful excuse to avoid social interaction. The streets were quiet, lit by the cold blue of street lamps. His enhanced hearing was dialed down, his mind replaying the day's training, a failed manai. Where he'd overtout a simple dodge. He turned down the shortcut through a narrow, residential lane flanked by high garden walls. The attack wasn't an ambush. It was an appointment. The scale, D-neck man from the beach and the street stood under a lamp, his posture relaxed. He wasn't hiding. He was waiting. Izuku stopped 20 feet away, his body going still, the quiet hum within him shifting to a ready thrum. No companions tonight? Izuku asked, his voice flat. He scanned the shadows, his abyss sense flowing out. There was one other signature, hidden on the rooftop to the left. Not the gardener. Someone with a dense, kinetic energy. A close combat specialist. The gardener sends his regards, Scaled Neck said, his voice as flat as Izuku's. He's impressed with your progress. Your performance at UA is instructive. But he worries you're losing yourself in the role. That you're starting to believe the little lies you tell your classmates. What do you want? The wristbands were warm on his skin. The suppressed power within eager for a release that wasn't a lie. A reminder, the man said. A pruning, if you will. To keep your growth directed. He took a step forward. You've been practicing control, restraint, playing with the children. The master wonders if you've forgotten the taste of true efficiency. The clean solution. The figure on the rooftop dropped, landing silently behind Izuku, blocking the lane's exit. It was a woman, dressed in skin-tight black, her fingers ending in claws that shimmered with a vibration that made the air hum. A resonance quirk. Ikely could shatter anything she touched. A pincer movement, in a confined space. A test, not an assassination. You are a sculpture of potential, Scaled Neck said, beginning to circle to the right. His skin shimmered, the scales becoming more pronounced, hardening into an organic armor. But a sculpture requires the removal of excess material. We are here to remind you of your tools. The woman behind him shot forward. A silent blur, her vibrating claws aimed not at a killing blow, but at his legs, to cripple, to incapacitate. Izuku's mind, conditioned by months of tactical drills and real terror, didn't panic. It categorized. 2 enemies. Close quarters. Civilian area. Goal. Disable without lethal force, without excessive property damage, without revealing full capabilities. Restraints. His UA-trained mind supplied. But he had no capture gear. Environment. His analyst's mind counted. The garden wall to his left was old brick. The pavement underfoot was asphalt over compacted earth. The woman was faster. Her claws sang through the air. Izuku didn't dodge backward into Scaled Neck. He dropped, spinning on the ball of his foot, his hand slapping the pavement. Not asunder. A modified, desperate technique. Ground void. He poured a concentrated burst of 1-for-all's energy into the concept of liquefy, for a 1-meter circle of asphalt and earth beneath the woman's leading foot. Simultaneously, the abyss erased the structural bonds holding that specific patch of ground together for a depth of 6 inches. The effect was instantaneous. The spot where the woman's foot was about to land became instant, dry quicksand. Not mud, a granular, cohesionless powder. Her foot plunged in up to the ankle, the sudden lack of solid support throwing her balance and momentum into chaos. She stumbled forward with a grunt, her lethal claws gouging harmless furrows in the brick wall as she caught herself. Izuku was already moving, using the microsecond of distraction. He launched himself not at her, but at Scaled Neck, who was closing in, fists raised. He couldn't punch through those scales. A direct sunder might kill him or maim him horrifically. Instead, Izuku feinted a punch. As Scaled Neck moved to block, Izuku's other hand shot out, fingers brushing the man's armored bicep. Kinetic redirect. A whisper of one for all's force, injected into the man's own defensive muscle contraction, amplifying it, combined with a micro-erasure of the friction in the man's elbow joint. Scaled Neck's own block became a violent, uncontrolled swing that over-rotated his entire body, spinning him around. Izuku stepped inside the opening, his foot hooking behind the man's ankle. A simple sweep, enhanced by perfect timing and the man's own momentum. Scal. Neck crashed to the ground with a heavy thud asterisk, the breath knocked out of him. The woman had wrenched her foot free from the pit of granular earth. She lunged again, her face a mask of cold fury, her vibrating claws aimed at his side. No time for finesse. Izuku pivoted, bringing his wristband-clad forearm up in a block. He couldn't let those claws touch his skin. As her claws met the matte black material, he focused, not on negating her quirk, that was biological, too integrated. He focused on the vibration itself, dampening void. He used the abyss to erase the amplitude of the resonant frequency in the air directly around the point of contact. Not the energy, but its expression. The shrieking hum of her claws died to a faint buzz. At the same time, he channeled a cushion F1 for all's raw force into his forearm, not to strike back, but to absorb and dissipate the impact. Her claw struck with a dull thump asterisk, not a shattering resonance. The force was still enough to knock him back a step, pain lancing up his arm, but his bone didn't crack, and the wristband held, scorched but intact. The woman stared at her now silent, ineffective claws in shock. That was all the opening he needed. He didn't strike her. He sundered the ground directly beneath her again, a smaller patch this time. As she stumbled, he closed the distance and delivered a sharp, precise chop T. The side of her neck, a nerve cluster strike All Might had drilled into him 100 times. She collapsed, unconscious. He turned. Scaled Neck was pushing himself up, his armored skin rippling. Izuku stood over him, breathing hard, his arm throbbing. The cool satisfaction of the abyss was there, fed by the precise, multi-layered erasures, but it was mingled with the hot, angry pulse of adrenaline and pain. "Tell the gardener," Izuku said, his voice low and ragged with a fury he usually kept buried, "that I haven't forgotten my tools. And if he sends anyone else to prune me, I'll start pruning back. And I won't be aiming at the pavement." Scaled Neck looked from his unconscious partner to Izuku's burning eyes. For the first time, Izuku saw a flicker of something in the man's flat gaze, not fear, but a reassessment. The rabbit had not just teeth. It had a strategy, and a willingness to wield its strange, quiet violence. The man gave a curt nod, gathered up his partner, and melted into the shadows of a cross alley, moving with a speed that spoke of a retreat, not a rout. Izuku stood alone in the lamp-lit lane. The granular pit in the ground was already settling. The scorch mark on his wristband was a black smear. His arm ached. He hadn't won. He'd survived. He'd defended himself without killing, without massive destruction. He'd used his synergy in 3 new, desperate ways, adapting on the fly. But as he looked at the disturbed earth, at the mark on his wrist, he knew the message had been sent both ways. The gardener was reminding him of the darkness he carried, and Izuku had just reminded him that the darkness had a will of its own, and a mind that could turn it into a shield, a trap, and a warning. He walked the rest of the way home in the deep silence of the night, the echo of the silenced resonance quirk lingering in his ears. The pruning had failed, but the vine had been shaken. And now, both gardener and plant knew the other was not just cultivating. They were at war. In a greenhouse filled with night-blooming flowers, the gardener listened to the scaled man's report. He snipped a dead leaf from an orchid with a pair of silver shears. He used the environment, created a non-lethal hazard, redirected force, neutralized a resonance without harming the source. The gardener smiled, a true, radiant smile. He's learning, not just control, creativity. He's beginning to see the world as a set of variables to be manipulated by his will. He placed the shears down. The lesson was a success. He is frustrated, angry. His restraint is being stressed. Good. A stressed vessel is more receptive to new shapes. He turned to a complex diagram on a wall screen, a map of UA, with faces of students and faculty dotted across it. One face, with sparkling eyes and a too bright smile, was circled. The soil is prepared. The pollinators are in place. And our young hybrid is feeling the strain of his own duality. The gardener's voice was a gentle, loving whisper. Soon, very soon, it will be time to apply a little cross-pollination. Let us see what fruit bitterness bears when mixed with such extraordinary potential. Chapter 18. The Pollen of Doubt. The morning after the alley fight, Izuku moved like a ghost wrapped in ache. His right arm was a symphony of bruised muscle and strained tendons where the resonance claw had struck. The school nurse would have questions. His mother would have panic. So he endured the pain, a private counterpoint to the constant hum of power within. He wore his uniform jacket despite the spring warmth, hiding the darkening bloom of purple under the sleeve. UA was a minefield where every step required calculation. The written exam in modern hero art history was a welcome distraction. AP. Puzzle of dates and ideologies he could lose himself in. He finished early, his mind automatically analyzing the essay question on the ethical limits of preemptive quirk application in disaster zones, with a chilling, newfound pragmatism. He wrote about efficiency, about minimizing collateral damage, about the moral calculus of a single, precise action versus prolonged, destructive struggle. His words were cold, logical, and scored him top marks. When Aizawa handed back the papers, his red eyes lingered on Izuku's essay for a moment too long before moving on. The physical strain was worse. Foundational hero studies involved a team-based rescue simulation in a mock-up of a collapsed subway tunnel. All Might, in his booming persona, coached them with grand, simple gestures. Izuku's team, himself, Ida, and the quiet animal speaker Koda, was tasked with extracting casualties from under a pile of twisted I-beams and concrete. The key is speed and stability, young Midoriya. All Might boomed, a cardboard cutout of wisdom. Use your quirk's unique properties to secure the environment. Izuku stared at the rubble. His usual approach, a cascade sunder to sever key load-bearing points, was impossible with Ida's sharp eyes watching and All Might's performative gaze upon him. He had to be 0 point. He knelt, placing his hands on a massive slab pinning a dummy. He pretended to concentrate, the wristbands glowing faintly for show. In reality, he used a microscopic application of One for All to sense the slab's stress points, then used the Abyss to perform a dozen pinprick erasures along a hidden fracture line. The slab cracked apart with a loud, convincing crack along the pre-weakened seam, breaking into two manageable pieces that Ida and Koda quickly moved. Excellent work, using your negation to find structural weaknesses. All Might praised, but his eyes held a silent, knowing critique. You overcomplicated it. You're hiding. Izuku's arm screamed in protest as he helped lift the dummy. The feedback from the micro-erasures was a pale, unsatisfying shadow of the clean click of a true sunder. It felt like eating sawdust after knowing the taste of a feast. After class, as they filtered back to the locker rooms, the pressure found a new vent. Hey, Midoriya. The voice was bright, melodious, and felt like glass shards in Izuku's ears. Yuga Aoyama fell into step beside him, his smile sparkling under the hallway lights. That was magnific in there. The way you made that concrete just give up. It is so elegant. Not brutish like some. He shot a not-so-subtle glance towards Bakugo, who was storming ahead. It's just my quirk, Izuku mumbled, quickening his pace. Aoyama's presence set his teeth on edge. That masked, contained quirk signature BU is at the edge of his perception like a trapped hornet. But such control, Aoyama pressed, keeping pace effortlessly. To be so precise, when one has such power, it is a burden, to always hold back. To always think of the consequences of every little action. The words were innocuous, admiring even, but they landed with the precision of a scalpel, probing the exact fissure in Izuku's armor. He stopped walking, turning to face Aoyama. The boy's smile didn't waver, but his eyes were like polished stones, reflecting nothing. What do you mean? Izuku asked, his voice flat. Aoyama leaned in, his voice dropping to a conspiratorial whisper. Only that I understand, perhaps. The feeling that you are more than what they see. That the role you play is too small. That sometimes a simpler, cleaner solution is right there asterisk, but you must tie your own hands with rules. He sighed dramatically. It can be étouffant, suffocating. Izuku's blood ran cold. This wasn't idle chatter. This was a probe, a pollinator brushing against his petals. Was Aoyama the gardener's agent? A plant in the class? Or just a lonely kid projecting his own issues? The rules are there for a reason, Izuku said. The hero student's line tasting like ash. To protect people, of course. Naturalment. Aoyama agreed, too quickly. But who protects the protector from wasting his gift? From becoming diluted? He placed a hand on Izuku's uninjured shoulder. The touch was light, but it felt like a brand. You have a splendid light, Midoriya. But I see a shadow in you that worries. Shadow that maybe understands that some problems are not meant to be solved, but removed. Do not let them convince you otherwise. He gave a final, sparkling smile and glided away, leaving Izuku standing frozen in the hallway. The words coiled around his heart, venomous and seductive. A simpler, cleaner solution. Problems removed. A shadow that understands. Asterisk. The gardener's philosophy, packaged in glitter and false sympathy. Sown directly into the soil of his daily life. The rest of the day passed in a fog. During a free period in the library, he tried to research Aoyama. The file was sparse. Transfer student from a prestigious French hero academy. Quirk. Naval laser. A simple, showy belly button laser. But the energy signature Izuku felt was all wrong. It was layered, complex, hidden. As he pored over a yearbook from the French Academy on a microfiche reader, a shadow fell over him. Analyzing the competition, Midoriya. Shoto Todoroki's voice was as cool and level as ever. The jewel-haired son of Endeavor stood beside the carrel, his heterochromatic eyes taking in the scattered notes. Aoyama is an odd focus. His power is straightforward, flashy, but limited. Izuku quickly shuffled the papers. Just curious about transfer students. Todoroki was silent for a moment. You are an odd focus yourself, he stated, his gaze unwavering. Your power is anything but straightforward. It defies easy categorization, like mine does. There was no malice in the statement, just cold observation. People with such powers, we are often shaped by forces outside our control. Molded for purposes not our own. The statement hit far too close to home. Izuku looked up, meeting Todoroki's mismatched eyes. He saw not hostility, but a kind of grim recognition. A fellow specimen in the hothouse, aware of the gardeners outside the glass. I'm just trying to be a hero, Izuku said, the lie weaker than ever. Todoroki gave a slow, almost imperceptible nod. As am I, in my own way. He turned to leave, then paused. Be careful who you trust, Midoriya. Not all soil in this garden is clean. Some is fertilized with old blood and bitter legacy. He walked away, leaving Izuku with a new kind of chill. Todoroki wasn't the gardener's tool. He was something else, a wary, independent power, observing the same game from a different angle. The final class of the day was Ethics with Midnight. The topic was the slippery slope of quirk use in law enforcement. She used a case study, a villain with a regeneration quirk, nearly impossible to contain, who had been neutralized. Why an unnamed hero with a power that permanently erased biological functions? Where is the line? Midnight asked, pacing. When does containment become mutilation? When does protecting society become playing God? The class debated heatedly. Ida argued for absolute adherence to legal protocols. Kirishima argued for doing whatever manly thing it takes to stop a bad guy. Bakugo snarled about not coddling extras who get in the way. Izuku sat silent, his injured arm throbbing in time with his heartbeat. He saw the alley, the pit of granular earth, the silenced resonance claw. He saw the warehouse core, winking into nothing. Clean solutions, problems removed. He thought of Aoyama's whisper, a shadow that understands. Asterisk. Midnight's eyes swept the room. Midoriya, you've been quiet. You have a quirk that could theoretically negate a regeneration factor. Where would you draw the line? 20 pairs of eyes turned to him. Uraraka's were wide with curiosity. Ida's were expectant. Bakugo's were glaring. challenging him to reveal some hidden, ugly truth. Izuku's mouth was dry. The words that came out were not his own. They were the cold, logical words from his essay, The Pragmatie. See justification he'd been building to survive. The line is at the minimum necessary force to permanently neutralize the threat. If a villain cannot be contained by any other means, and their continue ed freedom guarantees loss of innocent life, then a permanent, targeted negation of the destructive capability is a tragic necessity. Not heroism, but triage. The room went quiet. Even Midnight looked taken aback by the clinical, ruthless analysis. Triage, she repeated slowly. That's a very medical term. A very cold one. Saving lives isn't always warm, Izuku heard himself say, the ghost of the gardener in his ear. Sometimes it's just arithmetic. A heavy, uncomfortable silence filled the room. He had crossed a line, not of power, but of ideology. He had given voice to the shadow inside him, in front of everyone. Bakugo's lip curled in a sneer of triumph, as if Izuku had finally confirmed his deepest suspicion, that he was a freak, a cold, calculating robot. Uraraka looked confused, a little hurt. Ida adjusted his glasses, frowning deeply. That is a dangerously utilitarian viewpoint, Midoriya. It disregards the inherent dignity of the individual, villain or not. The bell rang, a shrill salvation. Izuku gathered his things, his face burning with a shame he couldn't fully name. He had just pollinated the class with his own doubt, with the gardener's poison, and presented it as reason. As he hurried from the room, he passed Aoyama's desk. The sparkling boy gave him a small, approving nod, his eyes gleaming. The pollen had been offered, and Izuku, in his pain and frustration, had breathed it in. He walked out of the school into the afternoon sun, but he felt no warmth. He felt only the creeping, invasive growth of an idea he could no longer fully reject. Maybe the gardener was right. Maybe some problems weren't meant to be solved. Maybe they were just weeds. And he was standing in the garden with the shears in his hand, starting to wonder if he'd been too afraid to make the cut. That night, in the sterile quiet of his room, he didn't write in his analysis notebook. He stared at the blank page, the memory of his own words in ethics class echoing. Triage, arithmetic, asterisk. He looked at his injured arm, then at his wristbands. He was changing. The pressure, the pain, the constant deception, the seductive whispers, they were pruning him. Not his power, his soul. He had entered UA to become a beacon, to draw fire away from his mother. He was succeeding, but the light he was projecting was growing colder, sharper, and tinged with a shadow that was learning to love the clean, quiet sound of something ceasing to be. The door to his room opened softly. His mother stood there, holding a tray with an ice pack and a bowl of soup. Her eyes went immediately to the jacket he still wore, to the way he cradled his arm. Izuku. Her voice was soft, laced with a fear that had nothing to do with villains. He couldn't lie to her. Not tonight. He slowly took off the jacket, revealing the spectacular bruise. She gasped, setting the tray down with a clatter, rushing to his side. What happened? Training, he said, which was true. It's worse than it looks. She fetched the ice pack, gently pressing it to his arm. Her touch was infinitely gentle, a balm against the cold logic festering in his mind. My brave boy, she whispered, but it sounded like a plea. What are they doing to you in that school? He looked into her worried eyes, the only touchstone of unconditional love he had left. They're making me strong, Mom, he said, and it was the truth. But it was no longer the whole truth. The strength they were forging in him had two edges. One to protect, and one that was starting to yearn for the clean, final cut. He leaned into her touch, closing his eyes, trying to remember the warmth. But all he could feel was the cool, satisfied purr of the abyss, and the approving smile of a boy made of glitter and lies. The doubt was no longer a seed. It had taken root. Chapter 19. The Bloom of Chaos. The bruise faded from violet to a sickly yellow, a badge of honor from a battle no one at UA knew he'd fought. The ache in his arm became a familiar companion, a grounding pain that countered the abstract, gnawing doubt in his mind. He wore it like a secret, a reminder that the war wasn't just in his head or on a training field. It was in quiet alleys and whispered conversations. He kept his distance from Aoyama. The sparkling boy's attempts at further understanding were met with monosyllabic answers and turned shoulders. Yet, the words had been sown. They grew in the quiet moments, during tedious drills or in the dead of night. A simpler solution, a shadow that understands. Asterisk. His performance in training became more aggressive, not in a Bakugo-esque, explosive way, but in a chillingly efficient one. During a sparring match with Ojiro, the tailed boy made a competent, sweeping attack. Izuku didn't dodge or block in a conventional sense. He used a micro-application of ground void on the spot where Ojiro's supporting foot was about to land, just enough to disrupt his balance. As Ojiro stumbled, Izuku closed in. A touch of kinetic redirect on his wrist sending Ojiro's own follow-through punch wide, leaving him open for a simple, decisive throw. The match was over in 8 seconds. Ojiro looked more confused than defeated. Aizawa, watching from the sidelines, made a note on his clipboard, his expression unreadable. "Deku's getting creepy," Mineta whispered to Kaminari, not quietly enough. "It's like he's not even fighting you. He's just making you lose." The comment spread. The class's perception of him shifted from the quiet, weirdly precise guy to something more unsettling. He was solving combat puzzles with a detached, almost merciless efficiency. The warmth he'd shown Uraraka after the exam was gone, buried under layers of tactical frost. Only Bakugo seemed to appreciate the change, seeing in it a kindred ruthlessness, though it galled him that Izuku's was cerebral where his was visceral. The silent war between them escalated. Bakugo would target him in team exercises. His explosions a roaring challenge to Izuku's silent, surgical nullifications. Izuku responded not with rage, but with infuriatingly calm counters, erasing the traction under Bakugo's explosions to make him slide. Negating the concussive wave in a localized area to protect teammates, always one step ahead in a battle of predictions. It was during one such heated exercise in G. Round Gamma, the industrial zone, that the gardener's next move manifested, not as a whisper, but as a scream. They were in the middle of a capture the flag scenario, teams of 4. Izuku was paired with Tokiyami, Shoji, and, by the cruel irony of the draw, Aoyama. Bakugo led the opposing team with Kirishima, Sero, and Ashido. The air was thick with the smell of ozone and industry. Bakugo's team was on the offensive. A blistering assault. Kirishima hardened and charged Shoji's defensive wall. Sero's tape lashed out to snag their flag. Ashido laid down a corridor of acid to cut off angles. Izuku was coordinating a defense. His mind a map of trajectories and quirk interactions. Tokiyami, dark shadow on the left flank, intercept Sero's tape. Shoji, hold Kirishima for 3 seconds, then disengage right. Aoyama, suppressive fire on Bakugo's approach vector, aim for the girders above him too. Mice non. Aoyama interrupted, his voice uncharacteristically sharp, his usual sparkle gone, replaced by a grim intensity. That is too slow. They're a hammer. We must be a scalpel. I have a better solution. Before Izuku could protest, Aoyama struck a pose. But instead of the usual, showy laser from his navel, a different sound emerged, a deep, resonant hum that seemed to vibrate from his core. The air around his midsection warped, not with light, but with a distortion that hurt to look at. Aoyama, don't, Izuku shouted, a cold dread seizing him. This was wrong. This was the hidden signature, now unmasked. Aoyama ignored him. He thrust his hands forward. The distortion shot out, not as a beam, but as a wave of nothingness. It was a pale, sickly imitation of Izuku's own power, but crude, violent, and uncontrolled. A wave of erasure, not surgical, but wholesale. It slammed into the central support column of a massive, rusted chemical silo 20 meters away, a structure that was supposed to be part of the immutable scenery. The column didn't crack. A 2-meter section of it simply vanished. Time seemed to stutter. A grotesque metal groan filled the world as the silo, thousands of tons of aged steel, lurched. It tilted, shearing other supports, its balance irrevocably stolen. It was falling, not towards empty ground, directly towards the center of the exercise, where both teams were entangled. Chaos erupted. Screams of genuine terror replaced shouts of competition. Evacuate. Aizawa's voice roared from the observation speakers, laced with a fear Izuku had never heard from him. But it was too late for a clean evacuation. The shadow of the falling silo was already upon them. Kirishima was directly under it, shoving a stunned Ashido back. Zero was trying to tape himself away, but his anchors were on the very structures now collapsing. Bakugo was blasting upwards, not to flee, but towards the falling mass, a snarl of futile defiance on his face. Izuku's mind went blank, not with panic, with a terrible, crystal clarity. This was the gardener's true pruning, not a test in an alley, a catastrophe, forced evolution. Show your true power or watch your classmates die. The calculus was instant, horrifying, and absolute. He could not catch it, even with one for all. The mass was too great. He could not destroy it in midair. The debris would rain down like mortar shells. There was only one solution. The clean solution, the one the shadow in him understood. He stopped thinking of his classmates, of the rules, of the lie. He thought only of the problem. 1,000-ton silo, in motion, threatening lives. Remove the threat. Asterisk. He raised both hands, the wristbands growing searing hot. He didn't try to asterisk under it. He didn't have the focus or the power to erase it all. He focused on its path, on the space it was occupying, and the space it was about to occupy. He fused the concept with everything he had, pouring not just power, but the cold, desperate acceptance of what he was about to do into a single, impossible command. Anchored void asterisk, but not on a joint, on reality itself. Unmake the space it fills. Asterisk. It wasn't an erasure of matter. It was an attempted erasure of volume. The feedback was catastrophic, a soundless, blinding flash of conflicting energies, golden deepest black, erupted from Izuku. The air around the falling silo rippled asterisk, like water struck by a stone. The world seemed to hiccup. The lower third of the colossal silo, a perfectly defined, 100-foot-tall section, ceased to exist. It didn't explode. It didn't turn to dust. One moment it was a falling monolith, the next, the entire lower section was just gone. A cylindrical void cut from the world, edges smoother than any laser could make. The remaining 2/3 of the silo, now lacking its base and all momentum, simply dropped straight down the few feet to the ground with a deafening, earth-shaking asterisk asterisk crump asterisk asterisk, landing exactly where the lower section had been erased. It stood there, impossibly, a neatly severed tower sitting flat on its new, clean-cut base. Dust billowing around it, silence, absolute, ringing, mind-breaking silence. The students stood frozen, coated in dust, staring at the impossible sight. A silo, cut in two as if by a god's knife. The severed edge gleaming dully in the sun. No rubble, no shrapnel, just a cut. Izuku collapsed to his knees, blood streaming from his nose, his ears, the capillaries in his eyes bursting to paint his vision red. The wristbands on his arms were smoking, cracked. The feedback hadn't been a cool click or a satisfied purr. It had been a universe-ending scream of violation. A backlash that felt like his soul had been scoured. The abyss within him felt swollen, gorged, and terrifyingly silent. One for all was a guttering, dying ember. He had done it. He had saved them. By doing something that should not be possible. Aizawa was the first to move, erasing quirks as he sprinted into the dust cloud, not towards the silo, but towards Izuku. He skidded to a halt, looking from the kneeling, bleeding boy to the perfectly bisected industrial tower. His face, for once, was utterly devoid of any expression. It was the face of a man seeing a fundamental law break. Recovery Girl arrived next, her medical instincts overriding her shock. She was at Izuku's side in an instant, but her hands hesitated over him, as if unsure what she could even heal. "What?" Aizawa said, his voice a dry whisper. "Did you do?" Izuku couldn't answer. He could only stare at his own trembling, bloody hands. He had unmade space. He had edited the universe on a scale that dwarfed deleting a wall or a robot's core. The hunger of the abyss was gone, replaced by a deep, satiated fullness. A dreadful contentment. It had been fed a meal beyond its wildest dreams. His gaze found Aoyama. The boy was standing apart. His face pale, his sparkle utterly extinguished. He wasn't looking at the silo. He was looking at Izuku with an expression of pure, unvarnished horror. The pollinator had not expected this bloom. He had unleashed a force he could not comprehend. And then Izuku saw Bakugo. The blonde was standing where he'd landed after his abortive blast, staring at the severed silo. He wasn't angry. He wasn't smug. He looked small. For the first time in his life, Katsuki Bakugo looked utterly, completely insignificant. His explosions, his power, his rage, it was all a firecracker next to this silent, absolute negation. The foundation of his world, built on being the strongest, had just been unmade as cleanly as the silo. Their eyes met across the dust-choked clearing. In Bakugo's, Izuku saw the final, awful understanding. This wasn't a hidden quirk. This wasn't a trick. This was a power that laughed at the concept of strongest. This was an abyss that could swallow the sun. Izuku looked away. The weight of what he had done, of what he had revealed crashing down on him far heavier than any silo ever could. He had bloomed, and the flower was a black hole, beautiful, terrifying, and hungry for more. The carefully constructed lie of 0 point was ashes. The tightrope was gone. He had fallen into the chasm he carried, and taken the whole world's understanding of power with him. In the observation bunker, Nezu stopped the replay of the security feed. The room was tomb silent. On the screen, frozen, was the image of Midoriya Izuku, arms raised. The air around him distorting with impossible energies, and the lower section of the silo in the pristine moment of its non-existence. Well, Nezu said, his cheerful voice somehow more frightening than any scream. That is certainly a novel approach to capture the flag. All Might, in his skeletal form, said nothing. He just stared, his coffee cup trembling in his hand, a single, terrible thought echoing in his mind. Young Midoriya, what have we created? Asterisk. ... The gardener, watching from his own hidden feed, slowly set down his teacup. His smile was beatific, tears of genuine joy in his eyes. Magnificent, he breathed, a bloom of pure, beautiful chaos. The hybrid has surpassed all expectation. He has pruned not a weed, but a tree, and shown the entire garden what true power looks like. He picked up a phone, his voice trembling with reverence. Master, the specimen has flowered. The fruit will be world-changing. Chapter 20. The first fruit. The silence in the UA infirmary was a living thing. Thick and suffocating. It wasn't the quiet of rest. It was the silence after a detonation, where the ringing in your ears is the only proof the world still exists. Izuku lay on a sterile bed. His body a map of internal fractures. Not bone. Those, recovery girl could fix. These were deeper. Tears in the pathways where one for all flowed. Bruises on the edges of the abyss where it had stretched beyond its own fathomless limits. His quirk factors felt, raw, exposed, like two open wounds pressed together, seeping into each other. He could still see it. The silo, the clean, impossible cut. The absence where solid steel and empty space had become the same thing. The memory wasn't visual. It was a hole in his perception, a place his mind skidded away from. The door whispered open. Izuku Shota entered, still in his hero gear, dust clinging to his capture scarf. He looked older than Izuku had ever seen him, the bags under his eyes like bruises against his pale skin. He pulled a chair to the bedside and sat, not speaking for a long minute, just watching him with those heavy, red eyes. The silo, Izuku said finally, his voice scraped raw. It's gone. Izuku blinked. The top part. It collapsed. No. Izuku's gaze didn't waver. I mean it's gone. All of it. The section you erased, and the section that fell. 3 hours after the incident, maintenance bots went to secure the site. They reported a data anomaly. When the human crew arrived, there was nothing. A perfect, smooth, bowl-shaped depression in the ground, 60 meters wide. No debris, no trace elements, no radiation, nothing, as if it was never there. The words landed in the silence between them, sinking into the void inside Izuku. He had erased it, not just cut it. He had unmade its existence retroactively. The thought made his head swim, a fresh trickle of blood leaking from his nose. What is your quirk, Midoriya? Izuku's question was not a demand. It was a plea for sense in a senseless world. And don't say, 0 point. We're past that. What you did, that wasn't negation. That was editing. On a cosmological scale, Izuku closed his eyes. The lie was over. The performance was done. He was just a broken boy in a bed, with 2 terrible truths in his heart. He owed this man, who had tried to protect his class from the monster in their midst, an answer. I have 2, Izuku whispered, his voice a dry rustle. The first was a gift, a legacy of power, passed down to fight a great evil. It's called One for All. Izuku went very, very still. The name clearly meant something to him. The underground hero knew secrets. And the second, Izuku continued, forcing the words out, was a curse. Passed to me by a dying man who stole it from the same evil. He called it Abyss. It unmakes things, not destroys, erases, from reality. One for all, Izuku repeated slowly, the pieces clicking into a horrifying new picture. And all for one's discarded poison. He let out a long, slow breath. And you're holding 'em both. In one body. Izuku nodded, a minuscule movement that sent pain lancing through his skull. The wristbands, dampeners, to hide One for All's signature. To focus the abyss. He looked at his bare arms. They'd been removed, charred and broken, for study. Izuku was silent for another eternity. Aoyama, he said at last. His quirk malfunction. It was no malfunction, was it? It was a trigger. He's one of them, Izuku confirmed, exhaustion bleeding into every word. The gardeners. He was pollinating, pushing me. He wanted to see the bloom. The gardener. Izuku stored the name away, a new piece in a dark puzzle. And this fusion you did. This erasing space. Can you do it again? I don't know. Izuku's voice broke. I don't know if I want to. It felt wrong. It felt like the abyss liked it too much. One for all. It fought, but it was drowned out. It was all just hunger. Izuku leaned forward, elbows on his knees. Midoriya, listen to me. What you did saved every life in that training ground. That is a fact. But you also revealed a power that will terrify the world. The HPSC is already screaming for your custody. For study. Nezu is holding him off with legalities and sheer audacity. All Might, he paused, and for a flicker, Izuku saw a hint of the man's own lost faith. All Might is in meetings, playing politics he hates. You are no longer a student. You are a strategic asset. A catastrophe. A miracle. You are the first fruit of a tree we didn't know was growing. The words were a final, heavy stone on Izuku's chest. He had wanted to draw fire. He had summoned an asteroid. What happens to me? He asked, dreading the answer. That, Izuku said, standing up, is what we have to decide. But first, you have a visitor. Try not to break him any further. He left. A moment later, the door opened again. Bakugo Katsuki stood in the doorway. He looked like he hadn't slept. His usual explosive aura was gone, replaced by a hollowed-out stillness. He didn't approach the bed. He stood there, just inside the room, his hands shoved deep in his pockets, his eyes fixed on the wall past Izuku's head. The silence between them was different. The old, furious tension was burnt away, leaving only the stark, empty landscape after a fire. They're calling it a spontaneous dimensional collapse, Bakugo said, his voice rough. Unused. A unique quirk interaction. A fucking lie. Izuku said nothing. Bakugo's jaw worked. He finally looked at Izuku, and the emotion in his eyes wasn't anger. It was a kind of awful, grudging awe, mixed with a loss so profound it had no name. All this time, you had that. And you let me, you took all my shit. You let me think I was. He couldn't finish. The word, strongest, died on his tongue, ashes in his mouth. It's not a competition, Kaken, Izuku whispered. It never was. The hell it wasn't. Bakugo shot back, but the heat was gone. It was a reflex, a ghost of his old self. Everything's a competition. But you weren't even playing the same game. He shook his head, a sharp, frustrated motion. That thing you did, that's not a quirk. That's an ending. He fell silent again, struggling. The boy who expressed everything through explosions had no vocabulary for this. Why? He finally ground out. Why show it? Why now? Aoyama forced me, Izuku said. They were going to die. You were going to die. Bakugo flinched, as if the idea of Izuku saving his life was a greater violation than any punch. I didn't ask for it, he muttered. I know. Another long pause. Bakugo took a step closer, his gaze drilling into Izuku. This. All for one. The evil. It's coming, isn't it? That's what this is all about. The skeleton. The training. This curse you have. Izuku met his eyes and gave a single, slow nod. Bakugo snorted, a harsh, humorless sound. Figures. Of course the nerd who used to follow me around ends up at the center of the fucking apocalypse. He turned to leave, then stopped, his back to Izuku. Don't think this changes anything, Deku. You're still a shitty nerd. And you still don't know how to fight without cheating. But the old venom was absent. It was just habit. And if you ever, Bakugo added, his voice dropping to a near whisper, use that ending asterisk on me, I'll kill you. For real, got it. It was the closest to a peace offering, to a recognition, that Katsuki Bakugo would ever give. Got it, Izuku said. Bakugo left without another word, leaving the silence behind, slightly less absolute than before. The next visitor was not announced. Izuku must have dozed off, because when he opened his eyes, the gardener was sitting in Aizawa's chair, legs crossed, a sad, proud smile on his face. He was dressed not in his cream coat, but in the simple uniform of a UA janitor. No shock, no fear, just a deep, weary resignation. You got past UA security. Security is a concept for things that wish to be kept in or out, the gardener said softly. I am a gardener. I am in the soil. He looked at Izuku, his head tilted. You are in pain. I am sorry for that. But the bloom, Midoriya Izuku. The bloom was the most beautiful thing I have ever seen. You did not just use the abyss. You married it to your other legacy and created a new truth. You didn't destroy a problem. You solved it, permanently, elegantly. Quote, people were almost killed, Izuku said, his voice flat. By Aoyama's clumsy provocation, yes. A failed tool. He has been pruned. The gardener waved a hand dismissively. But your response, you saw the equation. 1,000 tons of death. And you removed a variable. You are thinking like us now. Not as a hero who struggles, but as a power that corrects. I'm not one of you. Aren't you? The gardener's eyes were gentle, persuasive. You hold the power of the greatest villain in history in your left hand, and the power of his greatest enemy in your right. You are the living synthesis of their war. You are the answer to the question neither could solve. You are beyond hero and villain. You are a new principle. He leaned forward. The master is so very pleased. He wants to meet you. To help you understand what you are. To teach you to cultivate your garden, not just defend it. No, the word was weak, but it was there. The gardener's smile didn't falter. The offer is not time limited. You will come to see. The world will force you to. They will fear you. They will try to cage you, to use you. UA cannot protect you forever. All might is a fading sun. When the cold and the fear set in, remember the warmth of the garden. Remember the clean satisfaction of the cut. He stood, brushing non-existent dust from his janitor's uniform. Rest, Midoriya Izuku. Grow strong. The harvest is coming. And you are the first, most precious fruit. He walked to the door, then paused. Oh. And your mother is well. We are watching. As friends. The door hissed shut behind him. Izuku lay in the bed, the gardener's words like roots spreading through the cracks in his soul. He was a principle, a synthesis, an answer. He looked at his hands, one that could shatter mountains, the other that could unmake their existence. What did that make him? The decision came 3 days later. He was discharged, his body healed but his spirit fragile as old glass. He was summoned not to the principal's office, but to a secured conference room deep within UA. Present were Nezu, sipping tea, Aizawa, a silent sentinel, All Might, in his true form, looking gaunter than ever. And a woman in a severe HPSC suit whose name he didn't catch. Midoriya Izuku, Nezu began, his cheer undimmed by the circumstances. You present a unique pedagogical challenge. Expelling you is illogical. You require training more than anyone. Sending you to a government facility is undesirable. So, a new curriculum. He pushed a data pad across the table. It outlined a brutal, individualized course of study. Advanced quirk theory, to understand himself. Ethics and philosophy, to anchor himself. Private combat training with Aizawa and select others, to control himself. And monitored, limited field studies. You will remain in Class 1A, Nezu said. Your presence, and the mystery of the incident, will be a controlled pressure on your peers, and a useful deterrent to outside observation. You will learn to be a hero among them, while we learn what you are. The HPSC woman scowled but said nothing. Nezu had outmaneuvered her. All Might finally spoke. Young Midoriya, The path is darker and steeper than I ever imagined. I cannot walk it for you. But I will be here. As your teacher, and as someone who believes the heart I saw that day on the roof is still there. Beneath the void. His faith was a tiny, flickering light in the vast dark. Izuku just looked at him. Problem child. Don't make me regret this. Izuku looked at the plan, at the faces around the table. The cage was gilded, but it was a cage. A laboratory, a hothouse within a hothouse. But it was also a chance. To learn, to master the demons within. To find a way to be the hero his mother saw. And not the monster the gardener coveted. He took the data pad. I understand. ... He returned to the dorms that evening. The common room fell silent as he entered. Eyes followed him. Fear, curiosity, awe, distrust. Uraraka gave him a small, hesitant smile. Ida a rigid nod. Kirishima didn't meet his gaze. He went straight to his room. It felt like a cell. He stood at the window, looking out at the UA grounds, bathed in moonlight. He was the first fruit of a twisted tree. A weapon, a miracle, a problem. But as he stood there, feeling the fragile, reforged balance of sun and void within him, he made a silent vow. He would not be harvested. He would not be a tool for the gardener's blight or the commission's fear. He would learn their rules. He would master his power. And he would find a way to use this cursed, glorious synergy not to edit the world, but to protect the messy, fragile, beautiful things growing within it. Even if he had to sunder heaven and unmake hell to do it. The story of the boy who wanted to be a hero was over. Now began the story of the vessel who held the abyss and the sun. And he would write its ending himself. ... End of part 1. Germination. The story of Izuku Midoriya, the vessel of abyss and sun, will continue.